The Endearment by Laverell Spencer. Copyright 1982 by Laverell Spencer. Copyright 1983 by Laverell Spencer. All rights reserved. Narrated by Jill Ferris. Anna Reardon and her brother James do not have much of a life in Boston. Their mother is a prostitute, and basically they are raising themselves. When James sees Karl Lindstrom's advertisement for a mail-order bride, he convinces Anna to write Karl. Desperate to change their way of life, Anna misrepresents herself in her letters. Now, in Minnesota, the truth is coming out. About the author. Laverell Spencer published her first novel in 1979, and has since gone on to become a major New York Times best-selling author. Known in the romance field as the gatekeeper of romance, Laverell is a 4-time winner of the Golden Medallion Award for Best Historical Romance, 2-time winner of the Walden Books Bestseller Award, and recipient of a Fair de Coeur's Silver Pen Award. Her unique, heartwarming novels of life and love include Morning Glory, Spring Fancy, and Bittersweet, among others. The Endearment. To my cherished friend, Ellen Anderson Nisnik, whose Mama and Papa, in the long ago, held hands and walked over to the church steps to sit in the sunset. Historical note. During the years immediately preceding Minnesota's declaration of statehood, while it was still considered the frontier, few women ventured into her depths, particularly not north of St. Anthony Falls. Frontier life made the woman pay too dearly for her place in the North Country. Although newspapers in the East carried tempting descriptions of all the Minnesota Territory had to offer men, along with open invitations to settle there, no such invitation was extended to women. Instead, those newspapers ran articles discouraging women from that rough, untamed land. Thus, most men who came as pioneers to pluck a living out of the wilderness of the Minnesota Territory came, at first, womanless. And so was necessitated the practice of sending for women, sight unseen. And these were called mail-order brides. L.S. Chapter 1. Anna Reardon had done the unforgivable. She had lied through her teeth to get Karl Lindstrom to marry her. She had intentionally deceived the man in order to get him to send her passage money to Minnesota as his mail-order bride. He was expecting her to be 25 years old, an able cook, an experienced housekeeper, a willing farm worker, and a virgin. Furthermore, he was expecting her to arrive alone. The only thing Anna hadn't lied about was her looks. She had accurately described herself as whiskey-haired, Irish, about as tall as a mule's withers, on the thin side, with brown eyes, flat ears, a few freckles, passable features, all her teeth, and no pox-marks. But the rest of Anna's letters were a passel of lies good enough to finagle the unsuspecting Lindstrom into sending her fare, enabling her to escape Boston. Still, lie though she had, those fabrications had not come easy for Anna. They were dictated by a desperate, homeless girl, written by her youngling brother, and had lain like a hair shirt upon Anna's conscience ever since. Indeed, every time she recounted her lies, she was punished by a dull pain in the pit of her stomach, until now, only minutes away from meeting Karl Lindstrom, Anna had a stomachache the likes of which she'd never suffered before. The pain had gotten worse and worse all through their long and tedious trip west, a trip that began a month ago, after the ice floes had broken up on the Great Lakes. Anna and her brother James had traveled throughout June by train from Boston to Albany, then by canal boat to Buffalo. There they'd boarded a lake steamer bound for a mud hole called Chicago, a town that in 1854 consisted of not more than a plank road leading from the boat landing to a hotel. Beyond lay the wilderness country that Anna and James had crossed. A teamster drove them to Galena in the Illinois Territory, this leg of the trip taking an entire week, while mosquitoes, weather, and the bumpy ox-cart trail joined forces in making everyone miserable. At Galena they boarded a steamboat for St. Paul, where they transferred to an ox team that took them the few miles to St. Anthony Falls. Alas, compared to Boston, the town was utterly disillusioning. Not much more than a smattering of rough-hewn, unpainted buildings. It made Anna wonder what to expect at the outpost settlement of Long Prairie, where she was to meet her future husband. For more than a month now, she'd had nothing more to do than watch miles of earth and water slip by, and worry about what Karl Lindstrom would do when he learned of her countless deceits. Her nerves shattered. Anna wondered why she'd ever thought she could get by with such a scheme in the first place. One lie would be apparent immediately. James. Never had Anna told her future husband that she had a brother for whom she felt responsible. She had no idea what the man's reaction would be when presented with an adolescent brother-in-law, along with his bride-to-be. The second of Anna's lies was her age. Karl Lindstrom had stated in his advertisement that he wanted an experienced, mature woman. So Anna knew beyond a doubt that had she admitted she was only 17, Lindstrom would have known she was greener than spring corn. And so, instead, Anna had told him she was 25, the same age as Lindstrom himself. Anna figured any woman of 25 would have the practical experience a man out here needed in a frontier wife. But Lord help her when he found out different. For the first time in her life, Anna Reardon wished she had some wrinkles in her skin, some crow's feet about the eyes, maybe some fat around her waist, anything to make her look a little older than 17. He'd take one look and know the truth. And what would he say then? Take your brother and pack yourselves straight back to Boston? With what? Thought Anna. What would they do if Lindstrom left them high and dry out here in the middle of nowhere? Anna had been forced once to earn passage money. She'd had to get James to Minnesota without Lindstrom knowing, and she shuddered now at the memory, the knot in her stomach growing sickeningly fierce. Not again, she thought. Never again. She and her brother were completely at Lindstrom's mercy. It helped calm Anna's roiling stomach to wonder if Lindstrom might have told a few lies of his own. She had no guarantee he'd been truthful with her. He'd told her all this stuff about his place and his plans for the future. But what bothered her was that he'd said so little about himself. Maybe because there wasn't much to tell. He'd written endlessly about Minnesota, apologizing for his lack of originality and his inadequate English. Karl had instead quoted newspapers which were trying to entice immigrants and settlers to this untamed place. Minnesota is better than the plains. Here is a spot where one can live in rude but generous plenty. Here there are trees for fuel and building materials. Here, too, wild fruits grow in profusion, while game of all kinds range the forests and prairies. Lakes and streams swarm with fishes. Noble forests, fertile prairies, hills, and sky-tinted lakes and streams provide well their yields of necessity and beauty. These descriptions Karl wrote had reached even as far as his native Sweden, where a sudden explosion in the population had caused a land shortage. Minnesota, sounding so much like his beloved Skåne, had lured Karl with its invitation. Thus, he crossed the ocean and hoped his brothers and sisters might soon follow. But neither brother nor sister nor neighbor had come to alleviate his loneliness. How idyllic it had sounded when James read to Anna all Karl said about Minnesota. But when it came to describing himself, Lindstrom was far less adept. All he'd said was that he was Swedish, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and that he was pretty big. Of his face, he'd said, "I do not think it would make milk curdle." Anna and James had both laughed when he read that, and agreed that Karl Lindstrom sounded like a man with a sense of humor. Riding now toward her first meeting with him, Anna fervently hoped he did, for he'd need it sooner than he knew. In an effort to dispel her misgivings, Anna again began to wonder what Karl Lindstrom would be like. Would he be handsome? What would be the timbre of his voice, the bent of his disposition? What kind of husband would he be? Considerate or unkind? Gentle or rough? Forgiving or intolerant? This, above all, worried Anna, for what man would not be angry to learn that his wife was not a virgin? At the thought, Anna's cheeks burned and her stomach grew worse. Of all her lies, this was the greatest and least forgivable. It was the one she could most easily conceal from Karl Lindstrom until it was too late for him to do anything about it, but the one that made her break out in a cold, clammy sweat. James Reardon had been made a willing accomplice in his sister's scheme. As a matter of fact, he was the first one who found Lindstrom's ad and showed it to Anna. But because Anna couldn't read or write, it had fallen to James to pen the letters to Lindstrom. At first it had been easy to write a glib description of the kind of woman they thought Lindstrom wanted. Yet as time went on, James realized they were becoming caught in a web of their own making. Repeatedly he had argued that they should at least let Lindstrom know he, James, was coming along. But Anna had won. She had insisted that if Lindstrom learned the truth, their hopes of escaping Boston would be lost. Riding now atop the packing crates, barrels, and sacks, James wore a deep furrow between his brows. Bouncing along the ill-kept government road, he worried about his fate should Lindstrom hold Anna to her promise to marry, but be unwilling to accept James in the bargain. He frowned into the lowering sun, a worn hat pulled low over his eyes, a fringe of auburn hair showing above his ears, the lines of worry too deep for such a boyish face. "Hey," Anna said, reaching out to lightly rap one of his knuckles that seemed to outproportion the length of fingers. "It's going to be all right." But James only stared toward the west as before, his head resting against the side of the wagon, bumping there as the wheels thudded into each pothole. "Oh, yeah? And what if he sends us packing? What'll we do then?" "I don't think he will." "And anyway, we agreed, didn't we? Did we?" he asked, giving her a brief glance. "We should have told him I was coming, Anna. We should have told him that much of the truth." "And end up rotting in Boston," Anna replied for the 100th time. "So we end up rotting in Minnesota. What's the difference?" But Anna hated it when they argued like this. She tweaked a bit of hair on his arm. "Aw, come on. You're just getting cold feet." "And I suppose you aren't," James returned, refusing to be humored. He'd seen the way Anna'd been clutching her stomach over there. Her face crumpled a little, making him sorry he'd started arguing again. "I'm just as scared as you," she finally admitted, all pretense of brightness now gone. "My stomach hurts so bad I feel like I could throw up." There was absolutely no doubt whatsoever in the mind of Karl Lindstrom that Anna Reardon would be every bit as good as she sounded in her letters. He took her words at face value. He paced back and forth in front of Morissette's store, looking east for sign of the approaching supply wagon. He polished his boot tops on the backs of his calves yet another time. He removed his small-billed, black woolen cap and thwacked it against his thigh, eyed the road, and settled the hat back on his fair hair. He tried whistling a little between his teeth, but became critical of the notes and stopped. He cleared his throat and jammed his hands into his pockets and thought of her again. He had taken to thinking of her as his little whiskey-haired Anna. It did not matter that she'd said she was tall, nor that she said she had trouble controlling her hair. Karl pictured her as he remembered all the women from back home, pink-cheeked, vigorous, with a becoming face framed in blonde, Swedish braids. Freckles, she'd said. Passable, she'd said. What did that mean, passable? He wanted her to be more than passable. He wanted her to be pretty. Then, feeling guilty at placing too much value upon such a superficial thing, he took up pacing again, telling himself, "So what is in the face, Karl Lindstrom? It is what is inside that matters." In spite of himself, Karl still hoped that his Anna might be comely. But he realized beauty was much to expect when she would be able to help so much on the farm. The only thing that worried him was the fact that she was Irish. He had heard that the Irish had short tempers. Living where they would, so far from others, with only each other, would turn out to be a fine fix if she proved to be quick to anger. He himself, being Swedish, was an amiable fellow. At least he thought himself so. He did not think his temper was anything to put a woman off, although sometimes, looking in the mirror, he worried about his face doing so. He had told Anna it would not make milk curdle, but the closer he came to meeting her, the more he fretted. Yet he knew beyond a doubt she'd love the place. He thought of his land, much land, so much more than in Sweden. He thought of his team of horses, a rare thing here where most had oxen, which cost a full $200 less than his beautiful Percheron team. He had named them the most American of names, Belle and Bill, in honor of his newly adopted land. He thought of his sod house, which he had cleaned so meticulously today before leaving it, and of the log house already begun. He thought of his grain fields ripening in full sun, which only 2 short years ago had been solid forest. He thought of his spring, his creek, his pond, his maples, his tamaracks, and even though he set small store by himself or his appearance, Karl Lindstrom thought, "Yes, I have much to offer a woman. I am a man with plenty." Yet he dreamed of having more. He pulled Anna's letters out of his deep pants pocket and studied the script again with great pride, thinking how lucky he was to be getting a woman who was lettered. How many men could claim a thing like that? Here, a man was lucky to have any woman, let alone a lettered one. But his Anna had learned her letters in Boston, and so could teach their children some day. Touching the coarse paper upon which she had written, thinking of her hands touching it, those hands he had never seen, and of the children they would one day make together, a lump clotted his throat. Thinking that no more would he have only his animals to talk to, only his own solitary company at mealtime, only his own warmth in the bed at night, he felt his heart beat crazily. "Anna," he thought, "my little whiskey-haired Anna, how long I have waited for you." Anna peered around the backs of the half-breed drivers as long as she dared, before hiding behind them, wiping her palms on her hand-me-down dress, and telling James to alert her when he saw what he thought was the store. "I see it," James croaked, stretching his neck, while Anna tried to shrink lower in the wagon. "Oh, no," she moaned under her breath. "There's someone standing out front," James said excitedly. "Is it him? Do you think it's him?" Anna whispered nervously. "I don't know yet, but he's looking this way. James, do I look all right?" He glanced at her garish, royal blue dress with its ruffled skirt. James didn't much care for it. It revealed too much of her breasts, though she'd done her best to make tucks to draw its bodice protectively closer to decency. but he answered, "You look fine, Anna." "I wish I had a hat," she said wistfully, touching her flyaway locks, absently smoothing them while her inadequacies loomed ever more obvious. "Maybe he'll buy you one. He has one. It's a funny little cap like a pie plate with a bill. What else? What does he look like?" "He's big, but I can't make out much. The sun's in my eyes." Anna's eyes slid closed. She clasped her hands tightly between her knees and wished she knew how to pray. She rocked forward and backward, then resolutely opened her eyes again and took a deep breath that did nothing whatever to stop the quivering in her stomach. "Tell me what he looks like as soon as you can make him out better," she whispered. One of the Indian drivers heard the whispering and turned around questioningly. "Just drive," she said testily, flapping an impatient hand at him, and he faced front again, chuckling. "I can see now," James said excitedly. "He's awful big, and he's wearing a white shirt and dark breeches tucked into his boots, and, no, his face. What does his face look like?" "Well, I can't tell from here. Why don't you look for yourself?" Then James, too, sat down, so he wouldn't be caught gaping when they pulled in. At the last minute Anna warned, "Remember, don't say anything about who you are until I have a chance to talk to him. I'll try to get him used to me a little bit before he has to get used to you." She dusted at her skirt and gave it a useless fluff, then looked down at her chest and placed a trembling hand there, hoping he would not notice the patch of skin she couldn't quite cover when she'd altered the dress. James swallowed hard, his youthful Adam's apple looking pronounced in his gangly neck. "Good luck, Anna," he said, but his voice cracked in the way it did so often lately. Those unexpected falsettos usually made the two of them laugh. But neither Anna nor James laughed now. As the wagon approached, Karl Lindstrom suddenly wondered what to do with his hands. What will she think of these hands? Such big, clumsy things. He jammed them into his pockets and felt her letters there, and grabbed on to one of them for dear life. His ears seemed suddenly filled with the sound of his own swallowing. He could see the two drivers clearly now. Behind them bobbed two other heads, and Karl fixed his sights on one of them, trying to make out the color of its hair. A man, Karl thought, should not appear to be shaking in his big Swedish boots when he comes to meet his woman. What will she think if she sees my fright? She will expect a moose like me to act like I know what I am doing, to be sure of myself. Calm down, Karl. But the trembling in his gut could not be talked away so simply. The wagon slowed, then stopped. The Indian secured the reins, and Anna heard a deep voice say to them, "You are here in good time. You have had a good trip." The voice had the faint musicality of a Swedish accent. "Good enough," one driver answered. Footsteps came slowly around the rear of the wagon, bringing a broad, blond giant of a man. In that first moment, she felt like her whole body wanted to smile. There was a boyish hesitation before his mouth dropped open just a little. A big, calloused hand moved up in slow motion to doff the little pie-plate hat from his wheat-colored hair. His Adam's apple bobbed once, but still he said nothing, just stood, smashing that poor cap into a tight little twist in his two outsized fists, his eyes all the while locked on her face. Anna's tongue felt swollen, and her throat wouldn't work right. Her heart was clubbing the bejesus out of the wall of her chest. "Anna?" He spoke at last, charming her by his old-world pronunciation that made of the word a warmer thing than it had ever been before. "Anna?" he questioned again. "Yes," she finally managed. "I am Anna." "I am Karl," he said simply, and up went his eyes to her hair. and up went hers also to his. Yellow, she thought. Such very yellow hair. All this time she had wondered, imagined. Now here it was, the one thing that had had color in her thoughts of him. But she found her imagination had not done it justice. This was the most magnificent blonde hair she had ever beheld on a man. Thick and healthy it was, with a hint of curl at the nape of his neck and around his face, where tiny beads of perspiration formed. Her hair, Karl found, was indeed the color of rich Irish whiskey, as when the sun glances through it and lights its depths with shafts of sienna. It flew free in scarcely manageable wavelets. There were no Swedish braids in sight. When his glance went wandering, so did her hand, to touch an unruly lock at her temple. The way Karl was staring, Anna wished once again that she had a hat. Then suddenly her hand dropped down and self-consciously clutched her other, as she realized what she'd done, touching her hair, as if frightened to have his gaze rove over her. Once again their eyes met, his the color of the Minnesota sky, hers like the darkest brown stripes in the agates he so often plowed up from his soil. His glance dropped to her mouth. He wondered what it would look like when she stopped biting her upper lip. And just then it slipped free of her teeth, and he beheld a lovely mouth with the curve of a leaf, sweet but unsmiling. And so he smiled a little himself, and she tried a shaky one in return. She was afraid to smile as wide as his appearance merited, for he was as handsome a man as she'd ever seen. His nose was perfectly straight and symmetrical, with fine nostrils like halves of a heart. His cheeks were long, and just concave enough to make him look young and eager. His chin bore a shallow cleft, and his lips, still fallen open as if he too was having difficulty breathing, were beautifully sculptured and bowed up at crest and corners. His skin held the richness of color put there by the sun. Guiltily, Anna dropped her gaze, realizing how freely she'd allowed her eyes to travel his face. And, Anna thought, no, he would not make milk curdle. And Karl thought, yes, she is much more than passable. At last Karl cleared his throat and settled his little cap back on his head. Come, let me help you down, Anna, but pass me your things first. When he reached, his arm filled his white sleeve as fully as 50 pounds of wheat fills a grain sack. She turned and reached beyond James, who had sat through all that, feeling like an eavesdropper. For all they'd hardly spoken to one another. When Anna got to her feet, she found her muscles stiff and unreasonable after the long ride, and feared Karl would find her clumsy and graceless. But he didn't seem to notice the hitch in her hip, only reached up his large hands to help her over the heckboard. His shirt sleeves were rolled up to the elbow, exposing thick, sturdy forearms. His shoulders, too, filled his shirt until it was taut against his skin. When she braced upon them, she found them like rocks. Effortlessly, he took the distance from her leap. Then his two wide hands lingered at her waist. His hands are so big, she thought, her stomach going light at his touch. Karl felt how little there was to her, and at closer range his suspicion was confirmed. She was no 25 years old. It is a very long ride. You must be very tired, he said, noticing that, young or not, she was very tall indeed. The top of her head came nearly to the tip of his nose. Yes, she mumbled, feeling stupid at being unable to think of more to add. But his hands were still on her waist, the warmth of them seeping through and touching her, while he acted like he'd forgotten they were there. Suddenly he yanked them away. Well, tonight you will not have to sleep beneath a wagon. You will be in a warm, safe bed at the mission. Then he thought, "Fool, she will think that this is all you can think of, bed. First you must show concern for her. This is the store of Joe Morissette I told you about. If there are things that you need, we can get them here. It is best if we do the trading now, because in the morning we will start early for my place." He turned and walked beside her, watching the tips of her shoes flare her flouncy skirt out. She wore a dress that was not to his liking. It was sheeny and too bright, with gussets at the breast, as if made for an older woman of far fuller figure. It was an odd thing, with too much ruffle and too little chest, ill-suited for a place like Minnesota. He was suddenly sure she wore it to make herself appear older. She could not be more than 18, he guessed, watching her askance as she walked a step ahead of him toward the store. There was a hint of breast camouflaged within the tawdry bodice. But what did he know of such? She moved through the door ahead of him, and he saw her from behind for the first time. There was nothing to her. Oh, she was tall, all right, but far too thin for Karl's taste. He thought of the poles upon which his mother's green beans climbed, and decided the only thing this Anna of his needed was a little fattening up. Morissette looked up as soon as they entered, calling out in a robust French accent, "So she is here, and the bridegroom can stop his nervous pacing and whiskey drinking." "You have a big mouth, Morissette," Karl thought. But when Anna turned sharply and glanced back at Karl, she found him red to the ears. She'd seen enough whiskey drinkers in Boston to last her a lifetime. The last thing she wanted was to be married to one. Must I deny such a thing to her, right here before Morissette? Karl wondered. No, the girl will just have to learn that I am honorable once she has lived with me for a while. Anna gazed around the store, wondering what he would say if she told him she would like to own a hat. Never had she owned a new hat of her own, and he had asked her if there was anything she needed. But she dared not ask for anything, knowing James still waited outside, thoroughly unnoticed by Karl Lindstrom. A hand at her elbow urged her toward the storekeeper. The swarthy French-Canadian wore a ready smile and a somewhat teasing grin. "This is Anna, Joe. She is here at last." "But of course it is Anna. Who else could it be?" Morissette laughed infectiously, flinging his palms wide. "You have had quite a ride up the government road, eh? It is not the best road, but it is not the worst. Wait until you have seen the road to Karl's house. Then you will appreciate the one you have just come down. Do you know, young lady, that the newspapers warn women not to come here because the life is so hard?" It was not at all what Karl would have had Morissette tell Anna. He did not want to scare her away before she even had a chance to see his wonderful Minnesota and let it speak for itself. "Yes, of course. I've read them for myself," Anna lied. "But Karl thinks there is no place better to settle, because there is so much land, and it is so rich, and there's everything a man could want here." Morissette laughed. Karl had filled her head already, he could tell. Pleased with her reply, Karl answered, "See there, Morissette, you cannot scare Anna away with your foolish talk. She has come this far, and she is here to stay." Anna's heart grew a little lighter. So far she seemed to be passing muster, 17 or not, wrinkles or none. "And so the good pair is marrying you at the mission?" Morissette asked. "Yes, in the morning," Karl said, looking at the back of Anna's shoulders, where those tumble curls were rioting over her collar. Just then the half-breed drivers came into the store, each with a barrel hoisted on his shoulder. One of them set his load down with a thud. then said, "That boy stands in the road as if he is lost. Did you not tell him this is the end of the run?" There was no doubt that he was directing his question to Anna, but she stood dumbstruck. "What boy?" Lindstrom asked. Seeing no way out, Anna looked him square in the eye and answered, "My brother, James." Baffled for a moment, Karl stared back at her, the truth dawning on him, even as Morissette and the drivers looked on. "Yeah, of course. James." Lindstrom stalked to the door and for the first time looked fully at the lad who had been the other passenger on the supply wagon. Karl had been so intent upon Anna that he'd scarcely realized the boy was there. "James?" Lindstrom spoke, trying to make it sound as if he'd known all along. "Yes," James replied, then amended it to, "Yes, sir," wanting to create a good impression on the tall man. "Why do you stand in the road? Come in, and meet my friend Morissette." Surprised, the boy's feet seemed rooted momentarily. Then he jammed his hands in his pockets and entered the store. When he passed before Karl, the man noted some similarity between the boy's looks and Anna's. The lad was gangly and thin, too, with similar coloring, but the freckles were missing, and the eyes, although large like his sister's, were green instead of brown. Karl expertly concealed his surprise, moving about the store methodically, loading supplies on his wagon out front. James and Anna explored the shop, catching each other's eye now and then, quickly looking away, wondering at Karl's reaction or lack of it. They were both amazed at how unconcerned the man seemed to be with James being here. He just went about calmly loading supplies onto his wagon, bantering with Morissette. When things were firmly lashed on behind the pair of blinking percherons, Karl came back inside, announcing that it was time to leave. But Anna noticed he did not repeat his offer to buy her anything she needed. He bid good-bye to Morissette, and took Anna stiffly by the elbow to guide her outside, but there was a pressure there that warned her this new husband-to-be was not as complacent as she'd thought. Chapter 2. Anna thought Karl would dislocate her arm before he let go of it. Without a word he herded her along, Anna taking 2 steps to every one of his, but he ignored all but her elbow, with which he finally pushed her up to the wagon seat. She ventured a peek at his face, and his expression made her stomach take to quaking something awful. She rubbed her misused shoulder socket, wishing more than ever that she had written the truth in all those letters. Karl's voice was as controlled as ever as he spoke to his horses, gave them a cluck and started them up the road. But when they were around a bend, beyond earshot of the store, the wagon lurched to a sudden halt. Lindstrom's voice bit the air in a far different tone than he had used thus far. His words were as slow as always, but louder. "I do not air my arguments before Joe Morissette down at his store. I do not let that tease Morissette see that Karl Lindstrom has had a fast one pulled on him. But I think this is what has happened. I think you, Anna Reardon, have tried to take in a stupid Swede, eh? You have not been honest, and would make a fool of Karl Lindstrom before his friend Morissette." Her back stiffened. "What do you mean?" she stammered, growing sorrier by the minute. "What do I mean?" he repeated, the accent more pronounced. "Woman, I am no fool," he exploded. "Do not take me for one. We have made a bargain, you and me. All these months we make the plan for you to come to me, and not once do you mention your brother in your letters. Instead, you bring a little surprise for Karl, huh? That will make people laugh when they know that it is the first time I have heard of my bride bringing an extra passenger I have not been expecting. I guess I should have told you, but—" "You guess!" he shouted, totally frustrated. "You do more than guess. You know long ago you are planning this trick on me, and you probably think Karl Lindstrom is such a big, dumb Swede that it will work." "No, I didn't think that at all. I wanted to tell you, but I thought once you saw James you'd see what a help he'll be to you. James is a good, strong boy. Why, he's almost a man," she pleaded. "James is a stripling. He is another mouth to feed and another set of winter clothes to buy. He's 13 years old, and in another year or two he'll be full grown. Then he'll be twice the help that I'll be. I did not put the advertisement in the Boston paper for a hired boy. I advertised for a wife. And I'm here, aren't I?" "Yeah, you sure are. But you, plus this brother, is more than I bargained for." "He's a good worker, Lindstrom." "This is not Boston, Anna Reardon. Here an extra person means extra provisions. Where will he sleep? What will he wear? Will there be enough food to feed 3 during the coming winter? These are things a man must consider in order to survive here." She pleaded in earnest now, words rushing out. "He can sleep on the floor. He has enough clothing for 1 winter. He'll help you raise extra crops during the summer ahead." "The crops are already in the ground, and you were supposed to help me tend them. I only needed 1. You." "I will help you. Just think of how much more 3 of us could raise. Why, we'd have so much—" "I told you the crops are already in. Right now I do not even think it is the crops I am concerned with. It is the fact that you have lied to me, and what I must do about that. Never would I willingly choose a liar for a wife." Anna sat smitten into silence. There seemed no argument against that. James, who had gotten onto the wagon without a word, spoke up at last. "Mr. Lindstrom, we didn't have any choice. Anna thought that if you knew I was part of the deal, you'd turn her down flat." James' voice cracked from tenor to soprano, then back again. "And you think right," Karl exploded. "That is exactly what I would do. And I am thinking I might still do just that." Anna found her voice again, but fear made it tremble. Her eyes were wide in her too thin face, and they sparkled with threatening tears. You wouldn't send us back? Oh, please don't send us back." "When you lie to me, you break our agreement. I do not think I am responsible for you any longer. I did not bargain for a wife who was a liar." He sounded so self-righteous, sitting there all sated and healthy-looking, so obviously well-fed, that Anna's temper suddenly flared. "No, you don't have to bargain at all, do you?" she lashed, then gestured with hands thrown wide toward the earth in general. "Not when you have your precious Minnesota to yield all its nectar and wood and fruit." Her voice fairly oozed with sarcasm. "Not when you're warm and fat and cozy. You wouldn't know the first thing about going cold and hungry, would you? I'd like to see you that way, Karl Lindstrom. Maybe then you'd find out how easy it is to lie a little to improve your station in life. Boston would teach you quick how to be a blinkin' artist at lying." "So you make a habit of lying? Is that what you are saying?" He glared at her then, finding her cheeks pinked beneath their sprinkling of freckles. "You're damn right," she cursed with fierce intensity, looking him square in the eye. "I lied so I could eat. I lied so James could eat. First we tried it without lying, but we got no place fast. Nobody wanted to hire James, 'cause he was too skinny and undernourished, and nobody wanted to hire me because I was a girl. Finally, when trying for an honest living didn't work, we decided it was time to try a little dishonesty and see if it'd work out better for us." "Anna!" he exclaimed, disappointed as much by her cussing as by her lying. "How could you do such a thing? There have been times I have been hungry, too. But never Have I been hungry enough to make lies? Nothing makes Karl Lindstrom into a liar. Well, if you're so almighty honest, you'll keep your half of the bargain and marry me, she spouted. Bargain? I said the bargain is broken by your deceit. I paid good money for your passage. What of that? Can you return it to me? Can you do that? Or have I been fool enough to get you here and end up with no wife and no money? I can't pay you back in money. But if you'll take us, both of us, we'll work hard. That's the only way we can pay you back. She looked away from the genuine shock in Karl Lindstrom's eyes, the kind that comes from gentle rearing where black and white are clearly defined. Mr. Lindstrom, James interjected, I'll pay my way too. You'll see. I'm stronger than I look. I can help you build that cabin you're planning on, and I can help you clear land, and plant it, and harvest it. Karl's eyes bored straight ahead between Belle's ears. His jaw was so taut it looked swollen. Can you manage a team, boy? He sniffed. No. Can you handle a plow? I've never tried. Can you lift a logging chain, or handle a flail, or fell with an axe? I can learn, James stammered. Learning takes time. Out here, time is precious. Our growing season is short, and the winters are long. You come to me unskilled, and expect me to make you teamster, logger, and farmer all in one summer. Anna began to see the short-sightedness of her plan, but she couldn't give up now. He learns fast, Lindstrom, she promised. You wouldn't be sorry. Karl looked at her sideways, shook his head despondently, and studied his boots. I am already sorry. I am sorry I ever had such an idea, to send for a wife through the mail. But I waited 2 years, thinking there would be other settlers coming, other women. In Sweden there is much talk about this Minnesota, and I believed other Swedes would follow me. But nobody comes, and I can wait no longer. This you know too. This I think you have planned to use against me to get your way. He sounded sad. Maybe I did, but I thought you'd see that an extra person would be useful. Anna picked at a piece of loose cuticle while she said this. There was another point Karl wanted to make, but he did not know how to say it without seeming to be a man of great sexual demands. He could not imagine taking a wife to bed in the same room with a brother. If he said as much, Anna would undoubtedly be horrified. All he could do was tiptoe around the issue by saying, with his eyes now on Belle's neck, I live in a house of only 1 room, Anna. Anna quit picking at her cuticle. She felt her face warming, understanding fully what Karl implied. His courteous way of implying they would need more privacy touched her. He was different from any man she had ever met. She'd never before met a human being who was totally good, but it looked as if perhaps Karl Lindstrom was. That goodness filled her with self-recriminations that she could not have come to him a better person herself. Had Karl dared to look at Anna that moment, he would have seen a faint blush beneath her freckles. But he did not. He stared absently, preoccupied with another disillusioning thought. Suppose Anna had been wily enough to reckon on using their lack of privacy to keep her from performing the duty that some wives, he'd been told, found distasteful. This, of course, he could not accuse her of, especially not in front of the lad. Karl only wanted to take his new wife to his little home, which was waiting in readiness for their return. There he would have had time and privacy to woo her, as in any normal courtship. "Ah," thought Karl, "what a strange way we have come together, Anna and me." Within the heart of Karl Lindstrom fell a heavy sadness. How he had looked forward to this day, thinking always how proud he would be when he took his little whiskey-haired Anna into his sod house for the first time. He would proudly show her the fireplace he had built of fieldstone from his own soil, the table and chairs he had fashioned of sturdy black walnut from his own trees. He remembered the long hours spent braiding buffalo grass into ropes to restring the log frame of the bed for her. How carefully he had dried last season's corn husks to make the softest tickings a woman could want. He'd spent precious hours collecting cattails, plucking their down to fill pillow ticks for her. The buffalo robes had been aired and shaken and rubbed with wild herbs to make them smell sweet. Lastly, he had picked a sheaf of sweet clover, its fragrance headier than any other, and had lain it on the spot where their two pillows met, in the center of the bed. In all these ways, Karl Lindstrom had sought to tell his Anna that he prized her, welcomed her, and strove to please her. Only now that she was here, he found her a liar, perhaps not worthy of his lofty concern. A liar who brought a brother who would be sleeping on the floor on the night Karl Lindstrom took a bride to his bed for the first time. Karl pondered, long and silently, while Anna and James held their tongues. At last, unable to bear the strained silence any longer, Anna bit the inside of her cheek and said, "You keep me, and I won't lie no more." Karl looked at her finally. There was the stain of guilt upon her skin, which in itself was pleasing to him. It told him she did not lie without feeling small at getting caught. Her cheek had turned the color of the wild roses that graced Karl's land in June, and, just like coming upon one of them unexpectedly at a turn of the trail, coming upon that rosy color in Anna's cheeks, now made him want to pick it and take it home with him. He was a man to whom loneliness was a dread thing. Again he thought of awakening to find the bloom of her cheek on the pillow of cattail down beside him, and his own face felt warm. He found he had been studying her golden freckles, too. They seemed to lessen the severity of her guilt. They made her look utterly innocent. In that moment he thought of her lies as childish tales told by a youngster to turn things her way. "You promise me that?" he asked, looking straight into her eyes. "That you will not lie to me any more?" His voice was soft again, disarming. "I promise." "Yes," she vowed, matching his steady gaze with the steadiness of her own, matching his quiet tone, too. "Then I want you to tell me how old you really are." Her eyes dropped. She bit her lip. And Karl knew he had her cold again. 20, she said. But the color in her cheeks had deepened to the heliotrope hue of the prairie thistle blossom, which Karl had never desired to pick and take home. "And if I say I do not believe you?" She only shrugged her shoulders, but avoided his eyes. "I would ask your brother to tell me the truth, but I see that the two of you are in cahoots together with this pack of lies you have cooked up for me." The gentle tone of his voice did not deceive her this time. Beneath it was an iron stubbornness to get at the truth. Anna threw up both hands at once. "Oh, for heaven's sake! All right. I'm 17. So what?" She glared bravely into Karl's face, her sudden spunk making him want to smile, which he carefully did not do. "So what?" he repeated, raising his eyebrows, leaning back relaxedly. A cat playing with a mouse before sinking his teeth in. "So, I wonder if you are the cook and housemaid that you said you are." She puckered up her pretty mouth tight and sat staring stonily ahead. "Do not forget, you said you are done with lying," he reminded her. "I said I'm 17. What more do you want?" "I want a wife who knows how to cook. Can you cook?" "A little." "A little?" "Well, not much," she spit. "But I can learn, can't I?" "I do not know. How will you learn? Will I have to teach this too?" She elected not to answer. "How much housework do you know?" Silence. He nudged her. "How much?" She jerked her arm away. "About as much as I know about cooking." "Can you make soap?" No answer. "Can you make tallow dips?" No answer. "Bake bread?" No answer. "I guess that you have never done much farming, either, or gardening, or caring for a house." "I can stitch," was all she'd say. "Stitch," he repeated, quite sarcastically for Karl Lindstrom. "She can stitch," he said to the wagon wheel. Then Karl began talking to himself in Swedish, and that really riled Anna, for she couldn't understand a word he said. At last he felt silent, studying the wagon wheel, his head turned away from her. She sat ramrod stiff, her arms crossed over her chest. "I reckon you should have waited for those Swedish girls to come to Minnesota, huh?" she asked sourly, taking her turn at staring down the horses' necks. "Yeah, I think I should have," Karl said in English. Then he muttered once more for good measure. 17, and she knows nothing but how to stitch. He mulled silently for some time, then finally turned to face her, wondering how a man of his age could take to bed a child of 17 without feeling like a defiler of innocence. His eyes flickered down to her breasts, over to James, then back to Anna's face. "There seems to be a lot you do not know how to do." "I can damn well do anything you set me to, 17 or not." But she prayed her face was not flushed. "You can sure cuss real good, but I don't need no woman to cuss." He wondered how he'd survive the rest of his life with her Irish temper. He wondered how he'd survive another year or two womanless. All he said was, "I must think." "Sir," James began, "Anna and me—" "Do not disturb me when I think," Karl ordered. James and Anna looked at each other out of the corners of their eyes. They thought he'd set the horses to walking, but he continued to brood in silence. It was his way, the way his father had taught him, the way his grandfather had taught his father. He spent time meditating a situation first, pondering before making a decision, so that when he tackled a problem, he almost always solved it. He sat, quiet as a stone, while the birds twittered, soft evening talk, as if putting their young ones to nest for the night. The summer evening imposed itself on Anna, and she thought how bird talk wasn't often heard in Boston. There, at this time of day, came the music from the taverns opening for the evening. Already Anna found she preferred the birds. In his letters Karl had said there were more birds here than anyone could name. She wondered now if she'd ever get the chance to try. "Anna," he said, making her jump, "you must tell me now what other lies you have told. I think I am entitled to know if there are any more." Anna felt James jab her in the side with his elbow. "I didn't tell any other lies. Heaven's sake, what more could there possibly be?" Oh, she sounded so convincing she thought she should be on the stage. "There better not be more," he warned. But still he did not give a clue what else he was thinking. He picked up the reins, started the horses on their way again, and drove to the mission. He pulled the horses up before the pair of log buildings with well-worn earth between them. The larger building had a crude cross atop the door, while the other had none. It was the school, Anna knew. "I have much thinking to do yet," Karl said. "We will sleep here tonight, as planned, and I will seek the wisdom of Father Pierrot to guide me. In the morning I will decide about everything. Whether to keep you, or send you back to Boston on the next Red River cart train that comes through." Suddenly Anna realized the significance of the term father. "Father Pierrot?" she inquired. "Is this a Catholic mission?" Already her mind was racing ahead, wondering how she'd get out of this one. "Yes, of course. In my letters I told you we would be married here. But you never said it was Catholic." "Of course it is Catholic. Are you worried that Father Pierrot will not be willing to witness our marriage because I am Lutheran and you are Catholic? It is all fixed, and Father has received a special dispensation from Bishop Catin to witness the vows we will speak ourselves. But think no more about it, because perhaps we will say no vows after all." Anna was not sure which prospect scared her more, being sent away, or having Karl unearth her other deceptions. Karl jumped down, tied the reins, then helped Anna alight. But this time when he put his hands on her thin waist he could not help recalling what she'd said about his always having plenty to eat. She was reed thin. They were greeted at the door of the smaller building by Father Pierrot himself. "Ah, Karl, what a pleasant thing it is to greet you, my friend. And this must be Anna." "Hello, Father." Anna bobbed her head while the dark-haired priest broke into an even deeper smile. "Do you know how this young man has been waiting for you? Each time I see him, all he can talk of is his Anna, his little whiskey-haired Anna. I thought if you did not get here soon, he would abandon that place he's always bragging about and run looking for you." Irreverently, Karl thought, "You, too, Father, have a big mouth, even if you are a man of the cloth." Karl had been raised to have great respect for the clergy. It was natural for him to radiate toward the friendship of the only cleric within 100 miles, no matter what denomination he was. "Do I brag, Father?" Karl inquired. "Oh, do not look so worried, Karl. I enjoy teasing you." Eyeing James, the priest next asked, "And who might this young man be?" "James, sir," the boy replied. "James Reardon." "He's my brother," Anna declared forthrightly. "Your brother? Karl neglected to tell me you had a brother. This is good news. Minnesota can use strong young settlers like you, James. It is not a bad place for a boy to grow into a man, either. Do you think you will like it here, James?" "Yes, sir," James quickly answered. "But I have lots to learn." Father raised his head and laughed. "Well, you pick a good man to come to, son. If you have any doubts about Minnesota, this big Swede will soon put them out of your head." Karl suddenly cleared his throat and said, "I must tend my horses, Father. You will perhaps like to talk to Anna and James about Boston and the East." "Can I help you?" James asked immediately. Karl looked at the lad, so stringy, so lean, so young, so eager. Karl found himself not wanting to have the tug of the boy's willingness influencing his decision regarding Anna. "You go with Father and your sister. You have had a long trip, and it is not over yet. You rest." The look in the boy's eyes seemed to ask, "But will the rest of my trip take me back to Boston, or forward to your place?" Karl looked away, for he did not yet know the answer. Watching his broad shoulders going through the door, Anna felt a sudden longing to please him for James' sake. James had never known a father, and this man would be the best influence a boy of his age could possibly have. When Karl was gone, the image of his sturdy back lingered in Anna's mind. An Indian woman served a delicious mixture of corn and meat. Anna and James fairly wolfed supper down. From across the table, Karl now studied Anna more thoroughly. Her face was appealing enough, but he truly disliked her dress, and her hair seemed wild and disorderly, nothing like the neat coronets of braids he was used to on Swedish women. Anna looked up unexpectedly and caught him watching her. Immediately she slowed her eating. But the word, hungry, stayed in his mind, just as she'd said it earlier. Her shoulders were peaked beneath her dress, and her knuckles were large on otherwise thin hands, making him wonder just how hungry she had been in Boston. The boy, too, was painfully thin, with eyes that looked too large for their sockets. Karl tried to dismiss these thoughts as he ate his meal, but again and again they forced their way upon him. After dinner, Father Pierrot asked the Indian woman to prepare pallets for his 3 guests on the floor of the schoolroom. This done, the woman returned and led Anna and James to their beds, while Karl stayed behind to talk to Father Pierrot. Brother and sister found comfortable makeshift beds of straw and buffalo robes, and they settled down drearily to worry about what was to become of them. It was quiet and dark, the night rampant with unspoken thoughts. Finally James asked, "Do you think he'll send us back?" "I don't know," Anna admitted. He could tell by her voice that she was really worried. "I'm scared, Anna," he confessed. "So am I," she confessed. "But he seems like a fair man," James put in, needing some hope. "We'll know in the morning." Again silence fell, but neither of them was remotely sleepy. "Anna," came James' small, worried voice. "What now?" "You shouldn't have lied to him about the other things. You should have admitted them when he asked." "About what other things?" she asked, holding her breath for fear he knew her worst, most unforgivable secret. But he only listed the others. "About knowing how to write, and that I was the one wrote those letters, and where we lived. I was afraid to tell the truth. But he'll find out. He's bound to find out. But he'll find out too late, if we're lucky." "That ain't right, Anna." Anna stared up into the darkness above her, feeling tears gathering in her throat. "I know. But since when's right ever worked on our side?" No, James admitted to himself. Right had never been on their side at all. Still, he didn't think 2 wrongs made a right either. He knew what a shock it must have been to Karl Lindstrom to see him arrive today with Anna, a kid Karl hadn't even known existed. And then poor Karl learned that Anna was only 17 instead of 25, and that she couldn't do a blamed thing around the place. James acknowledged that Karl had taken it all better than most men would have. "What'd you think of him, Anna?" he asked quietly. "Oh, shut up and go to sleep," she exclaimed in a choked voice. Then she buried her head in her arms to stifle a sob, as she thought of the bold look of innocent expectation that had greeted her on Karl's face, and of how he had helped her down from the wagon at first, and offered to buy her anything she needed in the store. Oh, she liked him all right, but at the same time she was scared to death of him. He was, after all, a man. Chapter 3. "Father Pierrot, I must speak to you as a friend, as much as a priest. I have a problem regarding Anna." The two had settled in Father's little sitting-room at the rear of the school building, companionably smoking fragrant pipes of Indian tobacco. "Ah, Karl, I could tell you were troubled as soon as you arrived. Are you having last-minute thoughts, Yeah, I am, but not in the way you might think, Karl sighed. You know how many months it has taken to get Anna here. You know I have prepared a good home for her, and I have plans for an even better one. I have been much more than ready for a wife for some time now. All this time I have dreamed of her coming. But I think I have been a little foolish, Father. I dreamed her to be something she is not. I find out today she has lied to me about many things. Was it not a risk you took, courting her by letter? Yeah, a risk it was. But still not a good way to begin married life. I think I do not want a wife who is a liar, yet I want a wife, and she is the only one available. About what has she lied, my friend? The first is a lie of omission. This brother James was a complete surprise to me today. She did not tell me of him. I think she knew I would not want a lad of that age living with us when we are newly married. Would you send them back because of this? I threatened to do just that, but I do not think I could stand the loneliness for another year, while I try to find another wife. Forgive me, Father. I should perhaps not speak of it, but I am already 25 years old. I have been alone since I left Sweden, 2 years already. I am eager to begin building a family. There have been times, especially in the winter, when I am snowed in for days at a time, with nobody for company, when I— Karl cupped the bowl of his pipe in a big hand, rubbing the glossed wood with a large thumb, watching the slow curl of smoke rise from it. He remembered only too wrenchingly the emptiness of those winter nights. He looked up to find the eyes of his friend upon him, and, laughing sheepishly, Karl leaned his elbow on a knee and rested his chin in his palm. You know, Father, sometimes I bring the goat inside to keep her from freezing in the bad blizzards, and so I have somebody to talk to. But poor Nana, I think she grows tired of hearing her foolish master pining for human companionship. I understand, Karl. You need not apologize for your needs. There is no dishonor in wanting a wife for long winter nights, and for beginning a family. Neither is there dishonor in wanting to begin married life with time to get accustomed to each other in privacy. But I feel small for resenting the boy. What man wouldn't? You would not, Father, if you were in my place? Karl was reluctant to think a priest could feel such human failings. I think perhaps I would. On the other hand, I would weigh it against the boy's value to me in this wilderness. He could be more than a helper. He could, in time, be a friend, perhaps even a buffer. What does this mean, Father? Buffer? Let me put it to you this way, Karl, the priest said, sitting back with a philosophical air. Do you think that if you marry Anna, all your troubles will be magically over, and she will be all those things you dreamed she'd be? I think not. I think that, beginning as strangers, as it were, the two of you will cross swords many times before you truly know and accept each other for what you are. Sometimes, in the crossing of swords, it is good to have a third party, to act as conciliator or mediator, or, as I said before, just a plain friend. This I had not thought of before, but I see you are wise. It is almost like you heard Anna's temper flare today, to say nothing of my own. You had words, you two? Yeah, words. But the lad was there, so I think we both said less than we maybe thought. Aside from the fact that the lad came unannounced, what do you think of him? He seems eager to learn, and has promised to work hard. The boy could do worse than end up with you as a teacher, Karl. Under your tutelage, I believe young James would learn quickly. Had you thought there might be reward in teaching him, too?" The two puffed at their pipes in companionable silence again. Karl thought of all the priest had said about the boy. The idea of having the lad to teach, to nurture, became an inviting challenge. Karl thought of the log house and all it would take to erect it, imagined himself and the lad working side by side, bare-chested in the sun, imagined the first, then second, then third tier of logs going up, and the two of them bantering as they worked side by side, skidding, notching. He could teach the lad much about building and about woods, just as his papa had taught him. "Karl?" A lazy curl of smoke floated upward with the word. Karl replied absently, quite lost in thought. "There is something I must ask, but I ask it to make you think realistically about all of this." "Yeah." "Well, ask, then. Have you been considering sending the girl back, because you are disappointed in what you saw when she arrived? I think you must consider this aspect of marrying her equally as much as all the others. You brought her here sight unseen with high hopes. If you find her repugnant, it could bring much difficulty to your marriage. You must look at this, realizing you are a human being, Karl. As such, you are subject to doubt and skepticism, maybe even outright dislike. I think you are a man whose principles would speak louder than his dislikes, though, and would keep her with you out of duty, if you thought you were obliged to do so." Karl was learning a new side of Father Pierrot tonight, a human side that Karl deeply needed. "Oh, no, Father. I truly do not find her unattractive. Only a little thin. But her face, It was difficult for Karl to express to this priest the feelings that had swept over him when he'd first seen Anna, when he had taken her hand in his to help her down from the wagon, or the feeling of her slim hips and waist as she jumped down. It was difficult for Karl himself to equate those feelings with anything but lustfulness. Naturally, he did not wish to appear crude before his friend, this priest. "My eye is pleased, truly, Father. But I have tried to use good reason. It should not matter to me if her looks please me. I should instead—" "But of course it should matter," the priest interrupted, jumping to his feet. "Karl, don't turn fool on me now. If you do, it will be for the first time since I've known you. You will look at the woman for many years if you marry her. What fool would not want to be pleased with what he sees?" Karl laughed. "You surprise me, Father. In the time I have known you, I would not have thought you to be a man with such sympathy when it comes to matters of the heart." Father, too, laughed. "I was a man first, a priest second." Karl now looked his friend straight in the eye. All laughter faded. "Then I admit to you I am pleased by her appearance. I am perhaps too pleased. Perhaps I will not use good judgment about her other lies." "Tell me," the priest said simply, sitting down again. "She is only a child. I was expecting a full-grown woman of 25. But Anna lied about this, too. She is only 17 years old. But did she not make the choice of her own free will to come here and be your wife?" "Not exactly. I think she and the boy were destitute. I was their last resort. Yes, she came to be married, but I think it was the lesser of two evils." "Has she told you that?" "Not exactly in those words. She has begged me not to send them away. But while she is begging, I see how very young and scared she is. And I do not think she realizes all that is entailed in being a wife." "Karl, you are placing a burden of worry on yourself that perhaps is not necessary. Why not let her be the judge of whether or not she is old enough to marry?" But 17, Father. She has admitted she knows almost nothing about being housekeeper and cook. There would be much I would have to teach her, too. It would be a challenge, Karl, but it could be fun with a spirited girl. It could also be a mistake with a spirited girl. Karl, have you considered why she lied? If she and the boy came to you as a last hope, I can see why she felt the need to lie to get here. I do not condone the lies, Karl, not at all. But I think perhaps they are forgivable. Perhaps her circumstances make them so. I think you must ask yourself if she could not, underneath, be an honest woman who was forced into lying by her circumstances. Perhaps, Karl, you are judging her too harshly for your own good. You leave me much to consider, my friend, Karl said, rising and stretching. All my life I have been taught what is right and what is wrong, and I have been warned that the path runs narrowly. Never before have I had to consider circumstances that lessen the degree of wrongness. I think you have helped me tonight to look at things from another person's viewpoint. I will try to do this. He paused, glanced across the room toward the doorway. Anna and the boy have had plenty of time to get themselves settled for the night. I think I will join them and finish my considerations there. Sleep well, Karl, the priest wished. Karl scraped the ashes from his pipe. You know, Father, he said thoughtfully, she has assured me these are the only lies she told, and made me the promise never to lie to me again. That promise is worth something. Father Pierrot smiled, placed a hand on Karl Lindstrom's shoulder, and understood how a man of his nature would be torn by uncertainty at a time like this. Most men who had lived alone for 2 years on the frontier would not stop to think of anything but their own need for a woman, both in and out of bed. But Karl was a man of rare quality, rare honesty. Anna Reardon would be a lucky woman to marry such a man. It was dark, dusty, and dry in the schoolroom. Karl found his empty pallet and stretched out on his back with both hands behind his head. He thought about all Father Pierrot had said, and for the first time, and guiltlessly now, would have allowed himself to consider Anna as a woman. But he could not do this. He found he thought of her as a child instead. She was tall, but so thin it gave her a look of almost boyish callousness. Her wide-eyed fright at times today made him think of her as a green young girl who perhaps did not even know what was the duty of the marriage bed. In some ways this pleased him, but in others it frightened him too. It was one thing to take to bed a woman of 25 who knew what to expect. It was quite another to bed a child of 17, whose luminous dark eyes might burn up at him in fear when she learned what was expected of her. She seemed so frail her little bones might snap, were he even to hug her against his chest. But even as he thought this, the hair on his chest prickled teasingly. He ran his hand over his shirt, sliding it across the breadth of his chest. It was a wide chest. His arms were thick and fully muscled from using the axe all his life. His thighs were heavy, long from knee to hip. He had the tall, muscular stature of his father. Always before, he had taken for granted what women thought as they looked at him. Now, for the first time, as he thought of Anna, he realized that to a girl, perhaps his size seemed frightening. Perhaps he did not please her. It struck him, quite suddenly, that tonight he had been selfishly concerned with what he, Karl, thought of her, Anna. Perhaps he should have given equal time to wondering what she thought of him. Yes, she had pleaded with him not to send them back. But had she pleaded with him out of fear? Penniless and scared, what else would the girl do when threatened with abandonment in the middle of the wilderness? He thought once again of his sod hut. of the bed he had prepared for her with the most honorable intentions. He tried to imagine what she would think when she saw that sheaf of sweet clover. His own heart hammered with uncertainty now. Perhaps it had been a stupid blunder to prepare the bed in so obvious a manner for her coming, as if the only thing on his mind all these months was getting her into it. She would see the full, plump tick, the freshly stuffed pillows, the clover meant as a welcome only, and she would shy away like a foolish spring colt shies from a rabbit, never knowing the rabbit could not and would not do it harm. "Anna," he thought, "what should I do with you? How can I send you away? Yet how can I ask you to stay? And if I do, how far we have to go together, and how much we have to learn of one another." He awakened in the morning, when the sunlight was but a promise. It was the time when day hesitates before nudging the night away, the pale light tiptoeing into the room with scarcely the strength to threaten the shadows that lay heavily upon Anna as she slept on her side, facing Karl. She had an arm tucked beneath her ear, her chin tucked down childishly upon her chest. She wore a look of such innocence that again he wondered if he were doing the right thing. But his mind was settled. He had thought well and long about what was right, for both of them. And within the heart of Karl Lindstrom beat the conviction that together he and Anna and the boy could make this thing work. They must make a marriage in which this unfortunate beginning was forgotten. If it took patience on his part, it would take courage on hers. If it took forgiveness on his part, it would take humility on hers. Each of them, he was sure, would need to have strengths the other lacked, for this was the foundation of a marriage. Anna had, so far, shown the kind of strength many women lacked, just coming here, braving it the way she had, with the boy she was responsible for, meant she had determination. A quality like that could be priceless here. Karl rolled from his pallet, fully dressed, and knelt down on a single knee beside Anna. He had never before awakened a sleeping woman, except for his sisters and mother, and wondered if it were too intimate to touch her arm and shake her gently. Her arm lay relaxed over the buffalo robe, thin and long. He could see pale freckles upon the back of her hand. Despite the thin light, he saw more freckles dancing across the bridge of her nose, across her cheeks. Childishly she slept, unaware of how he studied her, and he thought it was somehow an unfair thing of him to do. "Anna," he whispered, and saw her eyelids move as if she were dreaming. "Anna." Her eyes flew open. In the instant she awoke, they took on the look of startled wariness already so familiar to Karl. She stared at him for a moment, gathering her senses. He could tell by her expression the moment in which recollection stirred, and she remembered where she was and who he was. Because she looked so young and helpless and wary, he asked, "Did you know you have Sandman in your eyes?" She continued to stare at him, as if surprised, speechless. She blinked and felt the grit grinding against her eyelids, knowing it was there because she had been crying last night before going to sleep. "It is time you get up and wash them out. Then I want to talk to you," Karl said. The boy awoke at the sound of Karl's voice, so the man stood and spoke again. "Time to get up, boy. Let us leave your sister to get herself together." Then he stalked from the room. "Anna?" James croaked, a little disoriented too. She rolled over to look at him. "You sound like a bullfrog this morning," she teased. But he didn't smile. "Did he say what he'd decided?" "No. He said he wants to talk to me. That's all. He's coming back as soon as he gives us time to get up." "Hurry then, let's get ready." But although James scurried from the room, Anna lay for a moment, hesitant to leave the warm protection of the buffalo robes, wondering what Karl planned to do with her and James. She thought of the curious words he'd used as he awakened her. They were gentle words, those used with a child. Perhaps he was usually a kind man whose temper had been tested in an extreme way yesterday by all her and James' revelations. Perhaps, given the chance, given time, Lindstrom would be less fierce and fault-finding, perhaps even gentle, as he'd been a moment ago. But when she thought of awakening in the same bed with him, where he could note more than just the Sandman in her eyes, Anna shivered. She arose and tried to whisk the wrinkles out of her dress, rinsed her face and tied her hair back. A knock on the door told her Karl had returned, and she glanced up from where she knelt, gathering up the heavy buffalo robes. He apparently had washed his face and combed his hair. He wore his little strange cap again. He came to stand beside her, gazing down at her wide brown eyes, that always wore that too-open look whenever he came near. "How did you sleep, Anna?" "Fine." But her voice croaked almost as James had, and she cleared her throat before trying again. "Fine." Her hands lay idle on the furs, as if she'd forgotten what she was about. His simple question was meant to put her at ease, but he could see she was tense and apprehensive. It broke his heart to think that she might be this way because of him. He knelt down on one knee upon the buffalo robe she'd been folding. "Anna, I did not sleep so well. I spent a long time thinking. Do you know what I learned while I thought?" She shook her head no, saying nothing. "I learned that I thought only of myself yesterday, and of what I wanted in a wife. Selfishly, I did not consider your opinion of me. All the time I think only of what Karl thinks of Anna. Never what Anna thinks of Karl. But this is not right, Anna. Today, this must be a decision that both of us make, not just me." She studied his golden arm braced across one upraised knee, knowing he studied her face while he spoke. "We start out backward, Anna, yes? First we agree to marry, and it is only after this that we meet each other. And when I meet you, all I can do is get angry because you have lied to me, without considering why it was you lied. Father Pierrot made me see I must understand your side, and realize you had to get out of Boston, where things were bad for you and the boy." He studied the freckles on her cheeks, and saw the pink glow beneath them, and could feel the thrum of his heart in strange places in his body. He wished she would raise her eyes. It was hard to read her feelings when she avoided looking at him. Anna's heart skittered and leaped in her breast at his unexpected gentleness and selflessness. Considerateness of this sort was foreign to her. She wanted terribly to meet the blue depths of his eyes, but had she done so, she thought she might start crying. She could only stare at the strong brown hand draped over a wide kneecap as he went on speaking. "Anna, it is not too late for you to go back. It is not too late for either of us to change our minds. I thought that now you have met me, maybe you might not want to get married, knowing how young you are, and how you had to think of some way for you and the boy to live. I see you had to act quick. But maybe you think now you made a mistake, now that you see Karl Lindstrom. I think, Anna, that I must give you two choices. I must promise you, first, that if you want to go back, Father Pierrot and I will find a way to get you to Boston safely. Only, if you are very sure this is not what you want, then I must give you the second choice to marry me." The callus on his thumb grew wavery. Anna felt the tears form upon her lashes and quiver there, just short of dropping. "I told you, I have nobody to go back to. no place to go back to. Still, she did not look up at him. "Father and I will try to think of something else, if this is what you want. Some place for you to go and live here in Minnesota." "Your place sounded pretty good to me," she braved timorously. Yes, she was afraid of him. He knew it now because of the tremble in her voice. "You are sure, Anna?" She nodded at the buffalo robes. "In that case, a girl should have the right to say she has been given a proper proposal of marriage, and that she truly had a choice in the matter, after she has met the man, not before." Now she did look up. Her eyes flew to his face, so close above hers. His intense eyes had never left hers, were only waiting for her to raise her glance to his. Those eyes were liquid blue, shining with sincerity. She wondered how many girls had gazed into them and found them as heart-stopping as she did at this moment. The lashes were darker than the perfectly shaped eyebrows, which beckoned her fingers to trace their curve. That silly compulsion prompted her to close her fist about a handful of buffalo fur, to keep it from doing such an outrageous thing. "Anna," he began, and during the long hesitation before he continued, she wanted to say, "Yes, yes, I am Anna. Now, say it once more, just like that." And as if he heard her thought, he did. "Anna, if I am not what you thought I would be, I will understand. But if you think that we could forget this poor start we had yesterday, I promise I will be good to you, Anna. I will take both you and the boy with me." Slowly, one big hand went up to slide the cap from his hair, the old country courtesy tearing at her heartstrings. He reached to take her elbow in his free hand. The warmth of his flesh, the look of need she read in his eyes, the feather touch upon her elbow, all combined to make Anna feel light-headed and dizzy. "Anna Reardon, will you marry me?" She felt like she had awakened in the midst of some fantastic dream, to find this handsome blonde giant kneeling upon one knee to her, rubbing her inner elbow with his thumb, an expression of intense hope and promise upon his sun-bronzed face. Anna's lips fell open. A quickly drawn breath told the secret mingling of emotions she was experiencing. Relief, fear, and, yes, a new beating exhilaration that made her breasts seem tight and brought a film of perspiration to the palms of her hands. "Yes," she breathed at last. Karl smiled, a relieved tilting of the corners of his lips. He glanced at her hair once, then gave her elbow a light squeeze of reassurance. "Good. We will make this our beginning, then, right here. And everything else is forgotten, right?" "Yes," she agreed, wondering wildly if she should confess the rest to him here and now. Yet she was terrified lest he withdraw his proposal and the security it offered. She gave him a wavering smile. "We will make a good start. Just Karl and Anna." Then with a full, wide smile he added, "And James." "Karl and Anna and James," she repeated, almost like a vow. Karl stood before her then. As she looked up, she noticed for the first time what straight teeth he had. Has he no flaws whatsoever? She wondered. Anna became ever more aware of a feeling of inferiority as she compared herself to him. "Come," he said nicely. "I will help you roll up these robes. Then we will go tell Father Pierrot the decision is made and we are ready." Outwardly, Father Pierrot beamed as he shook their hands with great enthusiasm, saying, "I have every confidence that you will build a good and lasting marriage." Inwardly, he was troubled. although he had led Karl to believe he'd received a special dispensation from the diocese to act as a witness while these two spoke their own vows. This was not altogether true. Bishop Cretin had sympathized with the couple's plight, but had adamantly refused, saying such dispensation must come from the Holy Father himself in Rome, and could take 1 to 2 years to get. Father Pierrot found this attitude hard. After all, he was not asking to perform the sacrament. This, he knew, would be entirely out of the question. So Father Pierrot had faced the dilemma of which dictates to follow, those of Holy Mother the Church, or those of his own heart. Surely it was a more Christian act to witness the sealing of vows between two such well-meaning souls and sanctify the union than to send them away to live in sin. This is the frontier, argued Michael Pierrot, the man within the ordained priest. This is the only church within 100 miles, and these people have turned to it and to me with the best of intentions. Michael Pierrot's human side was swayed also by the fact that Karl Lindstrom was a good friend. Their relationship surmounted any differences of faith. Leading the way toward the humble sacristy, the priest thought of this marriage as wholly right, perhaps the most fitting he might ever perform. "Come, Anna, I will hear your confession now without delay, for I know you are both anxious to be on your way." Totally taken off guard, Anna came up short behind the black cassock. My confession?" she blurted out, appalled. "Yes, Anna, come," the priest said, as he continued into the incense-scented vestry. Anna's legs seemed to have turned to mush. She had instructed James to tell Karl that they were devout Catholics, knowing that the man wanted a wife of Christian bent. Never had Karl told her in his letters this mission was Catholic. If he had, she would obligingly have told him she was some other religion, to avoid having to prove Catholicism. As it was, she was now entangled in another lie. "But can't I I don't want to go to confession." "Anna," the priest chided, turning around, "forgive me for being direct. But last night Karl and I talked. He said you admitted telling him lies. These are sins, my child. You must confess them, so you will be in a state of grace before entering the state of marriage. Surely you know this." Of course, she didn't know this. All she knew about the Catholic Church was that it was warm inside St. Mark's, and they refused no one entry there. But I've told Karl I'm sorry, and I've promised I won't lie any more. Isn't that enough?" "It is not enough for a Catholic. You know that confession is necessary, Anna, to cleanse the soul." The priest truly didn't understand her reluctance. She fidgeted and shifted from foot to foot, refusing to look at him, while Karl, too, wondered at Anna's hesitation. With growing trepidation, Anna realized the only confession she would be making here today was the truth. She bit the inside of her lip, clasped her hands tightly behind her back, then, big-eyed and brave, admitted, "I'm not a Catholic." Karl couldn't believe his ears. He took her by the elbow — it seemed to Anna that her elbow was certainly being overworked lately — and forced her to look up into his face. "But, Anna, you told me you were Catholic. Why did you tell me this?" "Because you said in your advertisement that you wanted a God-fearing woman." "Another lie, Anna?" Karl asked, dismayed anew. "That's not a lie. That's the truth. You said you wanted the truth, so I gave it to you this time. But what does it matter anyway, as long as we're going to be saying our vows ourselves?" Caught now himself by the half-truth he had let Karl believe, Father Pierrot suffered pangs of remorse. What was he to do? If he witnessed the union, he would be liable for excommunication should his bishop ever learn of it. At this point the priest was wishing that Long Prairie boasted just one justice of the peace, so he could send these two to get themselves legally married without all this confusion. But the staunch Irish girl looked her betrothed in the eye and kept a stiff upper lip. "Well, If it's still all right with you, Karl, it's all right with me." This was all too much for Karl. He had spent most of the night carefully reflecting in order to decide it was the right thing to marry Anna. Now another of his delusions about her lay shattered. He was acutely embarrassed to have this newest lie come to light in front of Father Pierrot. Karl found he could not abase himself further by standing there and arguing. And the day was moving on. So much time had been wasted already on this trip, it was folly wasting more, and there were no other churches nearby. But a godless woman, thought the beleaguered Swede. What have I gotten into? It does not matter, Karl said tightly, and everyone in the room could see it mattered a great deal. We will be married as we agreed. He turned to his friend in the black robes. Father Pierrot hadn't the heart to say, "No, Karl, I cannot witness this marriage after all, nor record it in my books." The strength of the vow rests within the heart, he thought, not in witnesses, nor penned words. If these two were ready to accept each other, he would not stand in their way. Anna felt a flood of relief wash over her as the ceremony was agreed upon. Her knees were weak. Her tongue stuck to the roof of her mouth. She squeezed her eyes shut and silently promised the man beside her that she'd make it up to him one way or another. But Karl's heart was heavy as he stepped to the altar. He had, in his own halting way, achieved his amnesty with her this morning. Peace should be the feeling in a man's heart as he spoke his vows, not this resentment that now lay coldly inside. It is difficult enough to promise love, Karl thought, when the one you promise it to is a stranger. To promise it with such a feeling of foreboding is less than good. Father had donned his surplice, alb, and stole, and the time was at hand. "James will be our witness," Anna said, wishing to please Karl in some small way. Karl, she could see, was very dissatisfied with her. He avoided her glance and studied the distance as if ruminating the deepest of thoughts. Also, when he'd last spoken, his voice had become devoid of its usual musicality. It told her in no uncertain terms that he was displeased. The pair stood so stiff and erect that Father Pierrot felt certain things must be said. He could sense the animosity which had sprung up so quickly. Karl's mouth was pursed, and Anna stared at the little bouquet of lemon lilies and wild roses at the feet of St. Francis of Assisi. "Anna," he began, "I speak to you first, and I speak with the hope that you will take to heart everything I say. You are young, Anna. You are taking on a grave responsibility when you marry Karl here. The two of you have a long life ahead of you, and it can be a good life if you work to make it so. But goodness must be built upon mutual respect, and this respect must stem from trust. Trust, in return, must spring from truthfulness. I believe you have done what you thought necessary to get here to Karl. But henceforth I caution you to be truthful with him in all ways. You will find him to be understanding and patient, this much I know of him. But you will find, too, that he is rigid in his honor. I caution you once more always to tell him the truth. When you make your vow here to love, honor, and obey, I ask you to add in your heart that you, Anna, will always be truthful with Karl." She looked up at him with her girlish face and said guilelessly, "Yes, Father, I was." Father Pierrot could not help the tiny curve of his lips at her reply. He noted, too, the way Karl glanced briefly sideways. Good, so be it. "And, Karl, there are things not expressed in the vows, about which I must caution you. It falls onto your shoulders to protect Anna and provide for her. In your case, here in the wilderness, and with the added responsibility for James, this job is a far greater one than for most men." Karl glanced at the boy, and the priest saw a perceptible softening of Karl's expression. The wilderness is new to them, and there will be much they have to learn. Patience will be required of you time and again. But you have the gift of knowledge to give them. You must be teacher as well as protector, father as well as husband, almost from the start. If at times this task falls heavy upon you, I ask you to remember that on your wedding day you silently added the vow of patience. Yes, Father. And while it is not written in the vows either, there is an old adage I firmly believe in, which I would repeat here and ask you both to remember on days when perhaps you have not seen eye to eye. Never let the sun set on your anger. There will be disagreements between you, and these cannot be avoided. You are human beings, with much to learn about each other. But differences incurred during the day become lodged in stubbornness if held throughout the night. By remembering this, you will perhaps not cling to your opinions when it is long past the time you should have conceded or compromised. Will the two of you remember that? Yes, Father, they said in unison. So be it. Then let us begin. Father Pierrot began praying. The soft, tonal inflections of Latin brought back to Anna the memories of nights she and James had sheltered in St. Mark's. Nights when all the rooms above the tavern were busy, and they were told to get out and not show their faces till the last customer had staggered home. Anna tried to push the hurtful memory aside, but the priest's flowing Latin brought back the anguish all over again, the anguish of huddling in the scented dusk, beeswax, incense, candlelights, vowing that she would find a way out of a life where, since her mother's death, nobody cared whether Barbara's brats lived or died. They'd hung on, she and James, by the skin of their teeth, but all the while Anna was determined to get them away from the hopeless situation somehow. Well, she was doing it now. She and James would never go homeless again. Never would they be chased away by the ladies and their gentlemen customers. But knowing what she'd done to get here, knowing that she was duping a man who truly didn't deserve it, an engulfing guilt washed over her. She felt her hand taken into the large hand of Karl Lindstrom, felt the calluses of labor there, felt the firm grip that told of his intensity, and she knew beyond a doubt that this big, honorable man would never, never understand a thing like she'd done. His palm was warm and dry and as hard as oak. The way he squeezed her knuckles, she thought they might shatter in a moment. But his grip told her he meant all he promised here today. She found herself looking up into blue eyes, then watching sensitive lips speaking the words from the book Father Pierrot held open upon his palms. Karl's voice came lilting, and she watched his mouth, memorizing the words as best she could. And the long months of hoping, dreaming, and planning for this day would become part of the fabric that wove Karl to Anna, in the words he spoke aloud. Nor would the thoughts, which had so long lived in Karl Lindstrom, now be denied their part in all he promised. I, Karl, take thee, Anna, my little whiskey-haired Anna, for my lawful wedded wife. How I have waited for you, to have and to hold. Not yet have I even held you, Anna. From this day forward to this night, and tomorrow, for better, for worse. In spite of everything, I know I could do far worse. For richer, for poorer. Ah, how rich we can be, Anna, rich with life. in sickness and in health, and I will see this thin hand grow strong. Till death do us part. These things I promise with my life. These things, and the promise of patience, as father, my friend, said. As Anna's eyes roved over Karl's face, a shaft of golden sun came through the open door, gilding his features as if nature itself bestowed the blessing Father Pierrot could not. In the tiny outpost mission of Long Prairie, only wildflowers adorned the altar. Only the cooing of mourning doves provided song. But to Anna's ears and eyes, it was as fine as any cathedral hosting 100-voice choir. She could feel the beats of their hearts joined where her slight, pale hand rested in his wide, dark one. As she took her turn at vows, Anna felt a willingness she had certainly not expected when she'd thought of this moment through the dreary winter, waiting to come to an unknown husband. I, Anna, take thee, Karl. Forgive me, Karl, for tricking you, for my lawful wedded husband. But James and I didn't know what else to do. From this day forward, never again will we be homeless. For better, for worse, I promise I will never, never tell another lie. For richer, for poorer, riches we do not need, a home will be enough. In sickness and in health, I'll learn all I said I knew. Till death do us part. I'll make up for everything, Karl. Somehow I promise I'll make up for everything. She saw Karl swallow, and detected a tremble in his eyelids. Then, still squeezing her hand, he looked at Father Pierrot. There is no gold ring, Father. I could not afford gold, and there was nothing else at Morissette's store. But I have a simple ring because it doesn't seem right without a ring. A simple ring is fine, Karl. From his pocket he extracted a horseshoe nail, curled into a circle. It was on his lips to say, I'm sorry, Anna, but she was smiling down at the ring as if it were burnished gold. Anna saw Karl's hands shake, and her own, as she extended her fingers, and he slid the heavy iron circlet over her knuckle. He had misjudged in bending it, and she had to curl her fingers quickly to keep it from slipping off. Then Karl's hand recaptured hers again. Gently he spread her fingers and lay the banded hand upon his open palm, the fingers of his other hand lightly touching the ring, as if to seal it upon her flesh for life. Anna Reardon, with this ring I make you my wife forever. His voice cracked faintly upon the last word, bringing her eyes up to his once more. Then she put her free hand over his and the ring, and said into his eyes, Karl Lindstrom, with this ring I accept you for my husband, forever. He looked down at her turned-up freckled nose, her pretty waiting lips. His heart became a wild thing within him. Now she is really my Anna, he thought, suddenly timid and eager all at once. Fleetingly Anna's eyelids quivered, and she felt his hold upon her hands tighten a fraction of a second before he bent to kiss her lightly, forgetting to close his eyes as he brushed her lips uncertainly, then straightened again. So be it, Father Pierrot said softly, while bride and groom nervously cast about for something upon which to settle their gazes. Anna's turned to her brother, and the two hugged quickly. "Oh, Anna, Anna," he said. She whispered in his ear, "We'll be safe now, James." He squeezed her extra hard. "I'll do my part." But he looked at Karl as he said it, though it was Anna's hand he still held. "I know," Anna said, now looking at Karl. Father Pierrot surprised her by warmly embracing her, then planting a congratulatory kiss on her cheek. "I wish you health, happiness, and the blessing of many children." Then, turning to Karl with a firm handshake of 4 hands instead of 2, The priest said emotionally, "And the same to you, my friend." "Thank you, Father. It seems that I already have one of those things." Karl looked meaningfully at James, who smiled broadly. "Yes," Father Pierrot said, shaking James' hand in a manful way. "Now, young man, it will be your job to see that these two do as I have ordered. There may be times it will be the hardest job of all." "Yes, sir," James replied, and everyone laughed. "So be it, and so it is done. Now all that remains is for you two to put your signatures on the document, to be witnessed by James here and myself. Then you may be on your way. You have a long ride ahead." Karl turned, placing Anna's hand in the crook of his elbow, then reached to include James, who stood uncertainly. "We have a long ride ahead, James?" "Yes, sir," the boy beamed. "But we go together, you and Anna and I." While Father led them once again to his tiny rooms at the rear of the school building, Anna moved beside Karl, her hand on his solid arm, worried sick once again. Father produced ink and quill, then dipped the tip and handed it to her, indicating the parchment on the desk. "You may sign first, Anna." But Karl was right there, smiling broadly, watching her. She didn't know how to write her name. "Let Karl sign first," she said ingeniously. "Very well." Agreeably, Karl carefully placed his name on the paper. She stood behind him, eyeing the back of his neck while he formed the letters. She glanced at James, who shrugged covertly in reply. Anna exchanged places with Karl, and made a grand X on the paper, while he looked over her shoulder. And so quickly was the next deception exposed. He saw her make the mark and was naturally surprised, knowing she was a lettered woman. But she smiled brightly into his face in an effort to disarm him. But Karl was not disarmed. And so, he thought, I learn one more truth about Anna. But he did not let Father Pierrot know what little drama was being acted out here. Instead, he took Anna's arm stiffly, steered her toward the door, and led her out. "Wait here, I must get the wagon," was all he said. Then he stalked off, leaving her with James. "Anna, I didn't know what to do," her brother sympathized. "I couldn't sign that one for you. I told you we should have told him." "It's all right. At least now he knows." "But why didn't he say anything? Maybe he's not too mad about it." "Oh, he's mad, all right. He nearly cracked my elbow leading me out of there. But I promised never to lie to him again, and I'm never going to. But I didn't promise to tell him every lick of truth about myself all at once. I'm not sure he could take it all in one gulp." "I'll rest easier when he knows it all," James said. Anna looked at him sharply, wondering again if he suspected anything about how she'd earned money for his passage and his clothes. But just then Father Pierrot came out with a bundle of food for their journey, and Karl appeared with the wagon. It was time for fond farewells, handshakes, and the ride into their uncertain, married future. Chapter 4. They had not traveled a mile up the road before Karl pursued the subject which could not be avoided. But he drove his team, and when he drove his team he was not one to raise his voice, so he spoke now with stilted patience, glowering at the reins that stretched ahead of him through the check-rings. "I think you have more to tell me, Anna. Do you want to tell me now?" She peeked sideways. Sure enough, that jaw bulged out like a rock. "You know already, so why make me tell you?" she asked her lap. "It is true, then. The letters were not written by you." With a shake of the head she answered no. "And you do not know how to read or write?" Again she shook her head negatively. "Who wrote the letters?" he asked, recalling all the times he had touched them, lingered over them, thinking of his Anna's hands having touched them first. "James." "James?" Karl looked across Anna to the boy, who stared straight ahead. You set the boy to writing deliberate lies because you could not write them yourself?
I didn't set him to writing them.
Well, what would you call it? Teaching a young boy like him such lessons?
We agreed, that's all. We had to get out of Boston and find a way to live. James was the one who found your advertisement in the paper and read it to me. We decided together to try to get you to marry me.
You decided together to get Karl Lindstrom to marry a 25-year-old woman, a good Catholic girl who could read and write and teach our children to read and write, who could cook and make soap and garden.
The two guilty parties sat silent.
And who will do that, Anna? Who will teach our children to read and write? Am I supposed to take the time to come in from the fields and teach them?
His casual reference to their children brought roses to Anna's cheeks. Still she answered hopefully, James can teach them.
James, you said, is to be my helper in the woods and in the fields. How can James be in two places at once?
She had no answer.
How is it that James learned to read and write, but you did not? He asked.
Sometimes, when our mother got a fit of conscience, she'd make him go to school. But she didn't see any girl needing to know her letters, so she left me alone.
What kind of mother would only send a boy to school, now and then, when she had a fit of conscience? Conscience over what? This time James saved Anna from lying or revealing the full truth.
He burst in. We didn't have much, even before Barbara got sick and died. We lived with friends of hers most of the time, and I had to go out and try to find work to help. I guess she thought I was kind of young to be out working, and sometimes she'd get, well, sorry, kind of. That's when I'd have to go to school. I managed to go enough to learn to read and write a little.
Puzzled, Karl asked, Barbara? Who is Barbara?
That was our ma's name.
You called your mother Barbara?
Karl could not conceive of a child calling his mother by her given name. What kind of mother would allow such a thing?
But since neither of them answered, Karl pressed on. You told me there was no work for you in Boston, and that is why you needed to get away.
Well, there wasn't. I mean,
Well, what, boy? Karl demanded. Which is the truth? Did you work or not?
James took a gulp of air and braved it, in a strange falsetto. Mostly I picked pockets. Karl was stunned again. He looked at the fledgling's profile, trying to imagine a boy that young doing such a dishonest thing. Then he glanced at Anna, who sat sullenly staring at the narrow road ahead.
Did your mother know this? He asked,
watching Anna's face carefully for signs of lies. But there was no sign, just a resigned sadness that expressed age far older than her actual years. She knew, Anna said. She wasn't really much of a mother. Something in her tone of voice melted Karl. The resigned way she said it made him suddenly sorry for both of them, having such a mother. Karl thought of his own mother, of the warm and loving family she had raised, teaching the value of honesty and of all the old Beatitudes. Father Pierrot had been right to admonish him that he must be prepared to be their teacher. It seemed he would have to make up to both Anna and the boy all the teachings that this lax mother of theirs had not bothered to instill in them. Now more than ever Anna seemed but a child to him, a wayward child, much like her brother. "Here in the wilderness you will not find many pockets to pick," Karl said. "Here, instead, there is much honest work to keep a boy's hands busy from sun-up to sundown. It is a good place to forget that you ever learned how to pick pockets." Brother and sister both turned and looked at Karl at the same time, then with growing smiles at each other, realizing they'd once again been forgiven. Anna ventured a brief study of Karl's profile, the nose so straight and Nordic, his burnished cheek, his bleached hair curling like a sun-washed wave over his shell-like ear, his lips that had brushed her own such a short time ago. Oh, he was magnificent in every way, it seemed, and she wondered how a person came to be so good. What manner of man is this, she asked herself, who faces each new hurdle and moves past it with such forbearance? He turned a ghost of a glance down at her. In that moment she could have sworn she saw a smile a-borning upon his lips. Then he scanned the woods on his far side. Some weight seemed to turn to warm, summer-scented air and drift away from Anna's shoulders like a dandelion seed in the wind. She clasped each knee and smiled at the rutted road. For the first time she looked around, fully aware of the surrounding beauties. They were passing through a place of green magnificence. The forest was built of verdant walls, broken here and there by peaceful embrasures, where prairie grasses fought for a stronghold. Trees of giant proportions canopied above saplings vying for the sky. The sky was embroidered with stitches of leafy design. Anna leaned her head way back to gaze at the dappled emerald roof above. Karl eyed her arched throat, smiling at her childish but pleasing pose. "So what do you think of my Minnesota?" "I think you were right. It's much better than the plains." "Far better," Karl seconded, pleased by her answer. Suddenly he felt expansive and glib. "There is wood here for every purpose a man could name. Maples. Why, we have maples aplenty, and they are filled with nectar such as you will find no place else." He pointed, stretching a long arm in front of Anna's nose. "See, that is the white maple, 100 feet of wood, and 12 gallons of sap every year. And such grains it has, fiddleback, burl, bird's eye, leaf." He chuckled deep in his throat. "When you cut into a maple it is always full of surprises. And hard. Why, it can be polished to shine like still water." Anna had never thought about trees as anything but trees before. She was amused at his rapport with them. They drove a little farther before he pointed again. "See that one there? Yellow locust. Splits as smooth and true as the flight of an apple falling from a tree. And that chestnut there? Another smooth splitter, to make boards as flat as milk on a plate." They passed through a little patch of sun just then. Anna shaded her eyes and peered up at Karl. He looked down at her piquantly cocked head, the squint, the crinkled-up nose, the cute smile. He found it all thoroughly delightful, and was pleased she didn't seem to find this subject too profound, nor too boring. Anna searched all around with a sudden intuition of how to please him. She discovered a new variety, pointed, and asked, "What's that one?" Karl followed her finger. "That's a beech tree." "And what's it good for?" she asked, following it with her eyes as they came abreast of it. "Beech? The beech you whittle. It takes to the carving knife like no other wood I know. And when it is rubbed smooth, no wood is prettier." "You mean you can't carve just any old wood?" James interjected. "You can try, but some will disappoint you. You see, some people don't understand about trees. They think wood is wood, and they ask of some trees things they cannot do. You must ask a tree to do what it does best. Then it will never disappoint you. And so I split the locust, carve the beech, and make boards from pine and chestnut. It is the same with people. I would not ask a blacksmith to bake me a pie, would I? Or a baker to shoe my horse?" Karl tipped a little grin their way. "If I did, I would perhaps have to eat my horseshoe and tack the pie to my horse's hoof." James and Anna laughed gaily, making Karl feel truly clever and more optimistic than ever before about this family of his. "Tell us more," James said. "I like hearing about the trees." Anna looked up, studying Karl's jaw, while he constantly played his eyes back and forth as they jogged up the road. She thought that she had never seen a person so alert, while looking as if he weren't. "Soon we will come to the oaks," he continued. Oaks like to grow in groves. The white oak makes shingles that will keep a roof tight for 50 years. You must think of that. 50 years. It is a long time, 50 years. Longer than the life of my Morfar, who— Your what? Anna interrupted, crunching up her face. My Morfar, my mother's father. He taught me much about trees, as he did my father, too. My Morfar gave me my first lessons in riving. Anna digested the idea of being taught to love the land and its fruits by a grandfather. But your Morfar? It sounded ridiculously English to Anna, but Karl nodded approvingly at her attempt. He is dead now? Yes, he died years ago, but not before he teaches me much of what he has learned about the woods. My Mormor, she is still alive in Sweden, though. A wistful note had crept into Karl's voice. Anna wanted more than anything to lay her hand comfortingly upon his forearm. He seemed lost in thought, then momentarily glanced over his shoulder, as if sorry he'd burdened them with his memories or his lonesomeness. It's all right. Anna smiled the tacit message, then urged, Go on. I interrupted. You were talking about the oaks. Yeah, the oaks. Again he looked glad, and Anna liked him better that way. Do you know that when you rive shingles from oak, there are natural and beautiful grains which catch the rain and send it running in channels, as true as the course of a river over a falls? It's true. But when I need fence rails, I use red oak. Once I made an axe handle of white oak, but it was not good. Too hard. Hickory is best for axe handles, but this I do not have here. But ash does almost as well. It is light and strong and springy. Springy? James asked, mystified at the idea of wood being springy. It must be, to absorb the shock from the hands when it strikes the tree trunk. What other kinds of trees do you have? Not too many dogwood here, but one here and there. With dogwood I make gluts and malls. Willows I split into withes. Elder is for shade and beauty. Karl smiled. We must not forget that some trees are given to us for nothing more than shade and beauty, and if this is all we ask of them, they are happy. James smiled crookedly. Ah, Karl, trees can't be happy. He leaned his elbows on his lap and peered around Anna at the blond man, who only grinned as if he knew something special. Boy, Karl, you sure know a lot about them, though, James said, sitting up again and looking around in a wide arc, wondering how a man could ever learn as much as Karl knew. And Karl was only 25. Like I said, I learned from my Morfar and my far in Sweden, which is much like Minnesota. That is why I came here instead of Ohio. Also, I learned from my older brothers. We have all worked with wood since we are much younger than you are now. I think we get a late start teaching you, boy? You will have to learn twice as fast as Karl did. But James detected a teasing lilt in Karl's voice, which made him all the more eager. So tell me more about the trees, he demanded almost giddily, getting caught up in the magic of learning, already catching the contagious love that flowed from Karl to the woods. Here are the pines, the best friend the axeman has. Why? Because they save him trouble. Most trees have sapwood and heartwood that must be cut away before he can make boards. But the pine has only bark to strip off. Then there lays the wood, ready to make a batch of fine boards. Have you heard of the break and fro, boy? No, sir, James replied, eyeing the lofty pines, which swayed with fairy-wing tips into the blue firmament above. I will teach you about them. They are the tools of shingle-making. When? Karl laughed a little at the boy's impatience. In time. First comes the axe, and when you have mastered that, you will be able to carve your way to survival in any forest. A man worth his salt can survive with no other tool but his axe, in the deepest wilderness nature ever made. I never used one. Can you shoot a rifle, boy? Karl asked, with a sudden change of subject. No, sir. Do you think you could if you had to? I don't know. Something made Anna look sharply at Karl now. The tone of his voice had not changed, but something told her that the last question was not as casual as the others had been. Sure enough, Karl's eyes shifted watchfully from side to side. What is it? Anna asked, a tingle fingering its way up her spine. Boy, climb into the back, Karl said calmly but intensely. There is a rifle there. Get it, but be careful. It is loaded. Is something wrong? James asked. Your first lesson in this woods is that when I tell you to get a rifle, you move as if your life depended on it, because most often it does. James scrambled to the rear of the wagon without further ado, even though the words had not been harsh or critical. They were spoken with a quiet evenness, while Karl cautiously continued to scan the woods. Now, come back up here, but point that rifle well away from our heads while you are climbing. James did as he was told, quickly this time. What is it? Anna insisted, growing nervous now. That smell, Karl answered. Do you smell it? It is the scent of cat. She sniffed repeatedly, tasting only the pleasant aroma of the pines. I don't smell anything but pines, she said. At first it was the pines only, but now there is the smell of cat, too. There are cougars in these woods. They are wily and leave their scent where the pines can disguise it. So we must be wilier, and be ready if one of them stalks us. Keep your eyes on the trees ahead. When we break into the oak grove, we must be most cautious. The branches are high, and the cougar can perch there in wait to pounce on anything that moves below. He spoke as calmly as he had when discussing the attributes of the trees that grew here. Even so, ripples of fear threaded through Anna's blood. She realized suddenly how totally dependent she and James were upon this man's knowledge of the woods. The gun will kick if you must shoot it, so remember to pull the stock up tight against your shoulder before you pull the trigger, or you will end up with bruised bones. It is a good rifle. It is a Sharp's breech-loader, the best, made right here in America, Windsor, Vermont. It will not fail you, but you must learn to use it properly. Once the lever is raised, you have sheared off the end of the cloth cartridge, leaving the powder exposed. She's got no flint, boy. She doesn't need it with that percussion cap, so you are holding a live thing in your hands right now. When you are holding it, that means you are respecting it. Now lift it to your shoulder and sight along the barrel. Get used to the feel of it there, and do not be afraid to fire it if you must. The gun was sleek, simple, only the thumb notch of the hammer breaking its long, smooth line as James lifted it to his shoulder. Anna heard his breath coming in short jerks, and sensed both excitement and fear emanating from him. She wished Karl would take the gun himself, but no sooner had the thought appeared than he said, If you must fire the gun, be ready to hold tight, because at the report the horses will panic. I can control them, but it is best if I keep the reins. Are you all right, boy? Yes, sir. The horses nickered, and Karl soothed them. Shoo-ee, Belle. Shoo-ee, Bill. Easy does it. There was a jingle of harness, as if the horses understood and nodded their agreement. Again Karl cooed, Easy. Then he spoke to James. Ease up on that gun, boy. You are wound up as tight as a 3-day clock. When you do not know what is out there, and you do not know how long you must wait to find out, you can get so tense that nothing works when you want it to. Relax a little, and let your eyes do the guarding as much as the gun. But "But I never saw a cougar before," James said, swallowing. "We do not know if it is cougar. Could be lynx. If it is cougar, it will be golden brown, like a nicely turned pancake, with a long, graceful tail. If it is lynx, he will be buff gray, spotted, and harder to see up there in the dark green leaves. Sometimes we see bobcat here, too, with just a stub of a tail and reddish-brown. He is much smaller than the cougar, but is harder to spy." There was a sudden popping sound. Anna jumped. "It is only acorns popping beneath the wheels," Karl explained. "We are in the oaks now. You can see what I meant about the high branches." James noticed the way Karl scanned, left, then right, then above, studying the woods constantly. Karl sat upright, his entire body taut with caution. "Lots of oak woods here in Minnesota, and plenty of acorns for the pigs to eat. They grow fat and good on acorns. The trouble is, pigs are too stupid to stay at home, and sometimes they wander off into the woods and get lost. Then we must go in search of them." "Why don't you fence them in?" James asked. Anna thought the two of them had gone crazy, talking of pigs and acorns at a time like this. "In Minnesota we build fences to keep the animals out, not in. The woods are so rich with foods for livestock. We let them wander wherever they will. It is our own vegetable garden that must be fenced in, so the greedy pigs will not eat up our winter supply of food. I have seen pigs root up an entire turnip patch in short time, and eat the whole thing. Oh, pigs love turnips. If a family loses its turnip crop, it could mean much hunger during the winter." There was a subtle relaxing of Karl's posture. Both James and Anna sensed it before the man said, "It is all right now. You can rest easy." "How do you know?" inquired James. "By the squirrels. See the squirrels?" Anna looked, but didn't see any squirrels. "Where?" she asked, squinting. "There." Following Karl's brown finger, she at last saw a bushy tail lithely leaping through the oaks. "The squirrels hide in their nests when cats are near. When you see the squirrels busy scampering free through the oaks, the threat is gone. Still, you will hold that gun for a while yet. But rest it on your lap now, boy. You did fine." A thrill of pride, such as he'd never before felt, filled James' chest. The exhilaration caused by the danger was something new to him, too. It was totally different from anything he had experienced in his life. To hold the gun like a man, to be trusted enough by Karl to do this, to feel that if danger approached he would have been their defender. All this created a blossoming sense of maturity in the boy. "And so you have learned your first lesson about the woods," Karl noted. "Yes, sir," James replied. His cheeks puffed out. "So, tell me what it is you have learned." "To be careful in the pines because the cats use them to cover their scent. That the oaks are pretty good places for cougars to perch. To watch the squirrels and keep the gun ready till they show up again. And," James had saved the best for last, "that a lot of loud talking helps keep a prowling cat at bay." Anna was amazed. Without it being said in so many words, James had learned such a lesson only from Karl's example. She had never before realized her brother was so quick-witted. As if he read her mind, Karl praised, "You are quick with your wits, boy. Do you think your sister is as quick?" He glanced at Anna momentarily. She cocked her head quite saucily his way, then aside to find more squirrels while she said, "She's quick enough to learn she'll probably have the insufferable job of chasing pigs through the woods when they need rounding up, and she'll be eating lots of turnips, which she despises." For the first time Karl laughed without holding back. It was a sonorous baritone sound that pleased and surprised Anna, and made James laugh too. There had been so much strain between Karl and Anna. It was a relief to hear this first billowing laughter. "In that case," Karl said, "we had better check the wild hops. So while James and I are eating turnips, his sister can eat bread, eh, James?" "Yes, sir," James agreed eagerly, then made them all laugh again by adding, "What for?" Karl explained that hops were necessary for making yeast. Each summer he came to this spot to pick enough hops to last the entire year. "I think these are the longest hops in the world. I also think they will not be ready. It is early yet. But we will check them just the same, as long as we are passing. It will tell me when to come back for the picking." Karl pulled to a stop at a point in the road that looked no different from any other. "How do you know where to stop?" Anna asked. Again he pointed. "By the notch," he answered. "I know enough to start looking for it just beyond the oaks." A wide, white gash showed on a tree trunk, telling Karl the whereabouts of the hops, which could not be seen from the road. He led them into the brush, the gun cradled in the crook of his arm. He took them into fragrant shade, holding back branches now and then, turning to watch Anna dip her way through the thick press of elderwood, with its pink flowers that would turn to black berries come fall. She bent and led with her elbow, sidetracked a branch and looked up, unexpectedly, into blue eyes that were waiting for her to pass. "Be careful," he said. Quickly she looked away, wondering when was the last time anyone admonished her with a simple phrase that meant so much more than it said. "What are these?" she asked, distracted by her thought. "Elderbrush." "And what is elderbrush good for?" "Not much," he answered, walking along behind her. "In the autumn it berries, but the fruit is much too bitter to eat. Why should we eat bitter berries when there are plenty sweet ones to be had?" "Like what?" "Many," he answered. "Strawberry, raspberry, blackberry, gooseberry, pincherry, grapes, blueberry. Blueberry is my favorite. I have never seen a land with so much wild fruit. The blueberries grow to the size of plums here. Oh, there are wild plums, too." They arrived at the place of the hops then, twining vines that clung to the elderbrush and cascaded from it in grape-shaped leaves. Although there were not coning yet, Karl seemed pleased. There will be plenty of hops again this summer. Perhaps my Anna will not have to eat turnips after all. For so long he had thought of her as my Anna, that the term had slipped out without warning. Anna flashed him a quick look of surprise, but she felt the heat creep up her cheeks. Karl quickly concerned himself with the hops again. He picked a large, perfectly formed leaf, saying, "Here, study it well. If ever you find another like it, mark the spot well. It would save time if we did not have to come this far for the hops. Maybe you will find some nearer to our place." "Our place," she thought. She peeked up to find a band of deeper color rising from his open white collar. She stared at the hollow of his throat. Suddenly his Adam's apple jumped convulsively. He was playing with the leaf, staring at it, twirling it by its stem as if he had forgotten he'd picked it. She reached out a palm, and Karl twitched as if waking up. Guiltily he laid it on her hand. Her eyes lingered on his for a moment longer. Then she dropped them again and smoothed the leaf. He was beguiled by her freckled nose, standing there studying his Anna while shadows dappled her brow. He pictured his sod house and the sheaf of sweet clover lying on the bed in welcome. His chest tightened like new rawhide. Why did I dream up such an idea? He wondered miserably. At the time it seemed gracious, but now it just seems foolish and misleading. "I think we had better go," he said softly, glancing briefly at James, who was exploring big beige mushrooms. Karl suddenly wished that the boy were not here at all, so he could touch Anna's cheek. She glanced up then. Her heart started thumping, and she immediately took up leaf studying again. Karl cleared his throat and called to James, "You pick a leaf, too, boy. It will be your second lesson." Then he turned and led the way from the woods. while thoughts of freckles on Anna's perky little nose dotted his mind. Chapter 5. It was near day's end before they finally swerved off the main road and turned into a trace where the trees formed a closer tunnel overhead. Here there was room for only one wagon to scrape through the infringing forest. The underbrush pressed so close that the horses sometimes snuffled when the weeds touched their noses. The horses made the harness sing again, throwing their great heads in exaggerated nods of recognition. "Ja, you are impatient. You know we are nearly home. But I cannot let you run away with us. Slow down." Neither Anna nor James had ever heard a person speak to beasts as if they were human. Unbelievably, Bill angled a blinker at the sound of his name. "The lane is as narrow as it was yesterday," Karl said, "so slow down, Bill." In a way much like the horses, James and Anna raised their heads, sensing home, wondering what it would be like. Karl had announced this was his land, and already every leaf, limb, and loam took on greater importance to her. It even seemed to smell more pungent, of things burgeoning, ripening while others decayed, adding their own secret scent of nature's continuing cycle. "This is my road," thought Anna. "My trees, my wildflowers, the place where my life will be joyous or sad. Come winter, the snows will seal me in with this man who speaks to horses and trees." Her eyes tracked over everything as fast as they could take it all in. The space broadened, and before them lay the home of Karl and Anna Lindstrom, this place of plenty about which the bride had heard so much. There was a wide clearing with a vegetable garden planted within a split-rail fence. Anna smiled to see how sturdily the fence was built, so their pigs would not root up Karl's turnips. Turnips, she thought, yuck. The house lay off to the left, a nearly rectangular dwelling made of large cubes of sod, pasted with mortar of white clay and buffalo grass. A stone chimney ran up its side, and it had a roof of split logs covered with blocks of sod. It had 2 small windows, and a plank door against which a large length of wood was wedged. Anna's heart sank as she looked at this place, where Karl had already lived for 2 years. It was so tiny, and so crude. But she could see his eyes scan it to make sure all was as he'd left it, the look rife with the pride of ownership. She must be careful not to hurt his feelings. Beside the sod house stood the most enormous woodpile Anna had ever seen, its rank and file as straight as if a land surveyor had shot it with his transit. She marveled that the hands of her husband had chopped all that wood and piled it so precisely. There were smaller buildings, too. One looked to be a smokehouse, for it had a clay chimney sticking out of its center. The enclosure for the horses was made of vertical split wood, its roof of bark secured with willow withes. Anna experienced a queer thrill of pride, because already she knew that withes were cut of willow. But, looking around, she knew suddenly how very, very much she would have to learn to survive here and be any help to Karl. The clearing extended to the east, to include tilled patches where new corn, wheat, and barley sprang up. Directly opposite where the road entered, a broad avenue had been cleared of trees, and upon it lay a double track of logs with their bark removed, running up a gentle slope like a wooden railroad track, disappearing into the trees around a wide curve in the distance. Never did Karl Lindstrom leave this place without returning to it, filled with wonder and pride. His sod house hovered in welcome. The vegetables seemed to have grown immeasurably in 2 such short days. The corn clicked in the wind as if asking where he'd been while it had been busy growing. The barn seemed impatient to gather in Belle and Bill between its bark walls. The skid trail beckoned like the road to his dreams. It was difficult for Karl not to throw his chest out and crow like a rooster upon seeing his place again. His place? No. their place now. His heart beat with gladness at the sight of it, and at last he let Belle and Bill have their heads and hurry the last 50 yards to the barn. When he stopped them just short of it, their heavy hooves pawed the earth impatiently. And suddenly it was far easier for Karl to speak to his horses than to face Anna. Suppose she does not like it, he thought. He jerked the brake home, tied the reins to it. It will not seem to a woman what it seems to me. She will not feel the love with which I have done all this. She will perhaps see only that it is very lonely here for her, with nobody near enough to be a friend to her, except the boy and me. To the horses he said, "I think maybe you will be jealous because I make you wait. But first I must take Anna and the boy to the house." She saw Karl nervously wipe his palms upon his thighs, and read the silent plea for her approval in his eyes. Softly he said, "We are home, Anna." She swallowed, wanting to say something to please him, but all that she could think of was if the outside of the house was so miserable, what was the inside going to look like? She might spend the rest of her life there, and if not that long, at least her wedding night, which was fast coming on. Karl's eyes skittered to the house. He was remembering that sheaf of sweet clover and wishing to high heaven he had never put it there. It was a stupid move, he was sure now, made when he had thought to please her. It was meant as a symbol of welcome only, one which spoke not only from the heart of the man, but from his land and his home, which had no voices of their own. But would she know his intention? Or would she perhaps see the clover as only a decoration of a bed, and the eagerness of the man to take her to it? There was little he could do about it now. It was there, and she would see it as soon as she walked in. He leaped from the wagon, while James went off the other side and gawked at the surroundings. Anna stood up, again finding Karl waiting to help her down. As usual, his shirt-sleeves were rolled up to the elbow as he raised his arms to her. She avoided his eyes and let herself swing down to his grasp. The touch of his hands on her waist made the coming night loom up before her in a formidable way. She would have turned quickly from Karl, but he gently held her, the butts of his hands resting lightly on her slim hip bones. He glanced quickly at the boy, but James was paying little attention to them. "Anna, do not be afraid," Karl said, dropping his hands. "It will be good here, I promise you. I welcome you to my home, and to all that is mine. All of it is yours now, too." "I have a lot to learn and to get used to," she said. "I probably won't be good at much, and you'll be sorry you brought me." There were things that Karl, too, had to learn, and he thought with racing heart of the coming night. But, he thought, this we will learn together. Come, I will show you the house. Then I must tend Belle and Bill. He wished he could take her into the house alone, but the boy was running toward them. It was his home, too, and he was eager to see inside. Crossing the clearing, Anna noticed a bench beside the door with a bucket on it, a leather strop hanging on a peg above, apparently where Karl did his washing and shaving. There was a stump beside the wood pile where he must do the chopping. He walked just behind her. When they reached the door, he leaned around her to remove the chunk of wood wedged against the outside of the door. "It keeps the Indians from stealing everything in the place," he explained, and walked to the side of the house to fling it toward the chopping block. "Indians have a curious sense of honor. If you leave, and they discover you gone, they will take whatever they can lay their hands on. But if you place the block of wood before the door to tell them you are gone, they would not take so much as a wild plum from the bush beside your door." "Are there many Indians around here?" "Many. but they are my friends, and you need not fear them. One of them is taking care of my goat while I am gone. I will have to go fetch her." But he'd avoided taking Anna inside as long as he could. He reached for the latch string. She'd never seen such a thing before. It hung outside the door, leading from a small hole in the puncheons, tied to the latch itself, which was on the other side. When he pulled the string, she heard the clunk as a heavy oak bar lifted. Then the door swung open. He leaned with the door, his shoulder blade against it, letting both Anna and the boy pass in front of him. The interior was dark and smelled of musty earth and wood smoke. She wondered how he had stood it, to live in such a burrow for 2 years. But he quickly found a tallow candle, his flint and steel, while she stood waiting to see what was beyond the arc of fading afternoon light created by the open door. She heard the scratch as the tinder lit, then the candle flared. She saw a wooden table and chairs with pegged legs, another bench like the one outside, a curious thing that appeared to be a section of tree trunk on 4 legs, a fireplace with its iron cauldron suspended above the dead ashes, brass containers hanging on hooks, various earthenware dishes on the hearth, barrels raised off the floor on wooden slabs, dried foods hanging from the ceiling, an earthen floor with fresh swirls telling her he'd swept it last thing before he left. Karl stood expectantly, watching her glance from one thing to the next. His throat filled with heartbeats as he saw her slowly turn in the opposite direction and find the bed. He wanted to reach out and take her slim shoulders and say, "I meant it as a welcome, nothing more." He saw her hand go up to her throat, before she looked quickly away to his clothing, hanging on pegs behind the door, then to the wooden trunk nearby. James turned, too, to eye the bed, and Karl longed more than ever to snatch up the sheaf of sweet clover and run outside with it. Instead, he excused himself, saying, "Belle and Bill are anxious to be free of the harness." When he was gone, James explored the place further, saying, "It's not so bad, is it, Anna? It's not so bad if you're a badger who expects to live in a burrow. I don't see how he could live here all this time. But Anna, he built it all by himself." James was intrigued by everything, examining the set of the stones in the fireplace, the way the legs of the table were set into the puncheon boards, the windows covered with waxed sheets of opaque cloth that let in only negligible amounts of light, while Anna wondered how anyone could possibly mistake them for windows. James seemed pleased by everything. "Why, I'll bet this place is as snug as a rabbit's nest in the winter. He's got these walls so thick that no snow or rain could ever get in." She took their rolls of clothing and laid them on the bed and began untying them, trying to pretend she wasn't crestfallen. James charged out the door, saying he was going to help with the horses. She sat down on one of the chairs and clasped her hands between her knees, staring at the bed across the room, at the flowers that were drying there on their stalks. Something at once inviting and foreboding flooded her veins at the sight of them. She thought about Karl, his first displeasure with her, his later acceptance and forgiveness, his hesitancy at times, his seeming kindness. She imagined him picking these flowers all alone, getting this hut ready for her. She remembered how he had slipped and called her "my Anna," and it raised goosebumps on her skin. She shivered and hugged her arms, still wondering about the clover, the sight of it somehow prompting a surge of guilt in her. This was not a man who took a wife lightly to his bed with no thought of what it all meant. His words of welcome by the wagon came back to her now, telling her again how he felt about sharing all that was his. These were words of a man who was doing his best to please, who offered all that he had as a kind of dowry to his bride. But the only dowry she brought was deceit. Already she knew how her lies had disillusioned Karl, and how very difficult it had been for him to accept her in spite of them. Thinking of lying with him, of his discovering the one lie she was most afraid to reveal, she knew with unerring certainty that a man like Karl Lindstrom would be totally unable to accept a used wife. He came in with a barrel on his shoulder, filling the doorway with his bulk, before leaning to set it on the floor, then turning to find her huddled on the chair. "Anna, you are shivering." "I will light a fire. It is always cool in the place. The sod keeps it so. Why do you not go outside where it is warmer?" "Karl," she asked hesitantly. His head snapped around. She realized it was the first time she had used his first name. "Don't you have a stove?" "I have never needed a stove," he answered. "The fireplace is good, and I can do everything with it. Cook, keep warm, dry herbs, heat water, make soap, melt wax. I have never thought too much about a stove. Morissette sells them, but they cost dearly." She wondered how in the world she was going to use that black pit of a fireplace when the little she suspected of how to cook was all based upon doing so on an iron stove like everybody had back east. He studied her a moment. He himself liked a fireplace. For the long, dreary nights of the winter there was nothing so heartening as blazing flames to stare into, especially a fire kindled of logs from one's own land. How many times he had envisioned this night when he would bring her here, his Anna, and of building up the fire high, and by its light laying her down on a buffalo robe before it. Yes, he thought, a house should have a fireplace. A house with love should have a fireplace. "So you want a stove, Anna?" he asked anyway. She shrugged. "A stove would be nice." "Perhaps in the log house we will have a stove," he offered. She smiled then, and he felt better. "Come," he said, "you can gather the wood chips for kindling while I bring in the logs." He took down a willow basket and handed it to her, leading the way outside. James called from across the clearing. "Hey, Karl, what's all this stuff in your garden?" "A little bit of everything," he called back. He liked the sound of the boy's voice calling him Karl. "What's all this stuff here?" James called. "Those are turnips." "All these?" "All those. But do not say it so loud. It will make your sister want to run away." He smiled sideways at Anna, and she realized how hard he was trying to put her at ease. "I can tell the peas and beans and stuff," James said proudly. "Did you see the watermelon there at the end? Do you like watermelon, boy?" "Watermelons? Really?" With arms flapping, James went to the far end of the vegetable plot. "Hey, Anna, did you hear that? Watermelons!" Karl laughed and continued watching as James explored the garden. "It does not take much to gain that one's interest, does it?" "I guess not." "He seems as happy as you are to be here." But she made no mention of her own feelings as she started to pick up wood chips and place them in the basket. The fragrance of freshly chopped wood seemed to hang around Karl Lindstrom all the time. She recalled the way he had spoken of the trees on their ride home, and the wood smell seemed right. Inside the cabin, Karl knelt with his back to her, a small hatchet in his hands. He shaved curls of wood off one of the pieces he'd brought in. They were much the same color as the hair at the back of his neck, which she studied. He finished, then reached up to her for the basket. Again his eyes lingered on her in a way that made her mind stray to bedtime. He took a small scoop and cleaned the ashes from the fireplace into a pail. He found a large chunk of charcoal at the bottom of the ashes, and carefully placed it aside, as if it were quite precious. Anna watched all this from behind, observing the play of muscles as he reached up for the scoop, leaned forward to use it, swiveled at the hips toward the pail, pivoted on the balls of his feet to take the charcoal up, straightened, then knelt again with a cracking of knees. He turned abruptly to look up at her, and she wondered if he knew she'd been wondering what the muscles beneath his shirt looked like. "Hand me the candle," he said. She reached to put it in his outstretched hand. Their fingers carefully avoided touching. He pivoted again toward the fireplace, readjusting the fleecy mound of wood curls. It kindled and flamed under Karl's watchful eye. He added chips. He squatted before the growing fire, unmoving, lost in thought, elbows braced upon knees. The blaze before him brightened and turned his hair to the color of flame. Anna stared fixedly at the spot where his shirt disappeared into the back of his pants. "You can put your things in the trunk," he said, not turning around. "I don't have much." "What you have you can put there. There is room for them, and the trunk will keep them from getting damp. You can put the boys' things in it, too." He heard her move, heard the lid of the trunk squeak open. He arose, the fire now burning satisfactorily. He turned to find her laying her clothing into the trunk, partially hidden by the door. "Would you like me to show you the spring?" he asked. "I have a wonderful spring, and there is watercress growing near it." Such a foolish thing to say, Karl told himself. Why do you not say what it is you want to say about the spring? But if I mention washing, she might think I am criticizing her. Or worse, she might think I want her clean for bedtime, and this is the only reason I bring up the spring. I've never tasted watercress before. What's it like? The clothes were all in the trunk, and she had to stand up fully now, and act as though her mind were on what she was saying. It tastes like watercress, he ended, then laughed nervously. A little like collard, a little like dandelion, but mostly like watercress. Sweeter than other greens. Karl picked up the chunk of charcoal and took it with him outside, saying, "Come, you have to see my spring." "Hey, Karl," James hollered, "where's all this water come from?" He was already studying the bubbling flow that came from beneath the walls of the spring house. "It comes from deep in the earth. It runs all year long, no matter how cold the weather gets. We are lucky. Never will we have to chop holes in the ice of the pond for water, or melt down snow or ice, which takes much time." "You mean all we have to do is come right here and have a cold drink any time?" "Yeah, that is so, boy," Karl said proudly, hoping Anna, too, would be impressed with this spot he had chosen for their home. "This is a spring house. Open the door and look inside." It was built of wood, with a latch door that swung on hand-carved wooden hinges. When James opened it, he was surprised at how very cool it was inside. The soft sand around the spring had been hollowed out, shored up, and formed a wide bowl in which earthen jugs and crocks were partially submerged. The crystal-clear water purled with a whisper around the jugs, then wended its way out below the walls again. In one corner was a leather bag hanging above a pail, where Karl placed his chunk of charcoal. "What are you saving that for?" James asked. "This is my lye leech. The water drips from the bag onto the charcoal, and slowly lye is made. The bag is empty again, so I must refill it." He stooped to do so. "With it we make soap, and tan leather, and many other things. You could be a help to me if you would check the water bag when you come in here, and always keep it filled and dripping. But I must warn you, there are times when we must test the lye to see if it is strong enough. Then I must find a prairie chicken egg and float it. When it sinks, this tells me the lye is ready. The lye in the cup will look so much like tea, a person could not tell the difference. Never leave it in that cup. If it was mistaken for tea, and somebody drank it, this would be a disaster." The bag was again filled and hung. The regular plops of the dripping water accented the constant music of the spring, the smell of the damp wood. "Gosh, Karl, did you think this up all by yourself?" James asked, taking in the entire structure. "No, My father taught me this too, how to make a spring house, when I am only a tad like you. In Boston we got water from out back, in barrels where they came and filled them every other day or so. Seems like it never tasted fresh. This water's the best I ever had. Hey, Anna, come and try some. James passed the dipper to his sister, while Karl looked on expectantly. It was water such as she'd never tasted in her life. It was so icy it hurt her teeth, making Karl laugh when she grabbed them with her fingers to warm them. But that didn't stop her from drinking again and again, while Karl watched with pleasure in his eye. "It's good," she said, when she'd finally drunk her fill. "It is plenty close to the house, and even closer to where the new log house will be. Enough good, fresh water, and close enough to the house that a lad has little excuse for not keeping clean with it, huh? I think maybe it is time we filled a couple of these buckets, and let the water lose its chill for later. What do you say, James?" "You mean for washing?" the boy asked. The tone of his question made Karl ask, "Do you object to washing?" "Well, I never been much for bath-taking," James admitted. Such a reply for a tadpole. "Anna, what have you taught the lad?" "In Sweden a boy learns right from the start that in all of nature animals clean themselves to keep healthy. A boy must do the same." But James said, "Anna's not much for baths either." "She's not?" Karl said before he could stop himself. He was beginning to realize that a lad of 13 could be an embarrassment to an older sister. "Well, when you have only a barrel in your backyard, it is a problem. Here there is no such problem. There is the spring here, and the pond, and the creek, plenty water for everything." Anna could have kicked James into the spring. It was true she hated baths. But did he have to spew out the fact to Karl first thing? "Come, fill yourself a pail, boy, and take it back to the house. Tonight we will baby you a little bit and heat the water. Most times I will not warm it up. It is refreshing, and makes you want to work hard to get warm fast." With filled pails they trudged back to the house, and the subject of baths was blessedly dropped. Anna, however, was well aware that Karl was outside at what she'd guessed to be the wash-bench. He shaved before supper while she explored things around the kitchen end of the house, peeking inside barrels and tins and crocks. There were odd-looking foods, some of which Anna could not identify. Others held basic staples. She heard a yelp outside and realized that James must be following Karl's suit. They both came in, shiny-faced and combed, making her realize she would surely be expected to wash as well. But there was no privacy, and she had no inclination to let the icy water touch her skin. Their supper was simple. Karl laid it all on the table, showing Anna where things were kept. They had cold meat, which he brought from a crock in the spring house, bread, which he said he baked himself, although Anna couldn't for the life of her figure out where, cheese he'd made from his own goat's milk. Anna had never eaten goat's cheese before, and found it sweet and full-flavored. Naturally, James again brought up what Anna would have avoided. "You don't expect Anna to know how to make cheese, do you, Karl?" "No," he answered, avoiding her eyes. "But I will have to teach her. It is not too hard. There is a corner of the chimney that keeps the milk just warm enough to curdle good and slow. In the morning I will walk to get my goat from my friend Two Horns. Then we will have fresh milk for breakfast. Have you ever milked a goat, boy?" "Never," James answered. "Are you going to teach me?" "First thing in the morning. Maybe Anna would like to learn too." Then again, maybe Anna would not, thought the one in question, while her brother went on with his questions. "Why do you keep a goat? Why not a cow like everybody else?" "Cows are truly expensive here, and they like to stray away into the woods, like the pigs. Then you must find them each day when it is time to milk them. Goats are like pets. They do not stray as far, and they are good company." "I never thought about a goat being like a pet before." "Goats make maybe the best pets of all. They are loyal and quiet, and do not eat much. During the winter blizzards, there were many times when I was grateful for the company of my Nana, to listen to me talk, and never complain when I tell her how impatient I am to have neighbors, and how I miss my family back in Sweden, and how I think spring will never come. Nana, she just chews her cud and puts up with me." His eyes strayed to Anna as he spoke, then back to the boy. "Is that your goat's name, Nana?" "Yeah. And you will love her when you meet her." "I can't wait. Tell me about the rest. Tell me what else we're going to do tomorrow besides milk the goat." Karl laughed softly at the boy's eagerness, so like his own since he had come here. "Tomorrow we begin felling trees for the log house, but by the end of the day I do not think you will be as pleased as you are right now." "Will Anna help too?" "That is up to Anna," Karl said. She looked up quickly, anxious to be included in anything that would get her out of this dingy cabin and into the sun. "Could I, Karl?" she asked, fearing he meant to leave her to watch goat's milk turn into cheese on the chimney corner. But Karl read only happiness into her question. "Anna will help too," Karl said. "Even for 3 the work will be hard." "So we were right, and you'll be glad I'm here," James boasted a little. "Yeah, I think so. Tomorrow I will be glad you are here." But tonight was a different matter. Even though Karl enjoyed talking with the boy, he was ever aware of bedtime drawing near. The fire was spitting and settling. Karl stretched his legs out toward it, forcing himself to relax back into his chair. From his pocket he fished a pipe and leather pouch. Anna watched his movements, learning something new. He smoked a pipe. He filled it slowly, while he and James talked about the cabin and all it would take to build it. The smell of the tobacco smoke drifted lazily, and James leaned his chin more and more heavily upon his hand. Now and then Karl's gaze moved toward Anna, but she would look quickly away toward the fire. There, on the hob, hung the black cauldron Karl had filled with water after supper. James revived when Anna arose to clear away their few dishes, but soon he nodded heavily once more. The squeak of Karl's chair called out as he got up, saying, "The boy will fall off his bench soon if I do not make a bed for him. I will go to the barn and bring back a forkful of hay." She turned her eyes to Karl, trying not to look skittish and 17. "Yes," she said. He left her, standing gawkily, and within minutes returned, bringing a wooden fork laden with sweet-smelling hay. "It grows wild in the meadows," Karl said, looking squarely at Anna, then back down to his chore of piling it high and spreading it with a buffalo robe. James dove for the shakedown immediately, while Karl leaned on the fork and watched him. "Do you think you have time to take your shoes off before you sleep, lad?" James doggedly removed his shoes. Again Karl's eyes met Anna's briefly, and he said, "I will take the fork back where it belongs." When he left, she turned and stared at the pot of water, tested it quickly, and found it was getting warm much too fast. "Anna?" She jumped at the softly spoken word and turned, unaware that Karl had returned. "Yes?" He realized they had never had a chance to talk alone, to acquaint themselves with each other. Wildly he searched his mind for something to give them time to do so. A woman should not jump so when she hears her man's voice, he thought. "Would you like a cup of tea?" "Tea?" she repeated stupidly, then quickly added, "Oh, tea. Yes." The relief was evident in her voice. "Sit down. I will make it for you. I will teach you how." She sat, watching him move about the room, now and then casting an anxious glance at her brother, who was snuggled comfortably on his makeshift bed. At last Karl brought their 2 cups to the table, and pushed hers over to her. "Rose hips," he said quietly. "What?" She looked up, startled. "The tea is made of rose hips. First you must squash them in the cup, Then add the hot water. Oh, have you never had tea of rose hips before? The only tea I ever had was, well, tea, real tea, but not too often. Here there is little real tea or coffee either, but rosehip is almost better. When winters get long, rosehips will keep you from getting scurvy. Achingly he wondered why he rambled on about rosehips, but his tongue had a mind of its own. Wild mulberry hips will do the same, but they are not so plentiful here as rose. She took a sip of her drink. How do you like it? She found it delightful, which gratified him. Anna, he said, leaning on an elbow across the table from her, there is so much here in Minnesota. I cannot tell you how good a life we will have. Why, I could walk out into the woods right now and pick you more herbs for tea than you could remember by morning. There is wild strawberry, chamomile, basswood, salsify. Have you ever tasted comfrey, Anna? She shook her head no. Karl promised, I will show you how to make comfrey tea. Comfrey is so good I grow it in my garden. I will show you, too, how to dry it. You will love comfrey tea. I'm sure I will, Karl, she said, realizing all of a sudden that he was just as nervous as she. I have so much to show you, Anna. Have you ever caught a bass on a line and felt him fight you so hard the line would cut your hand if you let him take it through your palm? You will love to fish, Anna, and so will the boy. In Skåne, where I grew up, my papa and I fished much, and my brothers too. Here there are as many fish and more than in Sweden, and wild fowl, and deer, and elk. Anna, I have seen an elk in my woods. I did not know what it was, but my friend Two Horns told me. It was magnificent. Did you ever imagine a place with so much? In the autumn, when geese fly south from Canada, there are battalions of them. So many a man can bring down one with each shot. And the way things grow here, Anna, you will not believe it. Potatoes grow to be the size of squash, and squash grow to the size of pumpkins, and pumpkins— Suddenly Karl stopped, realizing he was rambling on about his favorite subject, quite carried away by it. I think I chatter on like the squirrels, he said sheepishly, dropping his eyes to the tabletop, only to find her hands tense upon her cup. It's all right. You had forgotten to mention the squirrels anyway. Her reply brought smiles to both of their faces before she again dropped her gaze to her cup and said quietly, It's very different here from Boston. Already I'm beginning to see the difference. I think it'll be good here for James. He seems to like it already. A moment of silence went quivering by before Karl quietly asked, And you, Anna? How about you? They studied each other across the table while the fire lit a single side of each of their faces, the far sides cast into complete shadow. And so it seemed to Karl and Anna as if only half of what each was illuminated for the other to see so far. There was yet much that remained in shadow, but only time would bring it to light. It takes some getting used to. Anna dropped her eyes. But little by little I think I am. He wondered what she would like for him to say, what was the best way. After some time he could only think to ask, Are you tired, Anna? She looked sharply at James, but he was still. A little, she answered uncertainly. The water is warm. Of course it was warm. It was hot enough to have steeped rosehip tea. Together they looked at the pale threads of steam rising from the kettle. But I have only homemade lye soap, "Oh, that's fine," she said too brightly. He made no move to leave, and she sat glued to her chair. "The basin is on the bench outside. I will fill it for you." "Thank you." He took the kettle from the hook and went outside. By the time she followed him out, he was gone somewhere into the dark. She washed herself faster than she ever had in her life. In spite of how she hated baths, she had to admit it felt more than tolerable to be rid of the travel grit. She glanced toward the clearing, but there were only fireflies skipping in the dark. From the barn came a gentle nicker, then all was quiet. She slipped back into the house, found her nightie in the trunk, put it on, and stood uncertainly, looking first at James asleep on the floor, then at the bed. Resolutely she crossed to it, flung the buffalo robe back, and put one knee on the mattress. But she stopped still at a crackling noise, corn husks filling the mattress. "My God, what is that?" Gingerly she moved her knee, and the crackling sounded again. There was nowhere else to go, so, with her mind set, she scampered the rest of the way in and pulled the robe up to her neck. The door moved, its shadow widening, then narrowing on the sod walls, before Karl closed it with the wooden thud of the latch falling into place. Carefully, he drew the latch string in. He came to the side of the bed, no longer able to ignore the sheaf of sweet clover, which still lay where he'd placed it yesterday morning. Her eyes followed him as he leaned to pick it up from beside her head. "This is sweet clover," he said dumbly. "It smells good," she choked. "There is no sweeter smell in all of Minnesota." Then he swallowed. "Oh, Anna, I meant it as a welcome, but after I left it here, I thought perhaps I should not have done so. I thought—" He looked down at the clover in his hands. "I thought it might scare you." No, it didn't." But her body was shaking so beneath the buffalo robe, its nap of hairs was trembling. He turned and went to the fireplace and thrust the stalk of sweet clover into it. She watched it flare, brightening the room momentarily, throwing Karl's silhouette into sharp relief. Hands on hips, he studied the fire while she studied his back. Then he bent to bank the coals, sending sparks popping their way up the chimney. He hesitated, kneeling there in thought, while the room's illumination waned to a gentle glow. But there was no more to be done, nowhere to go but to bed. He ran a hand through his hair. Her eyes stayed fixed on the pale fire-glow as he returned to the side of the bed and, with his back to her, slipped from his clothing and into the spot beside her. The husks crackled, the ropes creaked, the tick readjusted to his weight, and she found a new force threatening to roll her in his direction. She tightened her shoulder muscles to keep it from happening. They lay on their backs, staring at the logs of the ceiling. At last Karl turned his face to her, studied her profile, then whispered, "Look at me, Anna, while there is still enough light left to see by." She did, wide-eyed and undeniably frightened, remembering that other time. She tried to focus on Karl Lindstrom's face, but only the scalding memory of Saul MacGyver came to her, and with it dread and shame. "It is hard for me to believe you are here at last," Karl whispered. "The way we started. I want to forget all that. I want to do things right with you. I want this to be right." She was afraid even to swallow, let alone talk. He wondered if she knew his turmoil. He found her hand and brought it to his chest and pressed it palm down upon his hammering heart, surprising her. "His heart is going crazy just like mine is," she thought disbelievingly. "You are so young, Anna. 17, no more than a child, when I had expected a woman. 17 is is old enough," she whispered in a strained little tone. "Do you know what you say, Anna?" He wondered if she truly understood. She wondered if she truly understood. She said what she felt compelled to say to a husband who had all rights to her. Knowing what her duty was, she had answered as she did. But she did not know what Karl's response would be. Memories of the past and fear of the future gripped her. As long as they talked, nothing else happened, so she went on. "I know lots of girls who got married at 17. But she really didn't. She only knew lots of slatternly women who, at 30, 35, and 40, had long ago given up hope of marrying out of their profession. Anna, in Sweden things like this are not done. Two strangers agreeing to marry as we have done. If we lived in Sweden and I could meet you first in the village, I would buy for you a silk hair ribbon, and maybe tease and laugh with you a bit. You would have a chance to say to yourself, 'Yes, I think I like getting a silk hair ribbon from Karl,' or 'I will take no more hair ribbons from Karl.' But if you took the ribbons with a smile and tucked them into your little hanging pocket on your waist belt, I would next take you to meet my mor and far, so you could see for yourself where I come from. I had always thought to court a girl in the way I remember my brothers doing in Skåne." He rubbed his palm over the back of her hand, remembering, while his heartbeat thundered on. Anna's only opinion of men in this element, in bed, was tainted too vividly by growing up where she had, among people with whom flesh was a business and nothing more. But slowly the realization was dawning that Karl was just as uncertain about this as she was, that his heart was hammering, not solely from arousal, but in hesitancy too. "I used to imagine something like that," she admitted, "when I was younger." "Yeah, I think all girls do. I thought to marry a golden-haired girl whose braids were pulled up beneath a small white starched hat with deep pleats, and who wore her embroidered apron on Midsummer's Eve, with the laces tied criss-cross upon her waist-girdle. Our families would be there, and there would be dancing and laughter, much laughter." His voice had grown reminiscent, wistful. Anna somehow found herself, too, growing wistful. But the dancing and laughter she had observed in her tender years were nothing of which she wanted a part. She had not observed them in such a heart-warming setting as Karl's homeland. She had never had a starched hat, nor a girlish apron and cross-ties. She had never been courted by young swains on the village green, nor had she been given ribbons, or smiles, or invitations to their homes to meet their mammas and papas. She was not a girl given to fits of self-pity, but at the moment she was fighting the urge to indulge in it. But Karl was handsome and earnest and sincere, and the murmur of his voice in the gloaming made it somehow easy for Anna to voice some of her girlhood dreams. "I thought to get married in St. Mark's. I always felt good in St. Mark's. Sometimes I would dream of marrying a soldier in high boots and braids, with epaulettes on his shoulders." A soldier, Anna? He knew he was far from a soldier. "Well, there were always soldiers around Boston. Sometimes I'd see them." It grew still. Both the night shadows and Karl's hand grew still. "There are no soldiers here," Karl said, disappointed. "There are no blonde braids, either," she said timorously, surprising her husband once again. Karl swallowed. "I think I can get along without blonde braids," he whispered. Beneath Anna's hand his flesh rose and fell more rapidly. Despite his seeming gentleness, she was afraid to give him the reply he sought, even though a soldier in epaulettes was, at this moment, the farthest thing from her mind. He rolled onto his side, facing her. "I think I go too fast, Anna. I am sorry." He lifted her hand to his mouth and kissed its palm. Warm lips, soft breath, for the briefest moment touching her. Then laid it on the pillow between them, quite where the sweet clover had lain before. "But I have been alone so long, Anna. There has been no one to talk with, no one to touch, no one to touch me. And at times I thought I would die of it. I would sometimes bring the goat inside when the blizzards blew fierce in the winter, and to her I would talk. And often I talked to my horses. And to touch their velvet noses is good, or to stroke the ears of the goat, but it is not the same. Always I dream of the day when I have more than the animals to talk to, more than the bleat of my goat for an answer." Again he took her hand to his lips, but differently this time, as if its warmth were the cure of him. The way he placed her fingers upon his lips, then moved the hand upward as if to wash himself with its touch. She felt glorified and undeserving. He whispered throatily, "Anna, oh, Anna, do you know how good just your fingers on me feel?" Then he pulled her palm against the length of his long cheek. It was warm, smooth, and she remembered its appearance as her hands fit its contours. Her fingertips brushed his eyebrow, and for a moment his closed eyelid, and she felt a faint quiver there that made her yearn for light, so she might see such a surprising vision as a man who held deep pent emotions within. "I never knew. You never told me all these things in your letters. I thought I would scare you away." "Anna, I do not mean to scare you. You are such a child, and I have been alone too long." "But I made the agreement, Karl," she said determinedly. "But you shake so, Anna." "So do you," she whispered. Yes, Karl thought, I shake from a little eagerness, a little timidity, maybe a little fright of scaring her off. It was his first time, and he wanted it to be by mutual consent, but more by mutual love. He could wait a while to earn those things from her, but he had been alone too long to take away nothing with him this night. He reached to curl a hand around her neck, stroking her chin with his thumb, filled with wonder at the softness of her skin, after feeling only his own for so long. "Would it be all right if I kiss you, Anna?" "A man doesn't need permission to kiss his own wife," she whispered. But he took it, slow, leaning on an elbow beside her, grazing her lips with the thumb, wishing she was not so afraid. Anna lay rigidly, waiting for the bad part to begin. But it didn't. Everything was different about Karl. Different, the way he waited and touched her gently first, as if assuring her he meant well. Different as he leaned so slowly closer, making the corn husks rustle in hushed tones. Different as he hovered on an elbow, pausing, giving her time with his thumb still on her lips to say no. Different as he touched his lips to her lightly, lightly. There was no force, no fight, no fear, only a light lingering of flesh upon flesh, a blending of breaths, an introduction, and her name, Anna, whispered upon her mouth in a way no person had ever before spoken it. His fingers slid into her hair at the back of her head, tenderly, not clutching, while she understood new things about this man. Patiently he waited for some sign from her. It came in the tiniest lifting of her chin, bringing her lips closer to his. Again his lips touched hers, warmer, nearer, a little fuller, letting her ease into the newness of him. For the first time ever, Anna found a willingness to let a man know this much of her. But when he moved his hand slowly to her ribs, she stiffened, quite unable to control the reaction. He raised his mouth from hers, anxious to do the right thing with her, for he could feel the way her forearms were tightly guarding her chest. "Anna, I would not hurry you. We have time now, if we did not have before." Reprieved, Anna nevertheless felt silly and inadequate. Her heart raced wildly while she searched for the right thing to say. He still hovered above her, and she felt his warm breath caressing her face. He smelled of clean shaving soap and tobacco, but he had tasted faintly of rose-hips. "How can I be afraid of a man who tastes like roses?" she thought. Yet she was. She knew very well what it was that men did to women. This man, with his might, could do it with tolerable ease, should he choose. But instead he backed farther away, so she could no longer feel the touch of his breath on her nose. "I'm sorry, Karl," she said, then added shakily, "and thank you." Disappointment swept through Karl's veins. But he touched her jaw with the back of a calloused index finger, a brief, reassuring brush upon her downy flesh. "We have plenty of time. Sleep now, Anna." Then he lay back on his own side of the bed, but unrelaxed, for now he knew what her skin felt like. Anna rolled onto her side facing the wall, curling her spine and tugging the buffalo robe up securely between shoulder and jaw. But a strange feeling crept over her, as if she'd done something wrong, but she wasn't sure what. She felt much like just before she started to cry. Finally she rolled slightly backward, looked over her shoulder, and whispered, "Good night, Karl." "Good night, Anna," he said thickly. But for Karl it was not a good night. He lay stiff as a board, wanting to leap from the bed and run into the dewy, damp night air and cool off, talk to his horses, dip his head in the icy basin of water in the spring house, something. But he lay instead like a ramrod, sleepless, for now he knew the feel of her skin, the taste of her tongue, the tug of her diminutive body making its furrow into the other half of the husk mattress. How long, he wondered miserably, how long must I court my own wife? Chapter 6. In the morning, Karl was gone to fetch his goat before James and Anna awoke. By the time he returned, they were up and dressed, and already making nuisances of themselves. They heard a bell tinkling and looked at each other hopelessly through the billowing smoke. Anna fanned her hand before her eyes and nose uselessly. "Oh, no, I think he's back," she wailed. "It's a good thing, too," James observed. A moment later, Karl stepped to his doorway. "What are you two doing? Burning our house down?" "Sod doesn't—" Anna coughed. "Sod doesn't burn. And so I am a lucky man, or I would be homeless by now. Have you ever heard of a damper?" Of course they'd heard of a damper. All the cast-iron stoves had dampers in their pipes, but they hadn't considered that Karl's fireplace would have one. He stepped to the smoking mouth of the fireplace, made the necessary adjustment, then herded the two of them outside while the air cleared. "I can see I will have to watch you two every minute to keep you out of trouble," he said good-naturedly. "We thought it'd help if we got the fire going." "Yeah, it would help if you built a fire instead of a smudge. But you will come in handy when the mosquitoes need chasing away." Karl, it seemed, was prepared to practice the patience he'd promised to exercise. "Tonight I will teach you to build a proper fire. Now, come and meet Nana." James took to the goat at once, and there seemed an answering friendliness in the animal. "Nana, this is James," Karl said affectionately, folding the goat's ear backward. "And if he milks a goat like he builds a fire, I would run back to the Indians if I were you. he whispered into Nana's ear. Anna laughed, and at last Karl looked directly at her, his hand still toying with the soft pink ear. Smiling, he said, "Good morning, Anna." "Good morning, Karl," she replied, her eyes sliding back to his fingers, which scratched affectionately as the animal nudged and bent her head for more. But while he scratched, Karl's eyes stayed on Anna. "Can you make biscuits?" he asked. "No," she answered. "Can you milk the goat, then?" "No." "Can you fry salt pork and make corn mush in the drippings?" "Maybe. I'm not sure." "Now we are getting somewhere." And this is how it became James's job to milk the goat in the mornings, once Karl showed the boy how, and to Anna fell the chore of cooking mush in drippings, while Karl brought water from the spring house for the horses, for use in the house, and for washing outside. He washed at the bench by the door. From the beginning it intrigued Anna how he would strip off his shirt and suffer the freezing water without so much as a shiver. Karl brought out his straight-edge razor and honed it on the strop, while the boy eyed his every movement. "Does it hurt to shave, Karl?" he asked. "Only if the blade is not sharp enough. A sharp blade makes all cutting easier. Wait till I show you how to sharpen the axe. Everywhere a logger goes, he should carry his stone, and use it perhaps once each hour. I have much to teach you." "Oh, boy, I can't wait." "You will have to, at least until we finish your sister's cornmeal mush and salt pork." "Hey, Karl." "Yeah?" James lowered his voice. "I don't think Anna ever cooked that before. It'll probably be pretty bad." "If it is, you must not tell her so. And if your first sharpening is bad, I will not tell you so either." It was bad, all right. The poor salt pork had had the life fried out of it, and the cornmeal was lumpy. Amazingly, Karl made no comment. Instead, he talked of what a beautiful day it was, and of how much he hoped to get done, and of how pleasant it was to be eating his meal with company. But Karl and James seemed to be enjoying some private little joke Anna was not asked to share. Still, she was pleased the way Karl seemed to be accepting her brother. It was a jewel day of brilliant color, blue of sky, green of tree. Bedazzled by gilt the sun lay upon them. The sun had not yet topped the periphery of the clearing before the three went out. From hooks above the mantel Karl withdrew his broadaxe, handed the hatchet to Anna. James proudly accepted the rifle once again. "Come," he said. "First I will show you the place where our cabin will be." He stalked across the clearing to the basework of stones laid in a rectangle of some 16 by 12 feet. As he stepped to the foundation, he placed a foot upon one of its stones and pointed with the sharpest tip of his axe. "There will be the door facing east. Due east. I have used my compass, for a worthy house should sit square with the earth itself." Turning his head toward Anna, he stated, "No dirt floors in this house, Anna. Here we will have real plank floors. I have hauled the stones from the fields and along the creek, the flattest I could find, to hold the foundation logs." Then he turned, flipped the axe up until the smooth, curved ash handle slipped through his hand. Pointing again with it, he said, "I have cleared that path and put down the skids from here to the tamaracks." The double track of skinned logs led away like a wooden railroad track running north into the trees. "On my land I have the straightest virgin tamarack anywhere. With logs that straight we will have a tight house, you will see. No half-timbers for us. I will use the whole log, only flattened a little to make it fit tight so the walls will be thick and warm." Skids and half-timbers meant nothing to Anna, but she could see by the density of the forest what it had taken him to clear that wide skid path. "Come, we will harness Bill and Belle and get started." As they walked toward the barn, Karl asked, Have you ever harnessed a pair, boy?"
No, sir," James answered, still looking over his shoulder at the skids.
"If you want to be a teamster, you must first learn about harnessing. You will learn now," Karl said with finality. "Your sister, too. There could come a time when she might need to know." They entered the barn, and Karl spoke in soft greeting to the animals. Nearing them, he patted them on rump, shoulder, and finally on their wide foreheads, giving each horse a scratch between the eyes. It was a small building, and the space was narrow. "Get over," Karl said to Bill. But the horse stood contentedly, waiting for more scratching. "Get over," Karl repeated more sternly, wedging his body between the animal and the wall, giving Bill a solid slap that commanded but did not hurt. Bill moved over, while Anna marveled at the man's assuredness in putting his mere body between the awesome bulk of the horse and a solid barn wall. Karl seemed unconcerned, confident. To James he said, "A horse who does not know what 'get over' means needs a wider vocabulary." But even as he said it, a smile tugged his cheek, and his big hands smoothed the horse's hide affectionately. "Remember that, boy. And remember that you talk to a horse with more than words. Your terms are only as good as your tones. Tones say much. Hands talk most of all. A horse gets to trust a man's hands first, and the man himself second." All the while he spoke, Karl's hands rode the horse's hide, resting on the withers, gliding over the shoulders, patting the flanks, returning to the high pole. He looked Bill in the eye as he said, "You know what I am talking about. Yeah, Bill?" He led the horse near the wall, where the harnesses hung on two thick wooden pegs. "A horse is nearsighted. Did you know that, boy? This is why the horse shies away from movement that is a ways off, because he cannot see it clear enough to trust it. But you show him what it is, up close, and he rewards you by being still." "First comes the collar," Karl went on. He lifted the flanged leather oval. "This one is Bill's." At his name, Bill jerked his head, and Karl spoke to the animal. "Yeah, you know I am talking about you. Here is your collar, my curious friend." Patiently he showed the animal the leather before placing it over the horse's head, all the while instructing the two novices. "You must make sure never to get the collars mixed up, for if you put the wrong one on a horse, he gets a sore neck and shoulders. A horse gets used to his own collar, just as you get used to your own shoes. You would not give a marching soldier someone else's boots now, would you, James?" "No, sir, of course not," James answered, his eyes never leaving Karl, as the man buckled the collar beneath Bill's neck, then slipped it firmly back against the percheron's massive shoulders. Sliding his big hand between the horse and collar, he said, "It should fit snug. Make sure it is not too tight, for if it presses against his windpipe, the horse will choke. If it is too long, it will rub and chafe the poor boy and cause shoulder galls." From two hooks on the wall, Karl withdrew the first harness, his muscles straining as he lifted it down. Approaching Bill from the left, Karl seated the hames on the collar, buckled the hame strap, walked to the horse's flank, adjusted the breeching seat. Then he walked forward again to connect breast strap to hame. Never did he move without first running his hand ahead of him along the horse's flesh, or pacifying Bill with low words. The animal stood motionless, only a slow blink of his eyes indicating he was even awake. Karl instructed the watching pair in the same tone of voice with which he spoke to Bill. Instruction and lulling words blended into a feeling of serenity. Next he adjusted the belly band, and through it all Anna found she was mesmerized by the gentle movements of his hands upon horseflesh, his voice in the animal's ear, in her own. She found herself thinking of the coming night, of what it would be like should he handle her, as he now handled the horse. She came to with a start, realizing that Karl had put the bit into the horse's mouth. As he led the reins through the various check rings, he was asking her if she thought she could do all that. I don't know. I suppose if I could lift that heavy thing down from the wall, I could do the rest. I will have to feed you well to put some muscle on your bone, Karl said. She found he could look at her in an amused way that made his comment playful instead of critical. But James was confidently boasting. I think I could do it, Karl. Can I try? With a silent chuckle, Karl turned the job of harnessing Belle over to the lad. James struggled beneath the weight of the harness, but with a little help from his teacher made surprisingly few mistakes in dressing the horse in its logging wear. You have a quick memory, Karl complimented when the boy had finished. James beamed at Anna as if he'd just invented the craft of harnessing. Next, Karl patiently explained the why and wherefore of attaching the round oak singletree to the two smaller double trees. In the exact center of the double tree went the clevis, and finally they were ready for the massive logging chain. It was an enormous thing. Again Anna realized the power behind the man, as Karl hefted a coil of it and dragged it over to attach to the clevis. He knelt down, securing the slip hook up into a link of the chain. When you are going out empty, like we are now, never let the slip hook dangle at the end of the chain. It likes to catch on roots, and the horses can be hurt that way. He rose, touching the nearest warm flank again. Always, the horses must be your first consideration. Without them, a man is powerless here. Yes, sir, James responded. Karl's eyes touched Anna momentarily, and she gave a soldier-like salute, repeating, Yes, sir. Karl smiled. She seemed a game thing, in spite of her narrow shoulders and willow thinness. Today she wore a dress no more suited to outside work than yesterday's had been. She would soon learn. Once the work began, she would realize that simple clothes suited best, and would choose differently. Meanwhile, the moment Karl had dreamed of during the long winter alone had come at last. The time of turning toward his trees, husband and wife together, to work in the sun toward their future. The three of them headed out into the Minnesota morning. They walked behind the team in the heightening sun up the skid path. The horses, with their nodding gait and long stride, set the pace. With sleeves rolled up to the elbow, Karl held the four reins, leaning backward from the waist against the tug and strut of the horses. There was a look of oneness about the man and his team, each of them well-toned and thick-muscled, with a big job to be done. Anna, long-legged though she was, had to stretch her steps to keep up. Her long skirt swept the morning grass and soon was wet to the knees. She ignored it, listening, smelling, tasting the day. The morning had a music of its own, played out by the awakening wildlife, the squeak of leather, the chink of chains, the clop of the horses' hooves. The dew was still heavy, and the earth redolent with summer scent. There was the ever-present mustiness of leaves decaying, and the crisp flavor of vegetation renewing itself. Birch, beech, maple, black walnut, elm, poplar, and willow burgeoned with life. Karl pointed and named each tree, saying, "A wood for each purpose a man could have," as if he could never get over the bounty he owned, no matter how often he measured it. It's funny, Anna mused. I always thought before that wood was just wood. Ah, how much you have to learn. Each wood has a personality. Each tree has a trait that makes it, like a man, an individual. Here in Minnesota, a man need not worry that he will not have the proper tree for each need. They came to the place of the tamaracks, tall, spindly pines with scaly trunks and tapering tips swaying into the morning clouds. "And these are my tamaracks," Karl said with pride, looking up. "A full 16 feet of log before the taper begins," he boasted. "See what I mean? The best." Will a 16-foot cabin be big enough for you?" He eyed Anna sideways, wondering if she believed he could build her a house so big. "Is that a big one?" she asked, leaning also to look at the top of the tamaracks. "Most are 12, some 14. It depends upon the trees. Here, where a man has tamaracks, here a man has plenty." Again Karl paused. "More than plenty." Dropping her gaze down the tamarack trunks, Anna found Karl's eyes upon her. Something warm and expectant fluttered through her limbs, making her concur. "Plenty," she said softly. 16 feet will be plenty." Karl suddenly glanced at James, as if remembering he was there. "And plenty work. Come, boy, I will show you how to fell a tree." He took the broadaxe and approached a tamarack, walked in a full circle around it, gauging, reckoning the course of its fall, glancing up, then back down, checking it for weighty limbs. After some deliberation he said, "Yeah, this is a good one. It is a perfect 14 inches in diameter. Remember that now, boy. It will make your task easier if each tree is the same size. Before you start, you must consider the wind." James looked skyward, saying, "But there isn't any." "Good. Now you have considered it. If there is wind, we must allow for it with the very first cut of the axe." Anna watched and listened with only half an ear as Karl patiently explained the rudiments of tree felling. She was far more taken by the effect Karl was having on her brother. James doted upon his every word, even unconsciously imitating his wide-legged stance as the pair gazed up the towering trunk and planned the course of the fall. And when James asked a question, Karl's boots scraped aside pine needles to clear a small spot on the forest floor. He broke off a sturdy twig and knelt down to make a rude drawing in the dirt. Anna smiled as James again imitated the big man, kneeling on a single knee, leaning to brace an elbow on the other in manly fashion. But James' thin back looked all the thinner when posed beside Karl's, as the pair hunched forward studying the sketch. It showed the placement of the notches, which Karl called kerfs. Karl explained that the first kerf they'd make would be on the opposite side of the tree from the direction of its fall. Anna's attention to instructions suffered further as Karl reached to point, causing the back of his shirt to stretch so tightly it looked as if it would split up the center. Her eyes followed it downward to his waist, mesmerized by the sight of a tiny width of exposed skin where the shirt-tails had shinnied up. Karl's hips were narrow, but his thighs bulged, kneeling down that way. He swiveled half around. Anna's eyes darted toward the tamaracks. Just then James surprised Karl by pronouncing the word kerfs and asking where they should go and how deep they should be. Karl grinned at the boy, then lifted his glance to Anna while he teased and taught in one and the same breath. "I know from cutting down many trees, many trees in Sweden with my papa and brothers, and right here before you came. It takes much practice to know these things." "What patience he has," admired Anna. Even his voice and pose were patient, as well as the expression on his face. Even if she could read and write, she thought, any child would be luckier to be taught by a man like him. She herself had little tolerance. James' face radiated pure pleasure as he studied the rude sketch, committing Karl's instructions to memory. Karl stood up, using the axe handle to push himself. When he moved, it was with easy grace, always with the axe an integral part of his pose. Anna was beginning to understand that where the man went, the axe went. He used it as a natural extension of himself. The tool was terribly heavy, but even so Karl now held it straight out by the end of its handle, measuring the distance between himself and the bole of the tree as he took up a spraddled stance at a right angle to it. As he held the extended axe, the veins along his inner elbow stood out like blue rivers, disappearing into a shirt sleeve rolled up just above the elbow. The powerful muscles of the forearm appeared to have square edges as he poised. He explained that the first cut must be perfectly horizontal, at waist level, and he took a slow-motion swing, demonstrating. He swiveled at hip and shoulder, the muscles beneath his shirt tensing one by one, while Anna watched, realizing what strength lay within the man's well-toned body. Karl raised the axe and let its handle slip through his palm until the pole rested against the rim of his hand. He pointed with the honed edge. "Now take your sister over there. When a tree comes down, it can be a killer if you underestimate it. The trunk can snap and jump farther and faster than even a spry boy like you could get away from." He turned his blue eyes on Anna, and she dropped her own and quickly followed James. Once they were a safer distance away, Karl called across the cleared space, words he had been hearing since he was only a tadpole. "A man who is worth his salt should know exactly where a tree will fall. Some say that you can set a spike in the ground, and a worthy Swede can drive it clear in with the trunk of a falling tree." He smiled teasingly, spotted a gnarled root, and pointed at it, again with his axe. "See that root on that oak over there? It will break in half where it humps up out of the ground." Again he turned toward the tamarack. From his first movement, something magical happened within Anna. He hefted his axe, swung, first left, then right, while she looked on. With a fluid movement he wielded the tool in perfect rhythm, his right hand slipping down to meet his left at the exact moment of impact. In a grace born of long practice he shifted the bite of each swing, left and right, sending wood chips flying high into the air. The rhythm never slowed, and Karl's eyes never wavered from the trunk of the tree. The axe made a whistling song as it cut through the air, a thud of percussion as each measure ended with steel meeting wood. It was impossible for Anna and James not to look up as the deepening curves set the tree a-tremble. A tremble of sorts began, too, in Anna's belly. The man, the axe, the motion, the tree, all created a dizzying spectacle that heightened her heartbeat and made her hold tightly to her stomach with both hands. There began the final anguished cracking, and slowly the scaly trunk tilted. Karl placed the axe pole against it, gave a push, then backed off himself. He glanced over to see his two. With their chins in the air, Anna clutched her stomach, while the boy had his hands clasped upon the top of his head in a sort of ecstasy. The head of the axe slid to rest against Karl's hand, as the bowl shuddered, hesitated, then gave way with a final popping of bark and core, until there came the roar of limbs and foliage as the tree plunged downward with a magnificent, resounding crash onto the needle-strewn earth. There followed the small nicker of the horses, then the mightiest stillness Anna had ever heard. She looked at Karl through the dust motes caught in shafts of sunlight, and found him watching her with a small smile on his face. He stood at ease, Karl and his axe, as if it had been someone else who'd chopped down that tree, relaxed, one knee bent, fingers curled around the axe handle, a film of bark dust settling upon his shoulders, a sprinkling of tamarack twigs drifting down near him. And everywhere, the stunning fragrance of tamarack, sweet, fresh, and vital. Before she could control it, the full sensation of what she had witnessed flashed in Anna's eyes. For perhaps the first time in her life, she had seen a thing of total beauty. For that brief moment, Karl Lindstrom read it in her face, and knew she felt what he felt when the tree hit the earth, landing with its farthest tip upon the gnarled root of the oak. satisfaction. James broke the spell to come back to Karl, leaping, arms flapping, exclaiming, "Wow! That was really something! When can I do that?" Karl laughed in his slow way and nudged the boy lightly in the stomach with the pole of his axe. "I think you will not fell many before you are asking when you can stop. Right, Anna?" He was reluctant to break the feeling of affinity he'd sensed between the two of them. "How many can you do before you stop?" she asked, coming nearer, still awed by what she'd seen. "As many as I must," he answered, "while my two helpers take care of smaller branches and pulling the logs down the skid trail. Now we must trim the tree and do the bucking." "Bucking?" James ventured. "Chopping the tree into the length we want." Together they set to work using axe and hatchet to trim the scraggly branches from the tamarack. Anna was assigned the task of dragging the branches away to form a scrub pile. When the tree was stripped, Karl measured it by axe lengths, marked the 16-foot spot with a small notch, then mounted the trunk at that spot. Grasping his axe, he bounded up to a stance upon the rough bark. He stood with feet perfectly balanced, about half an axe handle's width apart, the notch halfway between his boots. This time he talked between swings, explaining to James that the two curves he would cut, one on each side of the log, must form a perfect 45-degree angle to one another. The axe went soaring and swooping again and again. With each stroke Karl bent lower, 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 until he was doubled over at the waist, chopping so near to the ground. Then, with the agility of a monkey, he turned, scarcely needing to curl his toes to keep abreast of the log, as the opposite kerf was honed away with precise strokes. He leaped from the tree, leaving behind the severed sections, each with a perfect V-shaped tip. 4 more trees were felled and bucked. "A good logger does not raise the forest, but only thins it," Karl explained. "Therefore we take 1 tree from here, 1 from there, and 1 from over there." The logs trimmed and ready now for skidding, Karl demonstrated the proper technique of lifting, bending the knees rather than the back. With a powerful effort he raised the end of one log off the earth, and James slung the heavy chain beneath it. When the team was brought over, Karl instructed, "Attach the load close to the single tree, boy, like this. Then the skidding is easier for the horses." Accompanied by the chink of chain as the big hook fell into a link, Karl warned, "But when you do this yourself, you must stand to the side as you work. Only a fool gets between his team and the load." Then Karl gave a single command, and the horses lugged the log toward the top of the skid trail to be deposited. Even as they moved, Karl instructed the lad, who matched the big man step for step, stretching his youthful legs unnaturally to do so. "When you are skidding, you must think ahead before giving the command to turn. Always keep the draft angle wide, out of consideration for your horseflesh. The straighter the course, the easier the work is for them." Heading the horses back for a second log, Karl's voice changed. Nothing more than a faint cluck set the team on the move, but when their load was heavy, Karl spoke to them in melodic tones. "Easy now." And the tractable animals flexed their huge shoulders, leaning into their burden with muscle wrought patiently, as ordered. And so it was for each new log. Advice for the boy, an order for the team, each treated with respect to individual intelligence and ability. Never in her life had Anna seen James this happy. He absorbed every word Karl spoke, kneeling when Karl knelt, rising when Karl rose, watching when Karl demonstrated, striding when Karl strode. When, at last, Karl handed James the reins, telling him to take the team to the next log, the boy looked up with anxious uncertainty in his eyes. "Really, Karl? Really? You want to be a teamster, do you, boy?" Yes, sir, but the horses must learn to get used to you, too. Now is as good a time as any. James wiped his palms on his thighs. I will be right beside you, Karl assured him. Just hold the reins like I showed you, and do not pull on them. Bill and Belle know what to do. They will teach you as much as I will. You will see. The boy took the sweat-smooth leathers into his smaller hands, cooing, Easy now. With the horse's initial steps, James' eyes grew wide. But Karl spoke reassuringly to the boy, much as he did to Belle and Bill. You are doing good, lad. Let them have their heads. Yeah, good. Now, rein left. Light, light. Good. By the time the horses drew nigh the next log, James was smiling. His chest jutted in satisfaction. Karl, too, seemed pleased. You will do good as long as you remember never ride the logs, and never walk beside them once we start skidding down the trail and the logs ride sideways. If the end of a log strikes a tree, it can swing away and crack your legs like they were no more than kindling. Only walk behind the load. Yes, sir, I'll remember. More instructions were necessary as the load of logs was bound with a chain at each end, then towed down the skid trail to the cabin site. They went down together with the first load. Karl allowed James to handle the reins, showing him the correct speed and the importance of avoiding stumps, which edged near the open way and were hazardous to both horse and driver. He also explained how the downward slope had been kept gentle to avoid the risk of a load sliding into the horse's hocks. When the logs were dropped at the clearing, Karl watered the horses, saying that a hot horse should never be fed icy water. Instead, he used water he'd drawn that morning. Next, the horses were fed, hay before grain, then watered again. Finally, the animals were allowed to rest, while the three went inside for their noonday meal. After dinner, James took the team out empty and headed back up the trail. He pleased Karl by remembering to hook the gaff into the links before starting. Karl and Anna came behind, he sweat-stained, bearing his axe and gun, she pink-nosed, bearing a basket in which to collect wood chips, and carrying the hatchet. "You're a fine teacher, Karl," she said, watching his boots whisk the grass with each step, unable to look him in the eye. "The boy is quick and willing," Karl replied modestly, looking ahead. "I've never seen him quite so happy." Anna peeked up at Karl. "No." His blue gaze fell on her face, which moved beside him in his noontime shadow. "No," she said thoughtfully. "He's never been around a man before." "What about his father?" He gave Anna a sidelong look, but she quickly turned her gaze to James and the horses. "James never knew his father." "Did you?" She flashed him a quick eye before admitting, "Me neither." Then she bent down, never breaking stride, and whisked up a little stick and started fraying its end with her fingernail. "I am sorry, Anna. Children should know their fathers. I myself could not have come here and started such a life without the wise teachings of my own father." "And now you teach it all to James," she said reflectively. "Yeah, I am lucky." "Lucky?" she questioned. "What man is not lucky, who has learned so much and can keep all these good ways alive forever by passing them on to another willing pupil?" "And so I am forgiven, Karl, for bringing him and not telling you before?" "You are many times forgiven, Anna," he said, stalking along beside her, wondering if he had ever really resented the boy. "And you really enjoy teaching him?" "Yeah, very much." "He learned a lot this morning." "So did I." "It has been a memorable morning. The teaching has been part of what made it so." Then, looking from the thin shoulders of the lad who drove the team ahead of them, to the glorious woodland surrounding them, and lastly to Anna's face, he finished, the morning in which we have begun building our log house." His face wore a look of serenity, the look of a man who knows where he's been, where he is, and where he's heading. To Anna, who'd never been blessed with such knowledge, the look spoke loudly of the inner peace garnered from the simple knowing of oneself. No, Anna thought, I do not know who my father was. I do not know where I came from. I do not know where I'll be headed once Karl learns my secret. But now is mighty good. Yes, now is mighty good, she thought, walking beside her husband to continue their work in the sun-strewn day, wood chips once again flying and perfuming the air, the song of the axe careening back to them from the green forest walls around them. Chapter 7. The trio melded into a routine of chopping, trimming, hauling, hitching, and driving as the day wore on. The sun was high upon their shoulders. Karl stripped off his shirt and worked bare to the waist. Anna had difficulty keeping her eyes from sliding time and again to the golden head, the tanned torso, the lean hips, the flexing arms. He performed with a fluidity akin to a dance. He was tapered like the tamaracks themselves, from shoulder to hip. The muscles in his arms bunched and hardened with the flow of his work. The cords of his neck stood out. The veins of his arms became defined each time he poised with the axe at its apex above his head. From behind she watched his shoulder muscles gather in ridges at each fall of the blade, relax with the release, then hunch again. He would bend to brush away some errant wood chip or branch, leaning on the axe handle, one foot balanced behind him. And Anna would find her eye drawn to the spot where the shadow of his spine widened and disappeared into the back of his breeches. Sometimes, without warning, he would turn and find her watching him, and she would quickly lower her gaze from the sparkle of sun off the gold hairs of his chest and the line where it tapered down his abdomen. "Are you tired, Anna?" he would ask. "Are you hot, Anna? Have a drink," he would say. Always she glanced down the skid path, away from him. Soon another tree would go crashing down, and the two would find themselves enjoying the exhilaration of the moments just afterward. Always their eyes met then, if only briefly, before they found themselves working side by side, he with the axe, she with the hatchet, removing branches, while James continued to skid with the team. Then Karl straightened from his task, saying, "Your cheeks will be burned. Here, take my hat." He plopped his soiled straw hat on her head, carrying with it the smell of him. "I had a straw hat once," she said, concentrating on her chopping. "One of the women at someone I knew gave it to me, but it was almost a goner when she decided she was done with it." She whacked another branch off, then added, "It had a pink ribbon around the crown." "Hats with pink ribbons are scarce here in Minnesota." "Doesn't matter," she said. "I'll get along." She started dragging a load of branches to the scrub pile. He noticed the dark rings beneath her arms and said, "There is a deep spot in my creek where we can all go to cool off at the end of the day." "How deep?" she asked, wondering just what he meant by cool off. "Wearing what?" "Over your head." "I can't swim." "I will teach you." "How cold is it?" "Not as cold as the spring." "Oh, it better not be." "You will try it then?" At last she stopped tugging at the branches and looked over at him. "We'll see." "You really do not like to bathe, then?" Embarrassed now, she lunged again at a bough. "It's just that we never had to before. I mean, nobody ever made us. There was nobody to tell us what to do." "What about your mother?" Karl asked, amazed. Anna gave a tug that sent her quick-footing it in reverse to keep from tumbling. "She couldn't have cared less," she said expressionlessly. By the time Anna and James made their last trip down the hill, The shadows had lengthened, and their strides had shortened. They stumbled along after Karl, who still strode sure and long and vigorously. Looking at the wilted pair of helpers, Karl laughed. "Go to the house, you two, but do not start any fires. I will come in as soon as I have seen to the horses." He knew how tired they were after the day they'd put in. The fire-making and supper-making fell to him. He showed James the proper way to build a blaze, then showed Anna the proper way to build a stew. Alas, the two observed him listlessly, nearly asleep on their chairs. When the venison and turnips and wild onions were bubbling away on the hob, Karl could not help laughing again at his sapped companions. "If I do not do something quick to keep you two awake, I will be eating all that stew by myself, and I have had my fill of solitary meals. Come," he nudged each of them, "I think it is time we went for that swim." The two sat disconsolately, while he gathered up clean clothing and flannels for drying. "Come along, get your dry things and follow me." "Karl, you're a merciless mule," Anna complained, feeling a rush of intimacy in the criticizing. "Yeah, I am," he smilingly agreed. "And you, Anna, are a musty one." Shamed, she could only follow him, ordering James to do the same. The trail followed the bank of the creek, a narrow footpath worn by Indians and animals in the long past. The creek was a purling brook that bubbled over stones in some spots, ran smooth in others. In most places it could be leaped in a single bound. The spot to which Karl led them had had the help of the beavers in creating a serene pond above a dam. Maidenhair and bracken ferns brushed their knees, while beneath the thick press of fronds feathergrass sprang up. The smooth water was dotted with wild violets, shaded by tall virgin elms that stepped back to give sprawling black willow bushes first chance at the stream's edge. The last thing in the world Anna wanted to do was climb into that frigid water. "Do you do this every day?" she asked Karl. He was already stripping off his shirt. "Every day in the summer. In the winter I use my bathhouse, where I sweat myself clean, like in Sweden." "Do you have some kind of fetish for cleanliness?" He stared at her, shirt hanging in his hands, while she stood without making any move to remove her clothing. "A person keeps clean," he said simply. "Yes," she agreed lamely. "Why do you not—" He felt suddenly shy. "Why do you not go put your things in the willow thicket there, while James and I get in?" Mutely she turned and headed for cover. "Come on, James," she heard after 2 splashes. "We will hide behind the beaver dam while your sister gets in." She shucked down to her shift and crept out of hiding. The two were gone. All their clothes lay in heaps. Anna hesitated. A toe in the water confirmed her suspicion. It was freezing. "A person keeps clean," she said to herself, grimacing as she took the hated plunge. At her shriek, laughter sounded. Then James called, "Come on in, Anna. It ain't so bad once you get used to it and move around some." She sat down, screamed again. "James, Reardon, and Karl Lindstrom, you're both a pair of liars, and I hate you." For an answer came a big laugh, answered by calls from birds perched nearby, watching these foolish humans who removed their plumage before bathing. "I'm in now. You can come out," she called, when Karl and James emerged and moved toward her. She had no choice but to dip in up to her neck. She didn't want either one of them seeing her puckered nipples through the flimsy shift. "James, you little traitor," she teased, "you never liked bathing any more than I did. It's different when you can get clear in." His head disappeared, popped up with a big grin on it. "I dare you to duck under, Anna." "Oh, yeah?" Gamely she dipped, only to come up sputtering and shuddering. Eyes still closed, she playfully nagged, "I hate your pool, Karl Lindstrom. Can't you heat it up for me?" "I will go down and ask it." He flipped his feet, dove, and with a flash of white skin was gone. He emerged across the way and yelled, "Sorry, Anna, the beavers do not agree. It is as warm as it is going to get." He struck out in long, even strokes, effortlessly swimming the distance to her. "Come, I will take you to where the ledge angles down. Then we will swim back toward shore. Do not be afraid." He took her hands under the water and pulled her slowly off her feet. She glided, mouthing water. He smiled at the way the droplets clung to her eyelashes and hair. "Don't take me too far," she begged. "Do not worry. Do you think I would risk you, now that you are here?" "Maybe," she sputtered. "What are you going to do with a woman who can't cook stew?" "There are uses I can think of," he said quietly, so James could not hear. His mouth, like hers, was halfway beneath the surface. They bobbed, weightless, holding hands and learning each other's eyes, with eyelashes stuck wetly together, hair swept back in furrows, and skin jeweled by occasional runnels. "How about a woman who cannot bake bread?" "She can be taught," he burbled, the water lapping about his lips. "Or make soap?" "She can be taught," he repeated. "To make it or to use it?" "Both." And he opened his mouth, took in a mouthful of water, and spit it right between her eyes. "You big Swedish bully!" she yelped, coming after him. But he was gone like quicksilver to the deep near James. "Be good, and I will come and teach you to swim," he backtalked. "Why? I don't like your miserable pond anyway." But a serious look came over his face. Then he pointed just behind her, asking James, "Is that a snapping turtle?" Poor Anna almost broke her neck wrenching around. Her hands dug wildly at the water as she scrambled to get out. On her way up the bank her pantaloons sagged, revealing one white cheek before she snatched angrily at them and turned with hands on hips, bellowing, "Karl Lindstrom, see if I come in there again. That wasn't funny." But Karl and James were slapping the surface of the water in disgusting merriment, falling over backward like fools, while Anna fumed. She sat miserably on shore, hugging her arms, shivering, while the two took up surface diving, racing, and exploring the outer perimeter of the beaver dam. Stubbornly she sat, until Karl swam toward her. "Come on, Anna. I won't tease any more." She crossed her arms over her chest. Her nipples were like spear points now. "Should I come and get you?" he threatened, taking one more step. Her eyes dropped to the level where the water sliced across his hips, revealing the hollows just below the hip bones. "No, I'm coming." She leaped up and plunged in, venturing farther than before. Karl taught her to roll on her back and flap her hands at her sides, like a fish using its fins. But lying that way, with his arms slung beneath her back, her breasts became islands with no more than a cloud-thin veil of clinging cotton to disguise their darker centers. She quickly flipped onto her stomach again. Anna and Karl bobbed out to the ledge and swam toward shore many times. Once, heading back out, she overshot the shallows and panicked when her feet touched nothingness. Karl grabbed her from behind with one swift flexing of his steely arm, and again her feet touched sand. But his arm lingered long after she was safe, spanning her ribs, touching the bottom of her breasts, pulling her back against his nakedness below the water. Then James came near, and Karl released her. The trio broke for shore. When Karl announced their stew must now be done, Anna was surprised to find she had forgotten her tiredness while they were frolicking. They each went their separate ways to dry and dress, then met back on the path to walk home. On their way they were accompanied by night peepers and frogs who'd tuned up to orchestrate dusk. Fragrant aroma greeted them at their door. Karl enjoyed supper, especially watching Anna and James polish off enough food for a pair of grizzlies. Before the bowls were emptied for the last time, James drooped and wilted. Then his sister followed suit. Karl scooted them off to bed. With full night fallen, Karl lit his pipe and wandered out to the barn. Belle and Bill, their great breaths pumping slowly, shifted contentedly, thumping hello in their stalls. They knew who entered, knew a oneness with their visitor. His gentle hand stroked the wide heads between the eyes. Finally, when the pipe coals turned pungent, dying away, came the deep voice. "She is a spunky one, my Anna. What do you think, Bill? Not as easy to break to the halter as your Belle here." In the dark sod house, Karl lay aside his pipe, then his clothes. He settled into the enveloping corn husks. Automatically he reached out to encircle the slumbering Anna. He pulled her into his curve, knowing at once content and want. He thought about her breasts, and how they had looked in the water. They lay now so close above his arm. All he need do was shift his arm slowly, slide his hand upward, and he would be touching her breast at last. How badly he wanted to caress her, to know that first feel of her. But she slept in utter exhaustion, while Karl's sense of fairness rankled. When he explored Anna for the first time, he wanted it to be a shared thing. He wanted her awake, aware, receptive and responsive. He could hold off. He had waited all this time to ease his loneliness. What they'd shared today, the three of them, would be enough for now. That, and the feel of her sleeping body curved against his belly, the texture of her hair, where he pressed his face against it upon her back. Chapter 8. Anna awakened to a myriad of sounds, birdsong so involved it became tuneless chatter, the crack of the axe, male voices, a short spurt of laughter. The bed beside her was empty. So was the pallet on the floor. The cabin door stood open, beckoning the long sun to cascade across the floor in a welcome rush of gold. She clenched her fists and stretched, lynx-like and twisting, savoring the goodness of everything. The sounds, the sun, the snugness. Arising, she found a blanket had been strung up across one corner, to act as her dressing room. When Karl came inside, he saw only her backside. He eyed it appreciatively as she poked her head around the drape to investigate her niche of privacy. "Good morning, Anna." She whirled around to find him smiling at her, sun shafts at his back, hugging a burden of firewood against his chest. In his other hand was the axe again, looking ever so right. "Good morning, Karl." She stood with bare toes curled against the dirt floor, her nightie wrinkled, her hair in terrible disarray. Karl couldn't have been more pleased with her appearance. Suddenly Anna realized that they'd both been stupidly smiling at one another, he with perhaps 30 pounds of wood on his arm, she with a blanket pulled across her front. She looked at the rope from which it hung, patted the cloth to make it wave a little, and asked, "Did you remodel your house for me?" He laughed and answered, "I guess I did." Then he went to the fireplace with his load. "Thank you," she said to his strong back as it bent, sending the wood clattering. He turned, his eyes flicked momentarily over her breasts, then back to her face. "I should have thought of it yesterday, with the boy here and all." Having followed the path of his eyes, she grew flustered, so asked quickly, "Were you teaching him to use the axe?" "Yeah, on something a little smaller than a standing tamarack." "How did he do?" James sailed in just then, answering her question. "Look at Anna. I split nearly all the wood Karl brought in." "Nearly all?" Karl repeated with a cock of his head. "Well, half anyway." All three laughed at once. Then James asked, "Which pail should I use for the milk?" "Anyone from the spring house." Karl nodded toward it. Before James darted away again, excited, eager, he bubbled, "You were right, Karl. Nana came home all by herself to get milked, and she came right up to me and nuzzled my hand as if she knew I was the one who'd be taking care of that job from now on. Within Anna grew the realization of what this place, these duties, this man, meant to a boy of 13, and just how good it would be for her brother to grow to manhood learning a life such as this. "He's awful happy, Karl," she said, knowing no other way to express it. "So am I," Karl answered, turning to look over his shoulder at her, from where he hunkered to his fire-making again. As she slipped behind the drape, Karl found himself intrigued by the sight of her bare feet peeping below it, and lost track of what he was supposed to be doing. He watched her nightgown fall in a heap around her ankles. The blanket billowed here and there. Anna's feet turned around toward the trunk, which was also behind the blanket now. Then she seemed to balance on a single foot. "Ow!" Anna heard from the direction of the fireplace. "Karl? What's wrong?" "Nothing." "Then why did you say ow?" "I think there will be a little skin burning with the kindling, that's all." Anna's hands fell still. Karl made a mismove with his axe, she thought wonderingly. Karl? Then, looking down at her bare feet, and the space between the floor and the blanket, she smiled widely to herself. When his fire was started, he called, "Do you know how to build a pancake?" "No." "You will after today. I thought I could give up these kitchen duties once you came, and be a woodsman instead. But I think I must teach you how to make pancakes first." Anna grimaced. She herself already liked the woods far better than the kitchen. But she buttoned the last button and stepped out to meet her domestic fate. "So, teach me how to build a pancake," she ordered in an affected tone of command. "Anna!" he exclaimed when he saw her, drawing out her name. "What is this you wear?" "Breeches." She flapped her hands. "Breeches? Yeah, I see it is breeches, but you are a woman." "Karl, my skirts were wet to the knees before we got halfway out to the tamaracks yesterday, and they caught on the branches and made me trip, and got pitch all over them from dragging across the scrub, and they made my work harder. So I decided to try on a pair of James breeches. Look!" She spun around. "They fit." "Yeah, I see. But I do not know what to think. In Sweden, no lady would be caught hiding in her pantry in breeches." "Oh, fiddle," she snapped lightly. "In Sweden, I'll bet there are so many men to build your houses, the women don't have to help, right?" "Yeah, that is right," he reluctantly admitted. "But, Anna, I do not know about these breeches." "Well, I know I'm not tripping over soggy skirts. Besides, who's going to see me except you and James?" He couldn't actually think of a logical argument. He had thought her dresses inappropriate. But breeches? He could not resist asking, "I suppose in Boston there was no one to stop you from running loose in breeches any time you wanted, either?" She looked sideways at him, then away. She found the still rumpled bed and made herself busy flipping the covers smooth. "I did pretty much as I pleased there." "Yeah, I think you sure did." "And it did not please you to learn pancake batter?" "Here I am." She flipped her hands, palms up, "ready to learn. But I'm not promising just how much I'll like it." Karl explained that he had to adapt his mama's recipe for filmy, light Swedish pancakes, because he had to do without eggs here. He looked so utterly ridiculous, her great, big Karl, standing there at the table mixing up pancakes. She could not help teasing him. Throughout the lesson she refused to be serious, while he instructed her in odd measurements. 2 palms full of flour. "Whose palms, yours or mine?" she kidded him. 2 pinches of salt. I might have to borrow your palms and your fingers when it's my turn, because yours are a different size than mine. Enough saleratus, leavening, to fill perhaps the half-shell of a hazelnut. And if I've never seen a hazelnut, she asked mischievously, eliciting his promise to show her one soon, and in order to straighten up and pay attention, though he tried hard to hold a straight face. A lump of lard, the size of 2 walnuts or so. Now, walnuts! At last I know. It is the first useful measurement you have given me. No eggs, he said hopelessly. No chickens, no eggs. No eggs, she exclaimed, pretending chagrin. Whatever shall I do? I'm sure my pancakes will be tough as calluses without my eggs. He was having the utmost difficulty getting through this without kissing her teasing little face. He promised that soon they would hunt for prairie chicken eggs. Then came goat's milk, enough to make it the right thickness, which she observed at extremely close range, getting her head in his way so he could not see, telling him ignorantly when she thought the batter was just right. The eggless pancakes proved sumptuous fare indeed, especially when topped with syrup, which Karl explained proudly was tapped and boiled down right here, just this spring, from his own maples, which he promised to show her soon. Anna was forced to miss the harnessing of the horses that morning, for she was left behind to clean up the dishes and scour the wooden pail from the goat's milk, using the disgusting yellow lye soap which burned her skin. It was becoming increasingly apparent to Anna why a man needed help out here in the wilderness. Who in his right mind would not want someone to take care of these unpalatable household tasks? But once again free of the cabin, her spirits blossomed. Outside was where she loved it best, with the wind lifting her hair, and the horses snorting and tossing their heads impatiently, and James pleased because he'd helped with the harnessing again today, and had remembered everything quite clearly, and Karl seizing up his axe, and the 5 of them all heading out to the tamaracks again. They flushed a covey of grouse that morning, and Karl brought down one of the elusive darting birds with a single shot, laughing when he lowered the gun to find Anna squatted down in terror with her elbows over her ears. "It is only a grouse," he said. "My little brave boy in breeches." "Only a grouse? It sounded like a hurricane. Next time you hear it, you will know it is only wings, and you will not need to hide like a mouse." The ease with which Karl brought the bird down convinced Anna that he was a practiced marksman, along with everything else. He gutted the kill immediately. At noon he completed the dressing of the bird, while James watched and learned, and Anna gagged. Karl beamed with pride when he showed her where he kept his wild rice. It, too, was harvested off a slough on his own land in the northeast section. He set the rice to soak in boiling water, promising them a delightful supper. Later he taught them how to stuff the grouse with the musty-smelling rice, and how to wrap it all up in damp plantain leaves and plunge it into the coals, along with yams wrapped likewise. He showed them how to sweeten the yams with maple syrup. Their meal would be truly delicious when they returned from their swim. Anna was less tired that night, and also somewhat less unwilling to dip into the cold water, while Karl and James stood in chest-high water, throwing pink rocks into the drop-off, concentrating hard on just where they'd have to dive to retrieve them again. Anna took an enormous breath, glided underwater from behind Karl, and bit him on the ankle, touching nothing else of his skin. Karl yelped. Anna heard him clear underwater and came up howling and sputtering, the sand all a-whirl where Karl had jumped and kicked at the underwater menace. "Oh, Karl, you're so funny," she gasped, "scared of a little fish that doesn't make half the commotion of a bunch of dumb ruffed grouse." But one glance at Karl, and she knew the play war was on. He crouched. He narrowed his eyes menacingly and lowered his face till it rode the water like a crocodile, only his eyes showing as he glided silently in pursuit. She backed away, hands spread to fend him off. "Karl! No, Karl! I was just teasing, Karl!" She thrashed wildly, laughing and screaming, trying to get away from him. James hollered, "Get her, Karl! Get her! James, you little turd! I'm your sister! You're supposed to be on my side!" she yelled, clumsily plowing water. She looked over her shoulder and found she was getting nowhere fast. "Get her, Karl! She called me a turd!" I heard her. "Do you think a woman with such a nasty tongue should be punished?" Yeah, cheered the disloyal James, loving every minute of it. "Traitor!" she badgered, while Karl advanced, a feral gleam in his eye. Suddenly he disappeared. Anna turned a circle, but the surface was broken only by little ripples. "Where'd he go? Karl, where are—" Like a whale surfacing, Karl lunged up and out of the water, catching Anna with a shoulder behind her knees, pitching her high in the air, while the forest reverberated with her shriek. She flipped, butt up, and landed with an ignominious splat. Up she came, with hair every place but where it should be, to the tune of James and Karl guffawing in great camaraderie. "I think I just made a new kind of sea monster." Karl pointed at Anna, who was coming on with fingers gnarled, snarling beautifully through the mop of dripping hair. Karl feigned helplessness when she caught him with both hands from behind his waist and wrestled him off his feet. She got the worst of it naturally, for she went down backward and Karl sat on top of her. Under the water, her arms slipped down on his water-slick body and came into contact with more than just his belly. Swiftly he turned in that liquid world, caught her against his chest, and together they shot up like geysers, laughing into each other's faces. "Oh, Anna, my little sea monster," he said, "what did I do before you were here?" They all went to bed at the same time that night, in the room flavored with tobacco smoke and fellowship. When the corn husks quit rustling, James' voice came lazily. "Night, Karl. Night, Anna." "Good night, James," the two wished together. Then Karl found Anna's hand and made patterns on its palm with his thumb. At last he pulled her nearer, making her roll on her side to face him, while he did likewise. "Are you tired?" he whispered very near her lips. "No," she whispered back, thinking. No, I'm not at all tired. Last night I was disappointed you went to sleep so fast." "So was I," she whispered, thrilled by his simple words and the feel of his hard thumb softly brushing. Her heart beat in double time while the palm of Anna's hand grew hot, where Karl stroked it. They lay so still, with eyes wide open, noses almost touching, breathing upon each other. James sighed and Karl's thumb stopped moving. His breath warmed her face. With a slight movement he touched the tip of his nose to hers. Silently he let the touch speak for him, while feelings of greater need coursed through his body. His grip on her hand became almost painful. A hint of movement brought Karl's lips lightly to hers. "Do that again, Karl. Harder," she thought, while her heart hammered wildly. They lay unmoving, childlike, knees to knees, nose to nose, lips to lips, breath to breath, absorbed in the growing feeling of goodness at such simple nearness. "Today was so good, Anna, having you and the boy here. I feel such things," he whispered. "What kind of things?" "Things about all three of us," he whispered hoarsely, wishing he knew better how to tell her what he meant. "Working together on the logs. It is good. Eating together. Swimming. I feel full, Anna." Is that what makes it? Working together and all the rest? She nudged his thumb aside so hers could stroke his palm. Briefly his warm breath stopped falling upon her face. Then she heard him swallow. "You feel it too, Anna?" "I think so. I don't know, Karl. I just know it's different here from Boston. It's better. We never had to work before. Working here, helping you, I don't know. It doesn't really seem like work." She wanted to add things she didn't know how to say, things about his smile, his teasing, his patience, his love of this place, which somehow had started to seep into her, even the sweet peace of weariness last night, a satisfied weariness she had never before known. But these were things she yet only sensed but could not put voice to. "For so long I dreamed of you being here to help with the cabin. Now it is just like I thought it would be. Going out all together in the morning, working all day, relaxing together in the evenings. I feel how good it is to laugh again, to laugh with you." "You make me laugh so easy, Karl." "Good. I like to see you laughing. You and the boy, too." "Karl?" "We never had much reason to laugh before. Here, though, it's different." It pleased him that he should have provided this nicety, one he had not consciously sought to provide. He felt her admission was more than a simple statement of enjoyment, sensed it as her invitation for affection. Soundlessly he moved, taking a piece of her upper lip between his, tugging lightly at it, as if to say, "Come nearer." She obliged, and their mouths met softly, each of them slightly open, hesitant, hopeful, yet infinitely childish in their slowness, their willingness to let the other move first. There had been only that chaste kiss the first night. But this kiss had been born on the rising sun, had been foretold by their first good mornings, while Karl stood holding an armload of wood, and Anna stood holding her curtain. Through the day the certainty of this kiss had grown, enriched by their teasing and good humor and their growing sense of familiarity with each other. He slowly straightened his knees to move nearer. This time he took her lips fully, undemandingly at first, but his wet, warm tongue came seeking, riding upon the seam of her lips, as if dissolving some sugar stitches he tasted there. Dissolve them he did, feeling beneath his tongue a first opening of her own mouth. Emboldened, he cradled the back of her neck, pulling her into the kiss, using his tongue to tease her away from passivity. What Karl waited for was some first sign, a movement, a touch of encouragement. His exploration touched a response in Anna, and she, too, straightened her legs. Cautiously she laid her hand upon his cheek. Never before had she caressed him in any way. The touch of her hand upon his skin raised an ardor in Karl that became difficult to control. Beneath her palm, Anna felt his cheek muscles stretch as his mouth widened. His tongue entered her mouth more forcefully, while she felt the strokes of it through her palm and his cheek. Never had Anna experienced kissing as an enjoyable thing. Now was awakened in her the knowledge that things like this could be different from the way she had always thought them. About this there was nothing sordid or ugly. There was no compulsion to push this man away, no crawling of skin, no stinging of tears. There was instead a feeling that he honored her, and thereby honored the act upon which they embarked. She sensed in Karl the unfolding wonder he experienced in taking her nearer fulfillment, one slow step at a time. Anna felt herself unfolding, too, like the petals of a flower, until the full beauty of the blossom is revealed. With a slow relaxing of muscle, he lowered his chest across hers, resting there upon her breast to see what she'd do. But she only laid her hand on the bare skin of his shoulder-blade, testing again the rightness of what she felt, training her hand to move down the ridge beneath her palm. How well she remembered it, after watching it flex in the sun these 2 days. Karl collapsed with his face buried in the pillow he'd filled for her with cat-tail down, basking in the first tentative exploration of her hand upon his back. Needing more, he arched away, freeing her pinned hand. But when she didn't seem to understand what he needed, he found the hand there beneath him and nudged it onto his shoulder, then settled down upon her, his face lost once more in the pillow beside her head. Anna could not help vividly recalling the expression on his face when he had told of bringing Nana inside the house for company during winter. She remembered, too, the way Karl's hand had toyed with the goat's ear. She had never known before that men needed simple touching. The years of aloneness slid away with each pass of her hands along his skin. Their hearts, pressed tightly together, spoke of the human need both had harbored for so long. Within Anna, to whom such a feeling had also been denied for long years, a desperate voice warned she could lose all this warmth that radiated to her once Karl carried this act to its climax. But it was a good thing to feel so at one with another human being. She could not stop her hands from playing upon his back just a little longer. "Oh, Anna, what you do to me," he said huskily, suddenly raising up, pinning her down with both hands on her arms. "Do you know what you do to me?" he whispered with a kind of vehemence that warned her she had perhaps already gone too far. But at Karl's movement the corn husks rustled, and they heard James make a sound as he rolled over. Karl's head jerked up in alert. They waited a moment before Anna whispered, "I think I know, Karl, but—" She had received the reprieve she needed from James. She was confused herself, liking everything so far, still afraid to let it go further. "Karl, I wish—" Never before had she felt such dread of hurting someone's feelings. It was a new thing to Anna, this concern she had for Karl. She knew she must pick her way carefully. "It's only been 3 days. I feel like each day we've gotten to know each other a little better. But I think we need more time." He'd done the thing he most wanted to avoid. He'd pushed her too fast. By now, Karl liked Anna so much, and felt she liked him too. Still, he tried to look at it from her point of view. She was perhaps afraid of being hurt. For this Karl could not blame her. "I should not have pushed you this way," he admitted. "I only thought to touch you. But I find it is hard to hold back." "Karl, please don't be so hard on yourself. I liked it. And it's all right you touched me and kissed me. I'm only getting to know you better when I return the touches. Like any woman wants to know her husband. Please understand, Karl." She wondered exactly how to say what she meant. She wanted him, yes. Yet she wanted to put off the time of consummation, because she feared afterward he would find her repugnant. And that would be the end of this interlude of adjustment she was so enjoying. Also, Anna wanted more time to be wooed. It had nothing to do with whether or not she was a virgin. She was a woman, and as such had had dreams of soldiers with braids and epaulettes. How could she make him understand that braids and epaulettes mattered little, but that she wanted the joy of anticipation to go on a while longer? She wanted to be courted, when she was already married. How absurd it sounded, even to her. Still, she had to try to explain. "Do you know what I want?" "No, Anna." "What?" He thought he would give her anything if she would only not deny him interminably. "I want some more days like today. First, I want laughing and teasing and looking at each other across the way and— oh, I don't know, the things we'd have done if we had met in Sweden. And you had bought me that hair ribbon, I guess. All girls want that sort of thing, like we talked about the other night. Do you understand, Karl?" "I understand. But for how long do you want such a thing?" The intensity was waning from his voice, and she thought perhaps she had succeeded in keeping from alienating him. "Oh, a little while, Karl. Just a little while for you to be my suitor instead of my husband. A little while to enjoy getting to know each other." "So you like some teasing and some—" Karl could not think of the right word. "Flirting?" she filled in. A true American word. Flirting. "Yes, Karl, maybe I do. For both of us." "You are a strange girl, Anna, writing letters to me to agree to be my wife sight unseen. Now demanding me to flirt with you. What am I to do with such a whiskey-haired girl, anyway?" "Do as she asks," Anna said coquettishly, something quite new to her. "You will have your way, Anna. But before you do, let me have another kiss like the last one. Just one." Chapter 9. If Anna wanted flirting, she got it in subtle ways during the following days. Karl could do things in the most offhand manner, making her turn red or away, or look quickly to see if James saw. Karl could draw his oversized red handkerchief out of his hip pocket and dry his neck and chest in the sun, never laying an eye on Anna, but knowing full well she watched his every shimmering muscle. Anna could bend to pick up a load of branches and point the hind pockets of James' breeches at Karl in as equally an innocent manner. He could remove his straw hat. She had taken time to stitch a sunbonnet for herself, realizing Karl needed his hat, and wipe his forehead with his forearm, then squint at the sun and say, "It is hot today." Guilelessly? Anna didn't think so. Raising the hair from the back of her neck, she would agree casually, "It sure is." In the pond, their frolicking became sensitized by more frequent brushing against each other, under the guise of dunking, learning to swim, being teacher and student. Those sun-splashed days in the tamaracks were harbingers of more to come. But one day, when the three awakened to rain, the tamaracks were forgotten for the time being. Karl checked the gray drizzle after breakfast, lit his pipe thoughtfully, then went to the barn to fetch a pitchfork and dig worms. Soon afterward he and James left with fishing poles in hand. Anna was alone in the spring-house washing vegetables, displeased at being left behind. She muttered to herself and threw the beans from pail to pan in irritation. "Beans," she silently griped. "I'm left to clean beans while those two go off to fish bass." Suddenly the light from outside was dimmed even more. Anna looked up and screamed. A bunch of Indians stood crowding around the doorway of the spring-house, somber faces impassive, while she jumped up and spilled green beans everywhere. They all had oiled hair, pulled back into braided tails, and were dressed in fringed buckskin. The one nearest the doorway smiled in a toothy grin at the sound of her fright. They all acted like they were waiting for her to step outside. What else could she do? She squelched her fears and stepped into the misty day. "Fox hair," Toothy Grin grunted. She stood in the drizzle, wondering what to do, while they all stared at her hair. Should she act as if it were totally natural to stand in the rain, carrying on a conversation with an Indian? or stalk off toward the cabin where they were sure to follow. Anna, she corrected. Anna Lindstrom. The name surprised even her. Toothy Grin shot a curious glance to one of his friends, who had the face of an old buffalo on the body of a young deer. Fox hair, Toothy Grin repeated, nodding now. Buffalo Face grinned. He had magnificent teeth for such an ugly face. Fox hair, merry white hair. Together make baby, striped like skunk kitten. They all laughed in great amusement at this. What do you want? She snapped. If all you've come here to do is make fun of my hair, you can leave. If you want to see my husband, he's not here. You'll have to come back another time. She was trembling in her breeches, but she was damned if she was going to let them come sneaking here into her own yard and ridicule her. Tonka squaw, one of them said, in a tone she could have sworn was approving, although why was beyond her guess. What do you want? She asked again, none too gently. Tonka squaw? One Indian asked Buffalo Face. How you know she squaw? They seemed to be amused by her breeches, all pointing and jabbering in their unrecognizable jargon, while eyeing her clothing. She grew angrier by the moment at being talked past, like she wasn't even there. Talk English, she spit. If you're going to come around here, you can just by damn talk English. I know you know how, because Karl told me. Tonka squaw, one said again with a broad grin. Spit fire, another said. Then they laughed again at her breeches. Well, if you weren't all so rude, I'd invite you inside to wait for Karl. But I'll be darned if I'll have you in when all you came to do is laugh at me. She spun and headed for the cabin, and they all silently followed. In the doorway she turned to challenge them. Anybody who comes in here had just better forget about my breeches and keep his smart comments to himself. But in they came, right behind her. Silently they squatted and sat cross-legged on the floor before the fireplace. She wondered what she was expected to do to entertain them. She decided the best course of action was action. She would pretend to be very busy preparing dinner, and maybe they would get tired of watching her and go away. She had struggled once before through the making of a kind of mince cake, baked in the spider instead of in an oven. She struggled to remember the ingredients Karl had taught her, and in her preoccupation thought she was probably ruining it entirely. But she didn't care. Anything to look busy and distract the Indians. But they muttered among themselves, now and then breaking into laughter, as if what she did were the funniest thing in the world. She began mixing the cake ingredients, found the mince made of pumpkin and vinegar, and put the crock on the table while she reached for a clean spoon. Turning around, she found an Indian with a nose like a beaver reaching into her jar with his bare hand. Without thinking, she whacked him a good one across the knuckles with her wooden spoon. "Get!" she spit at him. "Where are your manners? You don't come into my house and reach your big dirty hands into my mincemeat and eat it behind my back. Sit down and keep out of my way, and maybe, just maybe, I'll give you some cake when it's done. Meanwhile, keep your hands where they belong." Beaver Nose's companions had a jolly good laugh at that one. While he held his smitten knuckles, the others held their sides and rocked in raucous laughter, repeating over and over, "Tonka squaw! Tonka squaw!" "Quiet! You're no better than him," she warned the rest, brandishing her spoon. "You all came in here uninvited." She tended to her cake-mixing, discomfited by having 5 Indian men sitting and watching her. So far, they seemed to respect her spunk. As long as it worked, she'd keep it up. She had no other defense against her fear anyway. She knew before the batter was done she made a mess of it again, but she went about putting it on the spider to fry into cakes, as if it were an Epicurean delicacy. The Indians watched her and mumbled, as if intrigued by this involved cooking method. The little patties were flatter than Beaver Nose's nose, but she couldn't stop now. She fried away until all the batter was cooked. Such as they were, she ceremoniously put all the cakes on her largest wooden platter and said, "Now, if you will be patient, I'll make some rosehip tea for you." She set the platter on the table, keeping a corner of an eye on the Indians, lest they reach out for one of her sad confections before she bid them do so. Hungrily they eyed the cakes, but not one of them made a move toward them, remembering the fury of her spoon on Beaver-Nose's knuckle. She mashed and steeped the rosehips, all the time remembering that Karl said rosehips prevented scurvy, wondering why in the world she was keeping the disease from befalling this group that had won her wrath. When the tea was steeped, she had a problem of where to find enough containers to serve all 5 Indians at the same time. But she would, by gum, do this thing right. She went to the doorway, stopped, and turned an admonishing finger at the sitting men. "Don't you dare touch those cakes till I get back." Then she ran to the spring-house to get the dipper and a couple of small empty crocks. She came back to the sound of their guttural mumblings, and made a big show of putting rosehip tea into the dipper, the 2 crocks, and her 3 mugs. She was darned if she'd drink out of that dipper herself. She handed it to Buffalo Face, since he was the one who had poked fun at her breeches. Let him drink out of the dipper. She was a lady and would drink from the mug, breeches or not. This, then, was the sight that greeted Karl and James when they returned from the creek, dripping, but bearing a stunning catch of wide-mouthed bass. Anna reigned supreme, the only one of the group sitting on a chair. At her feet were 5 oily-haired, buck-skinned Indians, drinking rosehip tea of all things, and eating the most miserable-looking mince cakes Karl had ever seen in his life, eating them and nodding in appreciation as if they were angel's food. Anna turned startled eyes to him as he entered. He could almost see her shoulders sag in relief at his appearance. He wondered how long the Indians had been there. "White hair, ha!" one of the Indians greeted. "Hello, Two Horns," Karl replied. "I see you have met my wife." It was Karl's best friend, Two Horns, that Anna had insulted by making him drink his tea from the dipper, but he didn't seem to mind. "Tonka squaw," Two Horns said again. "Tonka squaw," they all chimed in, if you could call all that guttering chiming. "Yes, she is," Karl agreed, smirking and cocking an eyebrow, raising Anna's temperature a notch. "Tonka squaw dressed like white hair. How you know she squaw?" Karl laughed. "I know by what is inside." So, thought Anna, Tonka squaw means a woman who wears breeches. Just wait until I get you alone, Karl Lindstrom. But they were all laughing at Karl's remark. The ominous look on Anna's face told him he'd been a little precipitous in making jokes about her breeches before his friends. "I have fish. You will all stay for supper," Karl said. "Oh, great," thought Anna. "I've been entertaining his rude Indian friends all afternoon, so what does he do but make sure I have to put up with them through supper, too?" "Anna can throw a few more potatoes into the fire," Karl added. That's just what Anna did. She was downright huffy by this time. She stomped out to get more potatoes from the root cellar. She knew the Indians loved potatoes, and the white wheat bread, so different from that which the Indians themselves made of corn. She returned to thrust the potatoes into the coals, not even bothering to wrap them in plantain leaves. She wasn't going to get all soaking wet gathering up plantain for the benefit of a bunch of outspoken Indians. Karl had begun cleaning the fish on the tabletop. The Indians expressed their disapproval of this, adding heat to Anna's already fiery anger. "Why Tonka squaw not clean fish? White hair sit and smoke pipe with his friends." "Anna is not very good at cleaning things," Karl explained, embarrassing her further. "She has never learned how to clean fish anyway. These are the first fish we have had since she has been here." "Bad start to marriage," was the general consensus among the group. Anna gathered that no self-respecting Indian would be caught dead cleaning fish when he had a wife to do it for him. She began to resent Karl a little less for not expecting her to perform that loathsome duty. She went to the spring house for water, came back, and conceded to wash each fillet after it was scraped free by his knife. The Indians had taken James into their circle, already having dubbed him "one who has eye of cat," because he had green eyes, something new to them. When they brought out their pipes, they included James in their offer to smoke. "Oh, no, you don't," Anna objected. "You're not teaching him any of your bad habits at his age. He's still a growing boy." They saw the way James withdrew the hand he'd been reaching toward the pipe, and once more nodded in approval, saying, "Tonka squaw." But when it was time for the frying of the fish, they became amused at the big white Swede, whose woman did not even know a simple thing like that. Nevertheless, they ate their fill, relishing, in particular, those potatoes. The only potatoes they usually ate were wild ones, not nearly as delicious as these the white man cultivated. When the meal was over, Anna was left to clean up, while the men sat around with their pipes again. She wondered if the Indians would ever leave, for she was getting sick and tired of being called Tonka squaw at every move she made, and having her breeches closely scrutinized, and being criticized because she didn't perform all the duties these big bullies let their women perform. But they left at last, long after dark, and she wondered how they would find their way home in the blackness. Karl bid them good-bye at the door, and they all raised their palms to him. They did the same to James, but never gave Anna so much as a glance, which nettled her to a snit again, after it was she who'd invited them in the first place. Karl came back inside and could tell she was in a lather, so left her alone. He and James talked about the Indians, Karl saying he'd known all along they'd come around to have a look at his new squaw, sooner or later. She flounced into bed and faced the wall, really puckered now, because Karl had called her a squaw. She'd had enough of it from those redskins. When the fire was banked and the cabin dark, Karl laid down beside her. Instead of taking her hint and leaving her alone, he leaned over her shoulder to whisper into her ear, "Is my Tonka squaw upset with her husband?" In a forced whisper she sizzled, "Don't you dare call me a squaw one more time. I've had about all of it I can stand for one day, you and your big bully Indian friends." "Yeah, we are some big bullies, calling you Tonka squaw. Maybe you do not deserve it after all." Now he had her wondering. She turned her face a little his way, asking over her cold shoulder, "Deserve it? Yeah. Do you think you do?" "Well, how should I know?" "What does it mean?" "It means big woman, and it is the highest compliment an Indian can pay. You must have done something to make them think you were really tough." Tough? At last her pent-up emotions of the afternoon and evening began evaporating. "Karl, I was so scared when I saw them standing in the door of the spring house that I threw beans all over 40 acres. So that's why those beans are covering the spring house step. I was scared," she repeated, seeking his sympathy now. "I told you they were my friends." "But I never saw them before, Karl. I didn't know who they were. The one with the toothy grin made fun of my hair. Then Two Horns poked fun at my breeches. All I could think to do was put them in their places for being so rude to me, and in my own home, too." "I thought as much. You just are not used to their ways. The Indian respects authority. When you put them in their places, you fix yourself in yours, and they look up to you." "They do?" she asked, surprised. "So they call you Tonka squaw, big woman, because you make them behave, when Indian men are used to having their own way with their women." "They are?" "They are." Anna couldn't help laughing. "Oh, Karl, do you know what I did? I smacked old Beaver Nose so hard with my wooden spoon that before the end of the night he had black and blue marks on his knuckles." "You did such a thing, Anna?" he asked, amazed at this wife of his. "Well, he stuck his dirty hand right in my mincemeat pot." "So you smacked him with your wooden spoon?" "I did. Oh, Karl, I did." She giggled now. "That was an awful thing to do, wasn't it?" Her giggling grew louder at the thought of her own temerity. "It seems you are the kind of squaw those Indians would like to have. But make sure they don't. One who keeps her men in line." "Oh, you," Anna spouted. "You just forget about calling me Tonka squaw right this minute. I like Anna just fine, no matter what kind of squaw I am." "Tonka," Karl reiterated. "Well, you might have thought I was enjoying it all, but let me tell you I was plenty scared. Besides, I was put out with them for teasing me about my breeches and my hair." "They teased you about your hair, too, Anna?" Karl asked now. "Yours and mine both, I gather." Too late she realized. She had led herself toward a subject that would better have been avoided. Well, what did they say? Obviously Karl was eager to hear the rest. "Nothing." "Nothing?" "Nothing," I said. But in the dark he leaned and teased at her earlobe. "When you say it is nothing, I know it is something. But maybe something you do not want your husband to know." Anna stifled a giggle as he lightly nipped her jaw. "Something like that," she admitted. "How would you like to gut the fish the next time I bring the catch home?" he teased. "You would just love it, I bet." He could feel her cheeks round up in a smile against his teasing lips. "How would you like a rap in the knuckles with my spoon? After all, it is Tonka squaw you are threatening." "I am not very scared, as you can tell." He was whispering against her cheek now. "That is not why I am shaking." "Why are you shaking, then, Whitehair?" she whispered back. His hand came seeking. "I am shaking with laughter at those foolish Indians who think I have such a big woman." His hand found her breast. There was scarcely a spoonful of it. She grabbed his hand and took it to her mouth, saying, "I guess I'll just have to prove those Indians right." Then she bit it. When he yelped out loud, James asked what was going on up there. "Tonka squaw is just trying to prove she is more Tonka than she really is. One of the reasons I first got mad at your big red friends was because they made themselves at home without asking," she informed Karl merrily. He got her good and tight this time in a mighty hug that subdued her. The corn husks were carrying on something awful as the two of them scrapped and rolled, laughing and teasing. They ended in a kiss, with Karl saying into her ear, "Ah, Anna, you are something." "But not Tonka?" she whispered, knowing that the bosom pressed against his chest was anything but ample. "It does not matter," came his voice in the dark, and Anna smiled happily. In the morning, when they got up, they found 2 pheasants hanging on their door. How the Indians had shot them before sunup remained a mystery, but Karl explained the Indians had chosen this way of thanking Anna for her hospitality. It was, too, their tribute to her, their approval of Tonka woman, their welcome, and their utterly predictable sense of honor. The Indians never took anything without giving something in return. Chapter 10. Anna and Karl had been married for 2 weeks. They found they were compatible in countless ways, but disparate in others. Like all newlyweds, they revealed pieces of themselves to each other daily. Perhaps the similarity they found most enticing was their appreciation of fresh, healthy teasing, which went on daily. The chief shortcoming Karl found in Anna was the way she hated all domestic work. If she had her way, she'd be outside from sunup to sundown, and let the housework go to the devil. When she had to stay behind to perform household tasks, she tended to sulk, and often gave him the honed edge of her Irish tongue, just to let him know she didn't appreciate this aspect of wifehood. If there was one thing that bothered Anna about Karl, it was only that he was too perfect. Silly as it sometimes sounded, even to herself, it rankled her that beside him she must seem nearly ignorant. Anna had yet to find the thing Karl could not do, or figure out how to do, or couldn't teach either James or herself how to do. He had every virtue a man could possibly have. He was loving, patient, gentle. Oh, the list went on and on in her mind, until sometimes, beside him, she felt positively inadequate by comparison. But Karl never complained. When her temper flared, he soothed her with his own good humor. When she became irritable at her own incapacities, he patiently told her there was much to learn around a house, and it would take time. He took precious hours out from the cabin work to teach the never-ending lessons Father Pierrot had admonished him to teach, even though Anna knew how badly Karl wanted to devote all his time to the raising of the new house. But above all, at bedtime, Karl practiced more patience than any new wife had a right to ask of her husband, and Anna knew it. The flirting and innuendo could not go on endlessly. It came to a head one night after they'd had a particularly carefree session in the pond, where Anna had been even more playful than usual. In bed, later, she was still feeling sportive and coquettish. "Know what, Karl?" she whispered. "What?" "I've never kissed you." "But we have kissed every night." "You've kissed me every night. Now it's time for me to kiss you." She'd been thinking about it, about what it would be like to be the instigator. But she knew she'd better be careful. Any active move on her part raised ever greater response in Karl as the days went by. Karl was totally surprised, wondering what impish thing she could think of next. "Come then, kiss me, and I'll be good." He lay back with both arms crossed behind his head. Anna amazed him further by sitting up on her knees beside him. Although it was dark, he pictured her there, childlike, kneeling beside him in her nightie with those freckles dancing across her nose. If he thought of her that way, as a child, perhaps he could make it through one more night of the torture he now suffered at this time each day. Thankfully, she gave him only a childlike peck, but she braced both hands on his chest to do it. After the peck, they stayed there. "I am playing with fire," thought Anna, "but it is such fun." His skin was bare, warm, covered with a fine mat of hair. Beneath her palms she could feel the thrum of his heart, and for a moment she was confused. Did she want him to make love to her or not? Times during the day, watching him with the axe, or stroking the horses, or splashing water over his neck, she often quelled the desire to reach out and caress his beautiful flesh. In the dark he was only a shadow, a voice, but a warm shadow, a throaty voice. By now she knew the color of the skin concealed by darkness, the shine of the hair resting on the pillow so near her. She need not even touch them to remember them, but the memories tempted her hands, and they strayed lightly across the rises of his chest while she spoke. "Karl?" How could a single syllable sound so strained, she wondered. "What did you think when you first saw me?" "That you were too young and too thin." She tugged at a couple of hairs, and he winced, but kept his arms behind his head. "Do you want an old, fat wife?" she teased. "In Sweden, girls are a little plumper." "A little plumper, huh?" She felt him shrug apologetically, and promised with mock sincerity, "I'll try to get fat for you, Karl. I think I can do that quite fast, the way I've been eating, but it will take me a while longer to get old." In the dark he smiled. "Have I married a girl who will tease me to death?" She pushed against his chest one time, as if it were a lump of dough she was kneading. "Yes, a skinny young tease I am. I will tease you mercilessly." She sat back on her heels, but left her palms lightly on his ribs, for she could tell more about him by what was going on beneath her touch than ever she'd seen in broad daylight. Karl chuckled softly, pleased as usual by this bent of hers toward humor. Again it grew quiet, and Karl battled to keep his tongue from asking what he'd always thought was supposed to be of little importance. Lately, though, since she had played this game of keeping him at bay, the question had grown significant, until now he could not help asking, "What did you think when you saw me?" His low voice sounded slightly hoarse. She remembered that first day, his face appearing around the wagon, the large hand sliding his cap from his head in slow motion, the look of boyish wonder upon his handsome features as his eyes wandered over her for the first time. She remembered that her heart had raced then, just like it did now. "That you lied," she answered softly. "Me?" "Yes, by making less of your looks than you should have in your letters to me." Her finger brushed against his nipple. It was as hard as a pebble, and with a start she thought, "Do men's get hard like that too?" Quickly she slid her fingertips away from it, wondering if it was hard because he was aroused, or if it was that way all the time. Her own breasts were puckered so tightly they hurt. A swell of self-satisfaction washed through Karl at Anna's last words, and the tiny things she was doing to his chest. "Ah, she does find me pleasing," he thought. But then, feeling guilty for the thought, he said gruffly, "It is what is inside that matters." What's inside matters, but other things matter too. By the minute these other things were coming to matter more and more and more, as Anna's hands played upon Karl. What other things? He couldn't resist asking. Size, shape, colors, features, faces. I guess maybe you are right," Karl admitted, remembering Father Pierrot's lecture on this subject the night before their marriage. "I thought so much about what you would look like while James and I were on our way to Minnesota. When I got here and saw you for the first time, I was pleased. I liked what I saw, but I remember being, well, surprised at your size. It rather scared me." Her hand sailed lightly across his chest, raising goosebumps up the lengths of both his arms. "You're a big man, Karl," she whispered into the dark. "Like my father," he got out. Then, hand over hand, she measured his breadth, burning a path across his skin. 7 hands wide, she counted, from using the axe. Where her touch lingered, his heart thudded dangerously. Still, he did not move, so she slid her hands up to encircle one of his biceps. "And you're strong." Stridently he whispered, "I have cleared much land." "Like your father?" Quietly. "Yes, like my father." Shakily. "And is this your father's neck?" she asked, placing both hands around it, falling just short of spanning it, making the hair on the back of it prickle with awareness. "I guess so." "I can't even reach around it. I wanted to try it for the longest time, just to know what it felt like." He thought if she continued this way much longer, she would learn the feel of more than just his neck. But next she found his hair. "You have such blonde hair. I never saw such blonde hair." "I am Swedish," he reminded her unnecessarily. And do all Swedes think so little of their looks? She asked, thinking, now, Karl, please, now. He lay unmoving, stunned by the sensations her exploration invoked. I can only speak for myself, he croaked. That your face would not make milk curdle. Yeah. She found his temple, laid a palm against his long cheek, and followed the line of one eyebrow with a fingertip. What kind of thing is that to say about a face like this? That it would not make milk curdle. There followed a long, intense silence, and it seemed as if the thunder of two hearts reverberated off the cabin walls into the trembling night. Would it? No, Karl. It most certainly would not, she whispered, her fingertips passing lightly across his lips, then disappearing. His chest was so taut, he could scarcely find the breath to whisper, My mother's face. Your mother is a beautiful woman. Karl's chest expanded like never before. Anna knew exactly what she was doing, what was happening to Karl, and she knew, too, that it was unfair. But she had discovered the universal power of femininity and could not resist wielding it. I am merciless, she thought. I know what is happening to his body, and I know it can lead nowhere tonight. Yet I cannot resist plying him, knowing I have bent him to my will. Bent him she surely had, to an angle that would bear little more force before snapping. He had lain all this time with both hands folded behind his head, but now he brought one to her shoulder in the dark, squeezing it forcefully. The grip was like iron before he moved in one smooth flow, coming up, turning her, pushing her onto her back with a kiss that told her he was done with her games. Oh, God, Karl, I thought you would take till morning, she thought. His mouth was warm, wide, and his kiss hungry. His tongue touched hers, then moved in a circle upon her lips. She felt the soft, silken skin of his inner lips beneath her tongue, and deep in her body a pulsing made her lower parts feel ready to burst from want. His tongue washed her teeth, explored the warm crevice between them and her upper lip. The turn of her waist was his undoing, as he found it, then moved his hand upward to slake its emptiness, and fill his palm with her breast while his other cupped the back of her head. He rested his lips against the side of her nose as he pleaded hoarsely, Anna, do not play games with me this way. I have waited long enough. Tell him now, she ordered herself. But it was heavenly being touched at last by him, fully, intimately. The hand that lifted trees, harnessed horses, and held an axe as if it were a child's toy, now was gentle in its insistence, provoking a yearning in Anna's breasts to be bared to that calloused palm. Yes, yes, she thought, just this. For tonight, just this joy of knowing your touch and tingling to it and tasting the sweetness of my body yearning for more. Oh, Anna, are you child or woman? You are so warm. Gently he fondled her breasts, carried away by touching them at last, feeling her nipples hard and aroused. Oh, Karl, I fear I am both. Wait, Karl! No more waiting, Anna. Do not be afraid. His hand slid down her ribs and kneaded her hip while he covered her mouth with his. Anna realized she had tricked not only Karl, but herself. She wanted him so badly, all thought of playing him any longer fled. For as she played him, she played herself, and it had become torturous. She grabbed his hand. Karl, I'm sorry. Wait. I shouldn't have started this tonight. It's my time of month. His hand stopped kneading, and he tensed away from her. She heard his sharp, indrawn breath before he fell aside with an audible groan, throwing the back of a wrist across his forehead. She thought she actually heard his teeth gritting. "Why didn't you tell me, Anna?" he asked tightly. "Why did you start this tonight of all nights?" His displeasure was evident. She could sense how he'd withdrawn from her with scarcely controlled anger as he lay back again, arms crossed behind his head. "I'm sorry, Karl. I didn't realize." Only cold silence greeted her. "Don't be mad. I don't like it any more than you do." Defensively, she drew herself over to her side of the bed, fluffed the covers over her chest, and pinned them with her arms. "You knew all the time, and still you started this." "I said I was sorry, Karl." "I have played along with this game of yours for 2 weeks already. I think I have had enough of it. I do not think what you just did was such fun." "Don't be mad." "I am not mad." "Yes, you are, Karl. I won't do anything like this again." He studied the blackness above him a long time, obviously put out at her. Finally he asked, "How long does this thing last with women?" "A couple more days," she whispered. "A couple more." "2 more, Anna?" he asked deliberately. She was cornered, but could only answer, "Yes, 2 more." Realizing that with the words she at last committed herself to a definite time. 2 nights from now would be either her doing or her undoing, depending upon what Karl would or would not realize about her past once they made love. "All right," he said now with finality. 2 more days. Anna didn't put her fears into precise pigeonholes. She didn't actually think to herself, "If Karl realizes the truth about me, he'll send me away." Somehow she knew he wouldn't do that. Still, guilt and uncertainty provoked her to arm herself against his possible displeasure. Her only insurance was to prove her worth around the place beyond a doubt, to make Karl think of her as indispensable. That, she admitted, was a lot to prove over the next couple of days. She began the next morning by attempting to make pancakes. When Karl and James came in from morning chores, they found the intrepid Anna ready to pour batter in the griddle. "So I can be a full-time logger at last?" Karl asked smilingly, while Anna nervously wiped her hands on the thighs of her breeches. "Maybe," she quavered, and would have poured the batter into the ungreased spider had Karl not reminded her to lard it first. When she had the cakes baked on one side, then turned them, she realized they looked nothing like his had. These were flat and lifeless. But she served him the first ones anyway, hurrying to pour the second batch for James. Karl eyed the flat specimens with their wavy edges. Too much milk, he thought, and not enough saleratus. But he ate the helping, then another, kindly withholding criticism. When Anna took her first bite, her jaw stopped. Karl and James eyed each other sideways and tried not to snicker. Then she spit the mouthful back onto her plate with disgust. "Ish!" she spouted. "That's like a slice of a cow's hoof." The other two at last burst out laughing, while Anna railed at herself in disgust. "I thought I'd surprise you, but I'm too stupid to remember the simplest recipe. It's awful. I don't know how you ever ate so many." "It was hard, wasn't it, James?" Karl managed between gusts of laughter. James curled his tongue out and rolled his eyes upward. "Don't you dare poke fun at me for failing, Karl Lindstrom. At least I tried. And you can put your tongue back in now, you little brat," she yelled at her brother. Karl silenced his laughter at once, but his chest still shook. "You were the one who said it was like a cow's hoof," James reminded her. "I can say it," she snapped. "You don't have to." She whisked her plate from the table, turning her back on the both of them. "Tell your sister not to throw away the leftovers," Karl whispered loudly behind her. "We can use them to shoe the horses with." But when she whirled on him, he had already made it to the door. The pancake missed his head and sailed out into the yard, where Nana came and nosed at it inquisitively, then, unbelievably, turned away in disinterest. Anna stood in the door with her hands on her hips, yelling across the clearing at Karl's retreating back. "All right, smarty! What'd I do wrong?" "You probably forgot the saleratus," he called merrily, without so much as turning around. She kicked viciously at the pancake lying in the dirt, then swung back to the door, mumbling, "Saleratus! A nincompoop forgets saleratus." For good measure, Karl turned now and added, "And you put in too much milk." He watched her feisty little backside swivel into the house again. He'd had a sneaking suspicion last night she'd fibbed to him again just to put him off for a while longer. But now he was sure she'd been telling the truth. He had enough sisters to remember their bursts of temper and inexplicable irritability that came and went in mysterious cycles. Anna was so disgusted with herself she could have cried. After all her promises to try her best to please Karl, look what she'd done, flying off the handle at him and throwing the pancake like it was his fault. But, oh, those pancakes had been so miserable. Noon dinner was worse, because it should have been easier. All she had to do was slice bread and fry venison steaks. She volunteered to go back down the skid trail early and get the fire stoked up and the meal begun, so it'd be ready when Karl and James brought the load of wood. Her bread slices were wedge-shaped. The venison, which had looked so appetizing when raw, was charred to a curl on the outside, oozing cold blood on the inside. Nobody mentioned the inept preparation of the food, but the steaks were scarcely touched. Anna's ineptitude in the kitchen served a purpose after all. She was so furious with herself she worked like a dynamo to get rid of her frustration. That afternoon, because of her excessive energy, she and James kept up, tree for tree, with Karl. In the 20 minutes or so it took Karl to fell one tree, Anna could skin another tamarack of its branches, while James could skid a load down the hill from the siding. Time of the month or not, Anna would show Karl she was good for something. By the end of the day, Anna's stomach was growling like a riled hedgehog. Once it chose to growl when she was so near Karl he heard it, and could not resist a little corner-of-the-mouth smile. But he kept on working, bare-chested and amused. Anna could not stand it any longer. When the next tree went crashing down, she looked at Karl across the roaring silence and, even though it was earlier than usual, asked, "Karl, could we go back early today?" "Why?" he asked, already seizing his axe, moving to the next tree. "Because I'm so hungry. I haven't got enough strength to whack one more limb off." "Me too," James put in from his spot at the far end of the tamarack. Still he cast a wary glance at his sister while he admitted it. "Me too," Karl said, trying not to smirk. Suddenly the humor of the situation struck Anna. All of them working away here, while she grumbled and mumbled, and was the worst kind of spitfire. She knew she had to be the first one to laugh. It started as a thin, self-conscious giggle. But before she knew what was happening, James chuckled, then Karl. Then a most unladylike snort came through her nose, and all three of them let go fully. She collapsed in the sawdust in an uncontrollable fit of mirth. Karl stood with one foot on a stump, one hand braced on the axe, hooting at the azure sky, while James came whisking through the branches of the downed tree to Anna's side, where he, too, settled onto his knees in the sawdust. The crows must have heard, for they started up a cacophony of their own from the woods. The trio laughed until their stomachs growled all the more. Anna finally sat up, weak, exhausted in the nicest way. Karl eyed her appreciatively, her hair now salted with sawdust, dark circles of sweat beneath her arms, smudges of bark lichens on her chin. He'd never seen anything prettier. "I think I was right the first time. when I took you for a whelp still wet behind the ears, Anna. Look at you. No wife of mine could look like that, sitting there in her breeches with sawdust all over everything." But the way he smiled at her, she knew she was forgiven for last night. Making a face at him, she asked, "Can we go down right now, Karl?" "Right now? Right this very now. But we should trim and buck this tree first, and by that time you will have to bury me. Please, let's go now. I'm starving, Karl, starving." "All right." Karl laughed, pulling his axe from its slice in the stump, extending it toward Anna. "Let's go." She squinted up at this husband of hers, his tanned, smiling face framed by damp, unruly curls near his temples. She wondered how she'd managed to get so lucky. Her heart tripped in gay excitement at the very sight of him, holding the axe in his powerful grip, with that blue-eyed smile slanting down at her. With a coy smile of her own, she grabbed the cheeks of the axe with both hands, and he tugged her to her feet in a shower of wood chips. She came flying to land lightly against him, and he caught her with his free arm, pulling her up against his hip, then laughed down into her eyes as she peered up at him. James smiled, watching them, then scampered off, saying, "I'll get Belle and Bill." Karl dropped his arm, but raised his eyes to Anna's hair, then reached out to pick a piece of pine from it. "You are a mess," he said smilingly, and flicked the fragment away. She touched her index finger to his temple and followed the track of a bead of sweat that trailed downward at the edge of his hair. "So are you," she returned. Then she put the finger to the tip of her tongue, her brown eyes never leaving his, which widened a little in surprise before she coquettishly whirled away. They started down the hill, the five of them, Anna declaring that the team had never moved this slow before. Surely she would fall dead in her tracks halfway to the table if they didn't hustle. But Karl reminded her with a smirk that for safety's sake the horses must not be hurried. She strode half a pace ahead of Karl with impatient steps, making sure her hips swung a little come-hither message into the bargain. "What are you cooking for supper?" asked the husband behind her. She fired him a withering look over her shoulder, then faced front again as she scolded, "Don't be smart, Karl. I think it is someone else who is being smart here, and if she doesn't watch her teasing, she will end up doing the cooking yet." Anna turned around and skipped a few steps backward, while pleading in her most earnest voice, "I'd do anything for a decent meal cooked by somebody else for a change." "Anything?" he questioned suggestively, stretching his steps to gain on Anna, who suddenly whirled around, ignored his innuendo, continuing to march vigorously toward supper. "Come back here, Anna," he ordered mildly. "What?" "I said, come back here. You have sawdust on your breeches." She stuck her rear out to inspect it as best she could while still downhilling it, but Karl caught up to her, and she felt his hands swipe her seat, sending little shivers of anticipation through her belly and breasts. Then, his sweeping done, Karl left his hand around her waist, pulling her lightly against his hip. With the axe swung over his other shoulder, they walked down to the clearing. That night they splurged on precious sliced ham, because it was the fastest thing Karl could think of. He plucked it down from the rafter of the spring house where it had been hanging upside down, like a bat. He showed Anna how to make red-eye gravy of flour and milk. With it they had crystalline boiled potatoes, which she managed to peel quite nicely for Karl, this first small domestic success filling her with pride. During the supper preparations, Karl warned her, "We're almost out of bread. Tomorrow I think I must show you how to bake more." Disheartened, she wailed, "Oh, no! If I couldn't handle pancakes, I'll for sure kill the bread." "It will take time, but you must learn." She threw out her hands hopelessly. "But there's so much to remember, Karl. Everything you show me has different stuff in it. I can't possibly get it all straight.
Give yourself time and you will.
But you'll be sick and tired of me ruining all your precious food when you have to work so hard for every bit of it.
You are too impatient with yourself, Anna. Have I complained?
He raised his blue eyes to hers. No, Karl. But I only wish I could learn quicker so you didn't have to do it all. If I could get things right the first time, you could leave me without worrying I'll burn the house down and your supper with it. Why, I still haven't got the spider clean from dinner.
A little sand will work it clean, he advised, nonplussed.
The sand worked beautifully, and she displayed the rejuvenated pan with pride. But later, when the ham was spitting and smelling unendurably delicious, Anna stopped in the door, clutching the bowl of potato parings against her stomach. Karl. He looked up to find her playing with a curl of potato peeling, twisting it around an index finger distractedly.
What is it, Anna?
She studied the peeling intently. If I knew how to read, you could write things down for me so I'd be able to cook stuff right. I mean, she looked up expectantly. I mean, then it wouldn't matter if my memory's not so good. Again she dropped her eyes to the bowl.
There is nothing wrong with your memory, Anna. It will all smooth out in time.
But would you teach me to read, Karl? Her eyes wandered back to his. Just enough to know the names of things, like flour and lard and saleratus. A soft, understanding smile broke across his face.
Anna, I will not send you packing because you have forgotten the leavening in the pancakes. You should know that by now, little one.
I know. It's just that you can do everything so good. And I can't do anything without you watching every move. I want to do better for you. He wanted nothing so badly as to step to the doorway and pitch the bowl of potato parings aside and take her in his arms and kiss her until the ham burned.
Anna,
do you not know that it is enough for me that you wish this? It is? Her childish, large eyes opened wide. Of course it is. He was rewarded with her smile. But would you teach me to read anyway, Karl?
Perhaps, in the winter, when time grows long.
By then I will have burned up all your valuable flour, she said mischievously.
By then we will have a new crop.
She turned with her bowl to leave, happy now.
Anna.
What?
Save the parings. We will plant those with eyes and see if the season is long enough to give us a second crop. We will need it.
She turned to study him thoughtfully. Is there anything you don't know, Karl?
Yeah, he answered. I do not know how I will make it till tomorrow night.
That evening he showed Anna how to make yeast from the potato water, which he saved from supper, and a handful of dried hops. To this he added a curious syrup, which he said was made of the pulp of watermelons, a plentiful source of sugar. The maple sugar, which he harvested, had too strong a flavor for bread, he said. So instead he boiled watermelon pulp each summer and preserved it in crocks by pouring melted beeswax over it. With the yeast ingredients set in the warm chimney corner for the night, they all enjoyed cups of the remaining watermelon nectar, a treat Anna and James had never known before. "Can I have more, Karl?" James asked. Karl emptied the jug into the boy's mug. "It's delicious," Anna agreed.
"I have many more delicious things to introduce you to. Minnesota knows no end of such delights."
"You were right, Karl. It really does seem to be a land of plenty."
"Soon the wild raspberries will be ripe. Then you will have a treat."
"What else?" James asked.
"Wild blackberries, too. Did you know that when a wild blackberry is green, it is red?"
James puzzled a moment, then laughed. It's a riddle in reverse. What's red when it's green? But when it is ripe, it turns as black as the pupil of a rattlesnake's eye, Karl said. Have you got rattlesnakes here? Anna asked, wide-eyed. Timber rattlers. But I have not seen many. I have had to kill only 2 since I am here. Snakes eat the pesky rodents in the grain fields, so I do not like killing a snake. But the rattler is a devil, so I must. Anna shivered. They had not gone for their swim before supper, because they'd been in too much of a hurry to eat. Karl suggested a swim now, but the mention of rattlesnakes made Anna opt for the washstand instead. James, too, agreed for this one night he'd put off their swim. When they were tucked in bed, Anna spoke first, in a whisper, as usual. Karl? Have you thought any more about a stove for the new house? No, Anna. I have been busy, and it slipped my mind. Not mine. Do you think a stove will make you a better cook? He asked, amused. Well, it might, she ventured. But Karl laughed a little. Well, it might, she repeated. And then again it might not. And Karl Lindstrom will have spent his good money for nothing. A little fist clunked him one in the chest. Perhaps we make a bargain, you and I. First, Anna learns to cook decent. Then Karl buys her the stove. Oh, do you mean it, Karl? Even in a whisper her voice was enthused. Karl Lindstrom is no liar. Of course I mean it. Oh, Karl! She grew excited just thinking of it. But I will be the judge of when your cooking is decent. She lay there, smiling in the dark. I'm going to make good bread tomorrow. You'll see. I am making good bread tomorrow. You are watching me make it. All right. I'm watching, but this time I'm going to remember everything, she vowed. Just like James does. You'll be going off to buy that new stove before the month is out. You'll see. She imagined how it would be to own an iron stove, and how glorious it would be to find cooking not a hateful job, to have things turn out right. Karl? How do you bake bread without an oven? In a kiln in the yard. Have you never seen it? No, where is it? Back by the woodpile. You mean that mound of dried mud? Yeah. But it has no door. I will make a door by sealing up the hole with wet clay, after the loaves are inside. You mean you want me to goop around with wet clay every time I make bread, for the rest of my life? What I want is for you to come over here and shut your little mouth. I said I would think about the stove, and I will. I grow tired of talking about bread and clay and stoves now. So she found a spot to nestle in Karl's arm, and she did what she was told. She shut her mouth. When his kiss found it, she refused to open up. He backed off, tried again in his most persuasive fashion, but could only feel her smiling with lips sealed. What is this? He asked. I'm only doing what I promised to do. I vowed to obey my husband, didn't I? So, when I'm told to shut my mouth, I do it. Well, your husband is ordering you to open it again. And she did. Chapter 11. The bread-making was a larger undertaking than Anna had imagined, made so mostly by the fact that they were to make 14 loaves at once, enough for 2 weeks. In the morning the hot tea had turned into a crock of effervescent bubbles, which had to be strained through a horsehair strainer into the hollowed-out black walnut log with legs, which Karl called a dough-box. Water and lard were added, and much, much flour. Anna got into the act at this point by kneading elbow to elbow with Karl. Before the flour was all mixed in, her arms ached, as if she'd been wielding Karl's axe instead of his bread dough. The dough-box had a concave cover, also made of hollowed-out wood, and when at last it was in place, the whole thing was left beside the fireplace, where it was warm and the dough could rise. "And now you know how to mix bread," Karl said. "Do you always make so much?" "It is easier in the long run than having to mix dough more often." "Are your arms tired?" "No," she lied, a little white lie, not wanting him to think her too weak for such a task. "Good. Then let us go see about that tamarack we left lying on its side yesterday." The day was different from any so far. Between Anna and Karl there was none of the light banter. There was instead a concerted avoiding of eyes, of touch, even of speech. For this was the day. They mounted the skid trail behind Belle and Bill. Today Karl took the reins, instead of turning them over to James. The familiar reins felt comforting in Karl's palms. The familiar rumps of the horses were good to set his eyes upon, when they felt like wandering to Anna. The words of command flowed in gentle but gruff tones to the horses, though Karl found little to say to his wife. He was attuned to her every motion, though. He need not even look her way to sense each movement, each sound she made. The sigh of her pant legs through the damp morning grass, the quick tilt of her head at the bark of a pheasant, the accented swing of the basket she carried, the natural swing of her hips, the perk of alertness when a gopher caught her eye, the way she watched the small animal as she walked past it, the determination in her stance as she set to work on the branches, the way she raised the jug to her lips when she broke for water, the way she backhanded her mouth after taking the drink, the curl of her back as she bent to fill the basket, the way she put the first chip to her nose before dropping it in, the pause to push her hair back when the nape of her neck grew warm, the way she smiled reassuringly at James when he seemed to be questioning silently, "Why this sudden change between you and Karl?" Anna, too, knew a sense of content with Karl, as if suddenly a tuning fork had been struck in her body, and its vibrations matched his as they played out this new movement of a symphony started 2 weeks ago. That first movement, with its light, allegro-like gaiety, echoed and was gone now, high among the tamaracks. It was replaced by the sensual adagio that caught them in its slowly measured beat. Even Karl's axe seemed to match that slower rhythm, its mellow thud counting away the minutes until nightfall. It was as if Anna stood beside Karl, elbow to elbow, as she had earlier. She knew his every movement, though she never looked squarely at him the entire morning. The brush of his hand upon Belle's haunch, the way it absently eased down to her thigh, the pat on her shoulder before leaving her in favor of curved ash, the squaring of shoulders and that last gaze skyward before hefting the axe for the first time that day, the great breath, the way he held it in his thick chest before that initial fluid swing, then the symmetry of motion, the flash of yellow hair back and forth in the sun as he nodded into each stroke, the rise of chin at the measure of trembling tree, the squint of eye as the bark cracked, the near shudder of satisfaction as it plunged, the one-handed way he unbuttoned his shirt, the rolling backward of shoulders to be free of it, the axe-handle leaning upon his groin as he shrugged from the confines of cotton, the shirt flying through the air, his hands flexing wide before taking up the axe once more, making it sing. The sudden silence when James pointed wordlessly, Karl walking with cat-like stealth to reach for the rifle and raise it, aiming at the squirrel who perched in mesmerized silence, waiting to be their supper. The recoil that scarcely rocked Karl's shoulder, his look of amazement as the butt of the gun slid down to rest beside his foot, while the squirrel scampered free, untouched. And for one of the few times that day, Karl's eyes meeting Anna's, hers falling away, her head turning so she could smile at his missed shot without his knowing. and all day long their thoughts ranged over parallel themes. What will she think of me? What will he think of me? Will she come along swimming? He will want to go swimming. I had best shave again. I had best wash my hair. I wish I had better than lye soap to offer. I wish I had better than homespun to wear. Supper will seem endless. I'll hardly be hungry. Shall I go to the barn? Shall I go to bed first? When have 2 days been this long? When have 2 days been this short? Will she resist? Will he demand? She is so slight. He is so big. What do women need? Will he be gentle? Will she know it is my first time? He will know it's not my first time. I must wait till the boy sleeps. James, fall asleep early. She will sure want the fire low. James will see in the fire glow. Blast those corn husks. Oh, those crackling corn husks. Should I take off her gown? Will he take off my gown? My hands are so calloused. My hands have grown rough. What if I hurt her? Will it hurt like the first time? Will she know all my doubts? Will he know all my fears? There will be blood. There'll be no blood. Let me do it right. Let him not suspect. At noon they punched down the dough, and Karl showed Anna how to shape the loaves. He sprinkled the hand-forged iron pan with cornmeal before placing the first loaf in it. He said they had enough tamaracks to begin hewing, so they need not return to the woods that afternoon. If she wanted, Anna could tend to some weeding in the vegetable garden, which had been sadly neglected lately. Also, those potato peelings needed planting, if they were not too dry into uselessness, and the hardwood fire in the kiln would bear tending in readiness for the baking. So Karl went to his hewing, and Anna to her weeding. Alas, Anna could not tell the weeds from the herbs, and pulled up Karl's comfrey, so much taller than the rest, and looking ever so unvegetable-like. Unaware of her mistake, she continued on with her task, until Karl came to show her how deep to plant the potato parings. Eyeing the plot, then the weed pile, Karl asked, "Where is my comfrey?" "Your what?" Anna asked. "My comfrey. A little while ago it was growing right up along the end of this row." "You mean that big, tall, gangly stuff, yeah? That's comfrey?" Karl again eyed the weed pile. Then Anna bent to fetch up the abused comfrey. "Is this it?" "I'm afraid so. It was." "Oh, no." Another day they would have laughed joyously at what she'd done. Today they were too aware of each other. Anna shrugged, Karl smiled, not at her face, but at the wilted comfrey. "Comfrey is tough," he said, reaching for it. "I think it can survive in spite of your gardening. I will put it back where it came from, but it will need a little drink to get it going again." "I'll get it, Karl," she offered, and scampered away, jumping the vegetable rows, running toward the spring house, while he watched her whisky hair fly untethered with each leap and bound, the limp comfrey forgotten in his hand. She returned with her pailful. Karl dug a hollow, stood back while she poured water in, then knelt on one knee to replace the herb, and tamped moist earth upon its roots with the sole of his big foot. Above him, Anna grasped the rope handle of the wooden bucket with both hands, mesmerized by the sight of his bare back and the shallows of his spine, diving into the back of his pants. He'd been hewing in the sun before he came over. His shoulders gleamed with a film of sweat. The hair at the back of his neck was wet, curling in rebellion at the heat. He stood up, took the pail from her, lifted it, and drank deeply, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and said, "I must get back to my hewing." She wished she could help with hewing, instead of poking potato peelings into the ground. At the same time, it was disconcerting being near Karl today. It was probably a good thing. They're working separately. The sun wore low, and the pigeons began moving again. The day cooled slightly as the birds fluttered to the edges of the clearing, then to the roof of the spring house, with throaty clucks and soothing coos. At the spring, the chipping sparrows dipped their rust caps for an evening drink. Barn swallows swooped out across the open, darting in blue-gray flashes on their evening pursuit of bugs, cutting sharply to scatter the gray haze of gnats. Dragonflies left the potato blossoms, disappearing somewhere to fold away their jaconet wings for the night. The inchworms gave up their incessant measuring of the cabbage plants, flexed their backs one last time, and disappeared within the leaves where the hungry birds wouldn't find them. Karl, too, flexed his back one last time. The ash handle of his axe slid through his palm, and he scanned the first tier of logs which lay now in place. Anna had gone from the garden to the spring house. "Well, boy, what do you think?" "I think I'm tired." "Too tired to take a walk to the clay pit?" "Where is it?" "Up along the creek a little ways. We need fresh clay to seal up the kiln." "Sure, I'll come with you, Karl." "Good. Ask your sister if she wants to come along, too, and tell her to bring an empty pail from the spring house." James thought Karl could have asked Anna as easily as not, but the two had acted strangely standoffish all day long, as if they'd had a tiff or something. Anyway, James called, "Hey, Anna, Karl says, do you want to come with us to get clay?" She turned from latching the spring house door. Karl was standing just behind James, watching her. "Tell Karl yes," she called back. "He says to bring a pail." She went back in to get it. Anna carried the bucket, James the spade, and Karl the rifle. Karl led the way, explaining, "The pheasants are feeding now, filling their crops with gravel along the creek bank. I want you behind me if I flush one up." Both he and Anna remembered how he'd missed that sitting target this morning. They walked in single file along the worn footpath to the creek. But halfway there they overtook a sluggish porcupine, headed the same place they were. He waddled along, unconcernedly, on stout, bowed legs, sniffing his way with a flat nose until he realized he had company. Then, giving a warning snort, he tucked his head between his front feet and brandished his tail, protecting his barbless little belly. "Give this fellow wide berth," Karl warned, leading the way around the quilled rodent. "It pays to remember we share the woods with him, and he likes the salt from a man's hands. He is the reason why I always teach you to hang up our axe at the end of the day. He will eat up the sweaty handle in short time if you let him. It takes a man some time to fashion his axe handle." They continued walking and came to where the yellow clay lay thickly at the feet of the willows. There were countless footprints in it. Intrigued, James at once knelt, asking what they all were. He and Karl squatted a long time, inspecting the markings, while Karl patiently identified each one. Raccoon, skunk, mouse, otter, long-clawed porcupine. But no rabbit or woodchuck, for they, Karl said, needed only the moisture they took in with the dew-laden leaves of early morning. At last Karl had satisfied all of James' questions. They filled the pail with clay and started back through the emerald caress of the forest light. When they returned to the clearing, they found the kiln aglow with hardwood coals, which Karl scooped out, leaving only the heated brick radiating within. After the loaves were inserted, he quickly sealed the opening, packing it with handfuls of damp clay, smoothing, shaping, watering, then smoothing again, with the thick yellow rivulets oozing between his fingers, running down the backs of his hands. There was something sensual about the sight, and Anna could not tear her eyes away. She was reminded again of the many times she'd watched his hands stroke the horses, and of the night he had fondled her breast. Something wild and liquid and surging happened within her as she stood above and behind Karl's shoulder, watching the task he performed. She looked down at the back of his neck, his shoulders, which shifted sinuously as he made wide circles on the new kiln wall he was building. She remembered the salt of him upon her tongue from the droplet she had taken from his temple. Suddenly Karl swiveled around to glance up at Anna from his hunkered pose. He watched her face turn the color of ripe watermelon, and quickly she looked aside, then down at her own hands with dirt from the gardening still embedded beneath the nails. A thrill of anticipation shot through Karl, and he turned to give the kiln one last pat. "We will open it in the morning, and there will be fresh bread for our breakfast." "That sounds good," Anna said, but her face had not faded yet, and she studied the barn wall across the way. Karl stood up and stretched. "Probably every Indian for 10 miles will be here, too. They can smell that bread baking clear across 40 acres. "Really?" James put in excitedly. "I like the Indians. Can we go swimming now?" Karl answered the boy, but watched his wife. "Anna is afraid of snakes, since I mentioned the timber rattlers." "No, I'm not," she quickly interjected. "Yes, I am, but well, let's go. I'm full of the garden anyway." Karl controlled an impulse to smile. Nothing made Anna react like a challenge thrown her way. He watched her face carefully while he noted, "And I am full of our kiln." But she swung around, away from him, and he could not tell if she still blushed or not. "Let's go, then," James said, leading the way. An honest sense of shyness had sprung up between Karl and Anna now. It heightened their anticipation as well as their apprehension at the coming of night. Whatever must James be thinking, Anna worried, knowing exactly how stilted she and Karl had acted toward each other most of the day. But there was no cure for it. James was given to think whatever he might. But in a way James became the blessing Father Pierrot had predicted, for while they talked to him, they communicated through him. As is often true with breathless lovers, it was not the things they did say that mattered, but those they didn't. "I've never seen a timber rattler at this time of evening. They hunt for food during the day, and they are not swimmers." "I'm not the one who's worried about them, Karl. Anna is. If I thought there was danger, we would not be going to the pond." "James, slow down. You're walking too fast. It's not me. It's Karl. Slow down, Karl. Anna can't keep up." "Oh, was I hurrying?" "Hey, Anna, come on out here in the deep part with us." "No, not tonight." "How come?" "I'm going to wash my hair instead." "Wash your hair? But you always said you hated that lardy soap." "Leave your sister alone, boy." "You shaving again, Karl? You shaved once this morning." "Leave him alone, James." "Man, I'm starved after that swim. Pass me the stew." "Sure. Here." "Hey, how come you two ain't eating tonight?" "I'm not very hungry." "Me either." "Hey, Anna, you sure been quiet all day." "Have I?" "Seems like it. How come?" "I pulled up Karl's comfrey, and I think he's disgusted with me." "Is that why you two are mad at each other?" "I am not mad at her." "I'm not mad at him." "Help your sister clean up the supper things, James. She's had a hard day." "So have I." "Just do as I say, James." "I'll see to the horses." "What in the world is there to see to out there when they're all put away for the night?" "Leave Karl alone, James." "Well, heck, I just asked is all."
Get your bed ready, okay? In the barn, Karl lit his pipe, but it lay fragrantly forgotten in his hand. "Hello, Belle. Just came to say good night." Karl stroked the heavy neck and mane, running the coarse hairs through his fingers, until Belle turned her giant head curiously. "What do you think, old girl? Do you think she's ready for bed by now?" Belle blinked slow, there in the dark. But tonight her presence, and Bill's, soothed Karl less than usual. "Ah, well," the man sighed. "Good night, you two." He gave them each a pat on the rump, then walked slowly to the house. He took the latch string in his fingers. He paused thoughtfully, then turned to the wash-bench and cleaned the smell of the horses from his hands. Back inside, Karl found James still up. Time moved like the soft-shelled snails on a dewy morning. Anna brushed her hair, while James seemed more interested than ever in erecting log walls. His questions went on interminably. Karl answered them all, but finally arose and raised his elbows in the air, twisting at the waist and yawning most convincingly. "Don't tell me," James warned Karl. "Tomorrow is another day. I know. But I don't feel sleepy at all." Anna's stomach flipped sideways. "Well, Karl is, and he can't entertain you here all night. So get to bed, little brother." At last James hit the floor. "I will bank the coals," Karl said. He knelt, heard the lid of the trunk squeak behind him, and stayed where he was, poking at the fire, fiddling, until finally the corn husks spoke. Karl stood up, pulled his shirt tails out, stepped over James' feet, and slipped into the deep shadows cast upon his and Anna's bed. Karl wondered if the hammering of his heart might make the ropes creak. Surely a commotion like the one inside him would rock the world. His entire life had come to this, to lying beside this woman, this girl, this virgin. And his papa had taught him well and fully how to be a man in this world, in all ways but this. Papa had given him a deep and abiding respect for women, but beyond that, little more. From his older brothers, Karl had gathered that this aspect of marriage was distasteful to some women, chiefly because it brought them pain, especially the first time. How to make this pleasant for her, this was what Karl wondered. How to lead her slowly, how to soothe her. What is Anna thinking, lying over there so still? Did she put that nightgown on? Don't be asinine, man. Of course she put it on. It is no different tonight. Oh, yes, it is. How long have I been lying here like a quaking schoolboy? "Come here," Anna heard him whisper, and felt him raise his arm to put around her. She lifted her head, and his arm slipped close, gathered her in, and passed downward along her back. Slowly he rubbed, in ever-widening circles through her nightgown. Shivers danced along her spine. Fleetingly, he hesitated at the base of her spine, moved again in gentle motions until he felt her relax a little. Deftly he had rolled her onto her side, until her ear was pressed upon his biceps. Within her head resounded her own thumping heart. How long had she lain stiffly on her back, telling her locked muscles to relax? Now, slowly, his hand began to achieve what her will had not. "Close your mouth," she told herself, "or he will hear you breathing like a jackrabbit and know how scared you are." But breathing through her nose was worse. And so when Karl's lips touched hers, they were already parted. He pulled her fully into his kiss. Her lips were soft and seeking. Halfway through the kiss he swallowed. "Fool," he thought. "Surely the boy heard you swallow clear over there."
Saliva pooled in his mouth, and he was forced to swallow again. But when Anna, too, swallowed, Karl quit worrying about it, and the problem took care of itself. One-armed, he'd captured her, rolled her toward him, so her hands rested lightly upon his chest. As the kiss lingered and lengthened, her fingers timidly began to move, as if she'd only now realized his skin lay beneath them. She glided lightly over the silken hairs she'd so often seen in the sun. It felt like thistledown, so softly textured in contrast to the firm muscle from which it sprang. Her tiny movements set his senses on edge, awakening nerves he'd not guessed he possessed. Inadvertently, she brushed his nipple, quickly passing it by. He captured her hand to place it again, where the touch had brought pleasing sensations. Again her fingers fanned his chest in butterfly movements of encouragement, while she wondered what it was he waited for. He waited for her arms to encircle him, to free the breasts she protected so virginally. Finally he whispered, "Put your arms around me, Anna." Her arms found their way. Her hands played over his muscled back. Slowly Karl drew a pattern on her flesh that brought his palm to the gentle swelling of her breasts. Her hands fell still. All of her lay expectant, waiting, breath falling warmly on his cheek, until his caress found its way like the fall of a feather. Lightly he rubbed the backs of his fingers upon the cuckold tip. The universe held its breath with Karl and Anna, as he slowly eased his touch in search of buttons, finding them, slipping them free, one by one, in slow motions. "Don't move, Anna," he thought. "Let me feel your warmth." She lay unresisting, receptive to his touch. He smoothed his hand within the loosened garment, riding his palm from the shallows of her ribs upward to rest on her breastbone. He stroked her jaw with his thumb, caressed her neck, encircled it fleetingly, then again rested the heel of his hand just above and between her breasts, savoring the delight of making them both wait, want. She closed her eyes, sighing as his touch fell upon her bare breast, cupping it, contouring it, making fire build in its nerve endings. In a wonder of discovery, his hand roved her skin, so different from his own. Her breasts were soft like the petals of the wild rose, unbelievably soft. Yet here, puckered tightly with a contraction so unexpectedly powerful. "Anna," he breathed, his lips skimming hers. "You are so warm, so soft here." He gently squeezed the resilient flesh. "So hard to hear." He took the firmly aroused nipple to stroke it gently, roll it between his fingers rapturously. "How I have wondered." She lay with her mouth a mere inch away from his, feeling his words on her skin, finding no answer but to lie beneath his touch, while he learned the beautiful mystery of man and woman. As if she were his altar, he came to adore in profound awe the goodness of this offering. Within Anna grew the incredulous knowledge of this man's innate respect for the act upon which they embarked, so that when he soothed her gown from her shoulders, there was goodness flowing already between them, even before their bodies joined. He touched her hair, her shoulder, took her hand from behind him and kissed its palm, then pressed her back into the pillows. Then he leaned to do what he'd thought of for so long. He kissed her breasts, stunning both Anna and himself with sensations that gushed through them. Warm, wet, hungry tongue swooped, swept, stroked. Ardent, eager lips encircled, engulfed, enflamed. To Anna came an incredible thirst at the tugging of his kiss upon her breast. She knew physical thirst that brought unexpected cravings for cool, flowing water. She knew emotional thirst that brought visions of warm, quivering flesh. It built in a marvelous anguish, until her head pressed back of its own accord, her ribs rose, her back arched, her hands found his hair. He groaned softly as her fingers threaded the strands. Her hands tugged impatiently, then fell to his cheeks to hold their hollows, the better to feel his open-mouthed possession of her flesh. His searching, suckling mouth created within Anna such a confusion of warring sensations. She was at once slaked but thirsty, filled but hungering, sapped but fortified, languid but vital, relaxed but tensile. His face traveled her body, while Anna luxuriated in the leisurely pace he'd set. Beneath his lips he felt her stretching like a cat as he touched the hollow between her ribs. His hands stroked the curve of her waist. As if this triggered some magic, she raised her hands above her head, arching further upward, in a languor he had not expected. Her hips were healed and warm, their hollows small and soft beneath his palm. Slowly, fluidly, he stretched himself beside her, finding her lips with his again while the circle of her arms came down to press his shoulders to her. "Karl," she murmured, lying in wait, until at last he found the mystery of her in treasured folds of warmth. "Oh, Anna." His voice came raspy, his mouth buried between the pillow and her ear. "I cannot believe you." Hosannas filled his mind at the newness of this woman, and her reaction to his touches. He rubbed his ear across her mouth, his touch taken at last within her. "It's so different," she whispered. "I was so afraid." "Anna, never will I hurt you." Glorying in her acceptance, he explored her until his body's forces could be denied no longer. He covered her with the length of his own body, thinking, Anna, that you should be such as you are. You do not reject me, or make me feel callow as I feared." His hips thrust against her of their own accord, bringing a rustle to the room. Fiercely he cupped the back of her neck, pulling her ear roughly against his throaty whisper, "Anna, let's go outside, please." He bent his ear to her lips again. "Yes," she whispered huskily. And he was out of the bed, finding his discarded clothing in the dark, while she thrust her trembling arms back into sleeves, found buttons, felt Karl's hand reaching to pull her from the bed. At their sounds of departure, James' sleepy voice came from the floor. "Karl, is that you?" "Yeah, Anna and me. We want to talk a while, so we are going for a walk. Go to sleep, James." They stole barefoot onto the night grass, latching the door behind them, limbs quivering with each step. The liquid moon fell upon their heads like rich cream while they walked, untouching, in disciplined slowness, toward the barn. Anna felt a tugging at her arm and looked up to find Karl's face and hair alight with moonglow, the seam of his lips etched in moonshadow. He stopped and swept an arm around her shoulders, mantling them with the blanket he had hastily pulled from where it hung in the corner as they fled to privacy. Her arms took his broad neck in a tight, clinging loop, while he picked her up off the ground, spreading his feet and leaning back for balance. His hastily donned shirt hung unbuttoned between them. She plunged both hands into the back of it, rubbing his high-muscled shoulders, while he kissed her throat, which arched into the night sky. "I would have this first time last all night if I could," he groaned. The curves and planes of her body were pressed beguilingly against his as he held her aloft. "Just your touch, Anna." She kissed away his words, her hands playing over his back, until at last he eased her down. Her toes touched dew, Then she and Karl were running toward the barn with hands joined and the blanket flaring behind them. He tugged her hand in the hay-scented dark, showing her the way. She heard the flip of the blanket, the vague rushing sound of it settling upon the hay. She reached for the buttons of her nightgown, but his hands came seeking, stopping hers, taking her wrists in a commandeering grasp. Relentlessly he forced them down to her sides, then his fingers plied her buttons. "This is my job," he said. "I want every joy of this night to be mine." He brushed the gown from her shoulders and found her wrists again, and brought them to his stomach. "Right from the beginning, Anna, the way it ought to be." Wordlessly she did his bidding, with trembling hands, until they stood in naked splendor before each other. Blood beat in their ears. They savored that moment of hesitation, before Karl reached out with strong hands to grip her shoulders and take her against him, drawing her down to the hay, the blanket. He was lithe and engulfing and impassioned, rolling with her, kissing her with an ardor she had not imagined, everywhere, everywhere. Her arms clung, her lips sought, her body arched. Above her he braced, poised. "Anna, I do not want to hurt you, little one." Never had she expected such sensitive and pained concern. "It's all right, Karl," she said, gone past thoughts of waiting longer for the final blending of their bodies. He hovered, quivering, then placed himself lightly in her. He felt her hands seek his hips, and wielded her in shallow movements. Again he waited for her sign, slowly, lingeringly. She moved, flowing into his being, gently, thrusting up. Together they found rhythm. Their breaths came in labored draughts through the dusky night, uttering each other's names. Their motion became ballet, graceful, flowing, smooth, choreographed by the master hand of nature into a synchronization unlike either had imagined. Karl heard the sound of his own moans of pleasure as heat and height built. An unintelligible cry broke from Anna, and he stopped moving, agonized. "No, don't!" she cried out. He moved back, stricken. She pulled at him. "What is it, Anna? It's good. Please." She told him, too, with some obscure language of centuries, to flex now, until time and tone and tempo reached deeply to bring Anna reason for being. And at her grip and flow, Karl, too, shuddered, collapsed, lowering his head to cradle in exhaustion at her neck. She held him there, fiercely stroking the damp hair at the back of his neck, wondering if it would be all right to cry, fearing it was not a choice left up to her. For her chest was filled to bursting, a stinging bit in the depths of her nose, the warning glands in her jaws filled. Then, horrified, she burst forth with a shattering single sob that filled the barn with sound and Karl with alarm. "Anna!" he cried, fearful at something he'd done to hurt her after all. He fell to his side, taking her with him, but she forced her face sharply aside and covered her eyes with a forearm. "What is it, Anna? What have I done?" Regretfully he withdrew from her, stroked the arm she held over her eyes. "Nothing," she choked. "Why do you cry, then?" "I don't know. I don't know." Truly she didn't. "You don't know?" he asked. Silently she shook her head, unable to delve this mystery herself. "Did I hurt you?" "No, no." His big hand stroked her hair helplessly. "I thought it was—" He begged, "Tell me, Anna." "Something good happened, Karl. Something I didn't expect." "And this makes you cry?" "I'm silly." "No, no, Anna. Do not say that." "I thought you would be displeased with me, that's all." "No, Anna, no. Why would you think such a thing?" But she couldn't tell him the real reason. Unbelievably, he did not seem to know. "It is I who wondered if I did right. All day long I thought of this and worried. And now it has happened, and we knew, Anna. We knew. Is it not incredible how it was? How we knew?" "Yes, it's incredible." "Your body, Anna, how you are made, how we fit." He touched her reverently. "Such a miracle." "Oh, Karl, how did you get this way?" She clutched him against her almost desperately, as if he'd threatened to leave. "How am I?" I don't know. You're filled with such wonder at everything. Things mean so much to you. It's like you're always looking for the good in things." "Do you not look for the good? Did you not look for this to be good, then?" "Not like you, I don't think, Karl. My life hasn't had much good in it until I met you. You are the first truly good thing that has happened to me, all except for James." "That makes me happy. You have made me happy, Anna. Everything is so much better since you are here. To think that I will never have to be lonely again." Then he sighed, a pleasured, full sigh, and snuggled his face into her neck again. They lay silently for some time, basking. She touched the arm he'd flung tiredly across her, and rubbed its hair up, smoothed it down. He idled his foot upon the back of her calf, using it to hold her near. They began talking lazily into each other's chins, necks, chests, anywhere their mouths happened to be. "I thought I would die before this day was over." "You too, Anna?" Me too." "You too?" "I worried about the craziest things. I didn't know if I should look at you or ignore you. I worried about those corn husks all day." "You did?" He nodded his head. She laughed softly. "Didn't you?" Again she laughed softly. "I did not know what I would do if you would not come out here." "I was so relieved when you asked me." "I will hurry to finish the log cabin. Then James will have a loft to himself." They fell silent, thinking of it. Soon she asked, "Karl, guess what?" "What?" "You lied tonight." "I?" "You told James we were going for a walk. You said, 'Nothing makes a liar out of Karl Lindstrom,' but something did. And something might again," he warned. And something certainly did.